644. On Luhua Island in the Cave of Fortune, which was rumored to be a place where Taoism's top cultivators practiced immortal methods, a great demon who had the potential to reach the Ascendant Realm was attacked by Swa first to test its strength, and then attacked again, forcing it to escape from Luhua Island. In the end, it was killed by Zwa at sea. After Zwa and Wang Shizi landed on the shore, 2 flying swords from Fuho sect sent a message to Spring Banner House. The Jindan sword cultivator, who rushed to Tongya continent with Zwa tried his best to explain the incident in detail. After Zwa fought with the great demon, Wang Shizi, a Jindan sword cultivator, only dared to watch the battle from a distance. Wang Shizi's realm was not high, but his vision was enough. After all, on the battlefield of the Sword Qi Great Wall, he had seen many earth-shattering attacks of great demons. He vaguely recognized that the great demon in the Cave of Fortune was definitely not an ordinary immortal realm. At that time, Wang Shizi was nearly 300 miles away from the battlefield, but the waves under his feet were still monstrous, and the tides were shaking like thunder. He could still clearly feel the ripples of sword chi from Zwa. After Zwa put away his sword, he found Wang Shizi and just told him that it was over. Wang Shizi couldn't help but curiously ask the senior sword cultivator, who had been silent all the way. Of course, he asked if the great demon had reached the Ascendant Realm. Zwa shook his head and said that it was still a little bit away. If they arrived at Luhua Island later, a real Ascendant Realm cultivator would come out of the Cave of Fortune in a few years, or at most 10 years, and it would be very troublesome. Then, Zwa said that if they met again 3 or 5 years later, and he was not injured, it would not be too troublesome. Zwa didn't talk much. As long as he spoke, he would always tell the truth. He would never exaggerate, and he was too lazy to be deliberately modest. As for Zwa's Fuho Sect's flying sword, it was very simple. It only had one sentence. On this trip to Tongya continent, I killed an immortal realm monster on the way, and the credit will be given to my junior fellow apprentice, Chin Pingon. If Spring Banner House and the Sword Chi Great Wall Banner House only received Zwa's flying sword message, they would probably treat it as an ordinary immortal realm monster. Spring Banner House's accountant, Yan Ming and Nailan Saihuan, were shocked at first, but then they smiled at each other. In any case, Wei Wenlong was listening to a heavenly book. Miyu chuckled and said, "Wenlong." Wei Wenlong felt his scalp go numb. He raised his head and asked, "May I ask Sword Immortal Me, what advice do you have?" Miyu asked, "Do you know who Senior's junior brother is?" Wei Wenlong guessed. It should be the hidden official. His realm was not high, but his brain was good. He was referring to Wei Wenlong. Miyu looked at the guy who killed the conversation. Wei Wenlong hurriedly said, "Right?" Miyu smiled and nodded. "Your guess is quite accurate. You are indeed a talent that the hidden official has taken a fancy to. Did Dragon's Car have a woman he admired but was unable to obtain? Do you need me to teach you some tricks? Don't worry, it's not one of those dirty tricks. It's absolutely sincere." Wei Wenlong quickly shook his head. Even if there was, he wouldn't dare to let Miyu know him. Miyu held the folding fan in his hand and asked with a smile, "If a girl who likes you turns to like me, is she still worthy of your love?" Wei Wenlong felt somewhat vexed. Nailan Saihuan was annoyed by this cunning man and said angrily, "You only have a stinky body. What are you showing off for?" Miyu elegantly closed his fan. "Everyone has a love for beauty. I don't want any woman in the world to feel that I am an eyesore when they meet me. This is the only thing I, Miyu, can do." Nailan Saihuan sneered. "I feel that you are an eyesore." Miyu opened the folding fan again and covered his face. "I am willing to do more for Miss Nailan." Wei Wenlong's eyes were opened. On the Chuisheng mountain of the Fusho sect's ancestral mountain, originally, Sect Master Jihai had rejected Zhong Kuei's proposal. After all, that exclusive secret technique was the foundation of Jihai's great Tao and would only be passed on to the successor of the sect master. What's more, Jihai had already chosen the next sect master of the Fusho sect. It was the young man who inadvertently exposed the hidden great demon. This child had a fate with the Fusho sect. When the child returned from studying at the Dafu Academy, Jihai planned to officially accept him as his last disciple. Previously, he did not worship at the ancestral hall, so he could not be considered Jihai's true last disciple. Zhong Kuei also knew that it was difficult for Jihai to make an exception with only the 2 secret letters from the Academy's teacher and the old Lord of Heaven of Taiping Mountain. Moreover, it was reasonable to not do so. If Zhong Kuei had not been forced to complete this task by his teacher, Zhong Kuei would not have forced him to do it. However, he could not disobey his teacher's order, so Zhong Kuei refused to leave. Every now and then he would drink tea and chat with Sect Master Ji. Jihai was pestered to the point that he could only say that he was in seclusion. As a result, Zhong Kuei placed a few tables and piled them with books at the entrance of the Fusho sect's immortal cave, saying that he would guard Sect Master Ji and read there every day. Jihai ignored him. Other things could be discussed, except for this matter. Not to mention the words of Taiping Mountain and the Dafu Academy. Even the old sect master of the Jade Gui sect, Sun Yuan, and the new sect master Jiang Shangzhen could not plead for mercy. Huang Ting was not as thick-skinned as Zhong Kuei, so he went down the mountain alone. For some reason, Master Song Mao and the old Lord of Heaven, who had been anxious about her cultivation bottleneck, now told her not to rush to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. Cultivators were most particular about nature, so there was no need to rush, especially the old Lord of Heaven, who gave a lot of reasons. In the end, he even said that it was difficult for a woman to find a man because her cultivation level was too high. While Zhong Kuei and Jihai were competing in patience, Zhuozhuo and Wang Shizi traveled all the way from the sea to the Fusho sect. Only then did Jihai have to come out of seclusion. Then Jihai heard the words of Wang Shizi, the golden core sword cultivator from this continent. When Zhuozhuo killed a big demon at sea, she needed a flying sword to send a message to the inverted mountain. As the leader of a sect, Jihai originally had a very good impression of this person, who was the culprit who caused the Tongyi sect to be half dead. It could even be said that this person was Jihai's benefactor. Now, among the people who hated big demons the most in the Tongyi sect, Jihai was definitely one of them. This was because his Taoist partner was killed by a big demon back then, and that big demon fled crazily far away from the land. At that time, Jihai was seriously injured and could not travel far to chase after the big demon. There were 3 other people from the Tongyi sect who chased after the big demon. They were Song Mao, the head of the Taiping Mountain, the head of the Tongyi sect at that time, and Jiang Shangzhen of the Jade Gui sect. Coincidentally, that big demon met Zhuozhuo at sea. According to Jiang Shangzhen, the big demon inexplicably felt that Zhuozhuo was an eyesore and refused to take a detour. Therefore, it bumped into Zhuozhuo and was inexplicably stabbed by Zhuozhuo's sword and died. Now that Zhuozhuo had come ashore, the first news was that another big demon at the bottleneck of the immortal realm was killed on Luhua Island. What's more, the sword cultivator Wang Shizi seemed to want to say something but did not dare to say too much. Zhuozhuo obviously had experienced a lot in the Great Wall of Sword Qi all these years. How could Jihai not be happy? However, Zhuozhuo did not pay much attention to this overly enthusiastic sect master. Zhuozhuo had a slightly better impression of Tongye continent than Taiping Mountain. Therefore, before going down the mountain, Zhuozhuo took the initiative to say something to Zhong Kuei. "The small snow cone that my junior brother lent you, are you trying to muddle your way through and not return it?" Zhong Kuei almost burst into tears on the spot. Whether or not he would return, it could be put aside for the time being. The key was that this senior sword immortal was family. Chun Pingon, this kid, was really something. He actually became this senior's junior brother. Then, since Zhongkui and Qinpingan are good brothers, Zhuozhua is my senior brother. Is there anything more reasonable in the world than this? Zhongkui felt aggrieved and did not stand on ceremony with his senior brother at all. On the way down the mountain, he began to talk to Zhuozhua about his miserable experience in Fuxiang sect. He was not liked by others, he was refused entry, and he was looked down upon by others. Fuxiang sect's sect master, Jihai, was so angry that his face turned ashen. The bit of guilt in his heart disappeared without a trace. Zhuozhua thought about it for a moment and asked Zhongkui and Jihai telepathically. Finally, he said, Jihai, you can make Zhongkui swear that the secret technique will not be taught to outsiders. Since he is no longer a disciple of Confucianism, he can also be a consecrator of Fuxiang sect. However, I am just an outsider, so I just mentioned it casually. Jihai sighed and actually nodded in agreement. Zhongkui had no objections. Jihai sent Zhuozhua all the way to the mountain gate. Zhongkui thought about how he and Wang Ting had climbed the mountain. He really could not compare. Zhuozhua happened to be traveling with Zhongkui to Taiping Mountain. Zhongkui asked, Senior, how did you become Qinpingan's senior brother? Zhuozhua smiled and said, Mr. forced it on me, so I reluctantly accepted. Zhongkui was speechless. Even the kitchen knife next to the chopping board in the kitchen of the marketplace would become blunt over time after chopping too many vegetables and fish. The blunt knife needed to be sharpened. However, the continuous offensive of the wilderness not only used mountains of monster corpses to exchange for the flying swords and lives of the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but most importantly, it did not give the sword immortals any chance to sharpen their swords. If they wanted to sharpen their swords and withdraw from the battlefield for a moment, they would need to exchange the lives of sword cultivators and flying swords of the middle 5 realms. In the past, the sieges of the wilderness were not organized and were intermittent. There were many accidents, and the mobilization of troops on the battlefield, the arrival of reinforcements, and the departure of troops from the battlefield were often disconnected. This was why the sieges would often rest for a month or even half a year. After one side finished basking in the sun, it was time for the other side to enjoy the moonlight. When war broke out, the battlefield would be abnormally bitter. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and flying swords shattered. This was especially true when the great monsters and sword immortals suddenly erupted in a battle. It was even more dazzling. Victory, defeat, life, and death on both sides could even decide the direction of a battlefield or even the entire war. However, it was definitely not as oppressive and suffocating as this great battle. It seemed like no one could decide anything in the end. The great monsters used their magical powers, and the sword immortals attacked fiercely. No one could make the final decision. Life and death, victory and defeat were all drowned out by the battlefield. The biggest battle and the most soul-stirring battle was when the great monster Zhongguang moved the 5 mountains to the battlefield. The sovereign great monster Yang Ji presided over one of the mountains. Li Tumi and the other 2 sword immortals risked their lives to break out of the situation. Left and right entered the battlefield after them. The hidden great monsters from all sides appeared to surround and kill them. The old sword immortal Dong Sen left the city to reinforce left and right. Left and right were eventually severely injured by the hidden official Xiao Chua with a sneak attack. The 60 military tents of the wilderness had an endless supply of troops. The sieges were closely linked and watertight. The wilderness clearly did not want to give the Great Wall of Sword Qi any chance to rest, especially the sword immortals of the upper 5 realms, any chance to catch their breath. In such a grim situation and under such great pressure, the sword immortals, who had initially felt very restrained, had to follow the rules of the hidden officials and not be happy enough to attack. But now, the effects were gradually showing. Before this, on the top of the city wall, the incomparably powerful individual killing power and the outstanding demeanor of the individual sword immortals as a necessary price had been imperceptibly diluted. In exchange, the overall killing power of the sword formation had become stronger. Now that a certain sword immortal had retreated from the battlefield to rest, the drawbacks were reduced. This was because the hidden official lineage's research and infiltration of sword formations continued to deepen. Not only were the hidden official's lineage familiar with the flying swords and natal abijna of every nascent soul and golden core sword immortal, but they were also familiar with the natal flying swords of the other 3 realms of sword immortals. The sword immortals on the city walls constantly changed their formations and changed their positions. They constantly worked together with many unfamiliar sword immortals who they had never met before, with flying swords in 2s and 3s, or even dozens of flying swords in a formation and augmenting their natal divine powers. As long as they could survive the initial stages of working together, their strength would increase drastically. Just the flying swords and divine powers of the 5 elements formed a formation. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there were as many as 31 sword formations. In the past, the Great Wall of Sword Chi was like a rich family. It was so rich that even they did not know how much gold, silver, and fertile land they had. Now, the Great Wall of Sword Chi was like a copper coin in the corner of a wall. It had to be picked up and recorded in a ledger. For such a situation to exist, everyone from the hidden official lineage was an indispensable existence. Among them, with Sword Immortal Cho, Miao's understanding of flying swords and divine powers, Lin Junbai's overall vision and planning, and Guo Zhuzhou's strange ideas, the 3 of them had contributed the most. However, during this period, it was not that the hidden official lineage did not make any mistakes in the deployment of troops. There were even some mistakes that required the sword immortals on the battlefield to use their flying swords and lives to make up for them. Between the hidden official lineage, it was not as if there were no quarrels and grudges. After all, on the same small battlefield, there would often be 2 different plans that differed. Before the outcome was out, no one dared to say that the 2 plans had a greater chance of success or were more reliable. If the battlefield developed according to expectations, it would be fine. However, once a problem occurred, it would be very troublesome. The wrong side would feel guilty, while the right side would feel stifled. The most intense quarrel happened between Su Ning and Chao Gun. They quarreled until their faces turned red, and both sides nearly engaged in a battle of swords. The Summer Refuge Palace came up with a plan that led to the death of 2 Earth immortal sword immortals on the Great Wall of Sword Chi, as well as 31 sword immortals from the middle 5 realms. Everyone was heartbroken. Xian Can, who was in charge of coming up with the specific plan, was extremely regretful. Although Su Ning's words were just a grumble at first, it was still adding fuel to the fire. Xian Can's expression dimmed, and he felt guilty. He did not retort. Chao Gun, who had a good relationship with Xian Can, could not take it anymore. He immediately scolded Su Ning, telling her to watch her mouth and not be a smart person after the fact. Su Ning directly cursed Xian Can's 18 generations of ancestors. Xian Can's chess skills were high, or else he would not have frequently played with Lin Junbai. They could even win and lose. He was even better at scolding others. He scolded Su Ning until her face turned green, and she was about to ask for swords. At that time, the atmosphere in the hall was extremely solemn. Once they asked for swords, regardless of the outcome, there was no winner for the hidden official lineage. Luo Zhini then said that if Su Ning's plan had been used, it would not have been so severe. If he remembered correctly, it was you who rejected it. How could Su Ning be smart after the fact? Chang Taiqing, Su Ning, and Luo Zhini were originally from the same mountain. He was also good friends with Su Ning, so he said something even harsher. She was stupid before, but she did not admit her mistakes after the fact. That was even more stupid. Although the foreign sword Immortal Song Gaoyuan was usually close to Luo Jini. In this matter, he was obviously on Chao Gun and Xian Can's side. He directly opposed Chang Taiqing and started arguing. Lin Junbai tried to mediate, but neither side was happy. Dong Bude could not scold Su Ning and Xian Can, but scolding Lin Junbai was not a burden. Guizhuzhou had never seen such a situation and was at a loss for the first time. It was as if whatever she said or did was wrong. If not for Chen Pingon and Chou Miao's patience, the two secluded mountain peaks of the native and foreign sword immortals would have cracked. After Chou Miao and Chen Pingon looked at each other, sword immortal Chou Miao asked Su Ning to keep quiet. Then Chen Pingon asked if they wanted to be reasonable or to vent their emotions. If you want to talk about reason, there is no need to talk about it at all. With such heavy losses, it is the entire hidden official's fault. Everyone is to blame, and the hidden official's fault is the greatest. Because I was the one who set the rules, every decision was made according to the rules. It is not that I can't pursue responsibility after the fact, but it is necessary. However, it is definitely not targeted at a certain person. If I dare to do so, the hidden official's temple is too small and cannot afford to serve me, so forgive me for not paying tribute. If anyone was angry and wanted to vent their emotions through scolding, then there was nothing wrong with that. Even if it was a straightforward fight, Q-Sword was fine too. 3 against 3, Dang Liang against Luo Jini, Chao Gun against Chang Taiqing, and Xian Can against Su Ning. Just treat it as a late pass. After the fight, this matter would be considered over. But in my account book, I will have to write more about the heroic deeds of the sword immortals. Everyone in the hall was silent. Chen Pingon, Chou Miao, and Lin Junbai reviewed the plan and analyzed the pros and cons of Chao Gun's plan in detail. They did not reject the plan completely just because the results were bad. At this point, most of the sword cultivators had calmed down. Chen Pingon concluded once again, those who can sit here are all extremely intelligent people, and each of them has their own cleverness, so everyone here must be more reasonable and act according to the rules. I believe that Su Ning's words at the beginning did not have much malice. I don't even think that this sentence should not be said. On the contrary, it should be said clearly. We have to let Xian Can understand that if he did something wrong, he would not be forgiven completely just because he had good intentions. Since it was wrong, we will not cover it up for you just because we are all from the hidden official's lineage. On the contrary, we are friends, so we will scold you behind closed doors. We have been part of the hidden official's lineage for more than a year. We know each other's temperament very well. We are all intelligent people. Isn't it easy to find fault and scold others? Who doesn't understand this principle? Chou Miao said immediately, what we need to talk about the most is not Xian Can and Su Ning, but Chao Gun and Luo Jini's shielding of each other. Must you muddy the waters for a matter to be called loyal? Chen Pingon laughed. If not for the great sword, immortal Chou Miao holding the fort, you would have beaten each other's brains out. Fortunately, I was able to predict the future and split you up with a group of 3 to kill the demons. Otherwise, 1 less today, 1 less tomorrow, and in less than half a year, the summer palace would be half gone. I would have to put incense burners on each empty desk and stick 3 incense sticks on each empty desk. Who would be responsible for this expense? A good summer palace has been turned into a morning hall. When the time comes, should I scold you all for being wastrels, or should I miss your hard work? It's here. It's here. The hidden official's specialty, the hidden official's eccentricity. Chou Miao said, it is still the hidden official's magnanimity that is willing to take the blame. Chen Pingon turned to look at Gu Jianlong. Before he could say anything, Gu Jianlong turned to look at Wang Xinshui. Wang Xinshui was unwilling to take the burden and looked at Guizhuzhou. Guizhuzhou had her head lowered and was looking at the desk. Chen Pingon could only flip open a booklet. It was a record of the hidden official's achievements and losses. He began to write. A moment later, Chou Miao asked, Su Ning Luo's true intentions have been written. Chao Gun of the mysterious ginseng has also written. The contents of the quarrel have all been roughly written. Why don't I see the 2 words hidden official and the 3 words Chinping and Chun Pingon laughed. Cho Miao, let's make a bet? Let's bet on whether or not I have written my mistakes in the book. Cho Miao nodded. Let's bet. Chun Pingon slammed the table. Everyone can bet, other than Guizhuzhou. Everyone followed Cho Miao and bet that the hidden official did not write. It was just a small bet for fun. In the end, Chun Pingon flipped back a page and picked up the booklet. He smiled. Everyone, open your eyes and watch carefully. Take the money. Take the money. Guizhuzhou jumped up. Take the money. Take the money. Everyone who lost looked at Cho Miao. Cho Miao looked helpless. He looked at Chun Pingon and smiled bitterly. I didn't think that I would lose my reputation. Then we can't split it 40-60. Let's split it 50-50. Chun Pingon scolded angrily. Cho Miao, you are not my son. Gu Jianlong said timidly. Hidden official, allow me to say something fair. A man of character is clear about money. This is slightly unkind. Wang Xinshui nodded, looking angry and pretending to be shocked. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Guizhuzhou sighed. Master is really working hard to earn some money. Chun Pingon suddenly looked at the picture scroll on the ground. He said in a low voice, we need to prepare for the sword immortals to leave the city and help split the battlefield. Chun Pingon stood up. I've given you several chances to rush to the top of the city. You can count them as leftovers. So now I have about 20 days to leave the Summer Palace and go out of the city to kill demons. During this time, Cho Miao and Lin Junbai will be in charge of the overall situation. If there is something hard to decide, you can use the hidden official's flying sword to send a message to the sword immortal Wei Jin. He will inform me to return here temporarily to discuss matters. Luo Zhini hesitated. She was just about to persuade this young hidden official not to be impulsive. She had to admit that as the hidden official sword cultivators became more and more cooperative, Chun Pingon's presence in the Summer Palace might not be able to change the overall situation. However, with or without Chun Pingon, it would still make a difference. At the very least, there would be fewer unnecessary quarrels. Unexpectedly, Cho Miao said telepathically to Luo Zhini, let him go. The ones who will feel the most depressed are not us. It is not easy for a person to not show any emotion from beginning to end for more than a year. Luo Zhini suddenly understood. If not for Cho Miao's reminder, she would not have cared about this matter. Chun Pingon stood up and walked out of the hall. In the courtyard, he put on the skin of an old man, carried a sword from the sword workshop, and wore an extra robe. Gu Jianlong reminded him in a small voice, hidden official, actually wearing the other skin can cover your eyes and ears better. Chun Pingon smiled and turned his head. His body was already slightly hunched, and his old appearance was natural. He said in a hoarse voice, you are so good at talking. Wait for me to come back, and we can talk slowly. Without waiting for Gu Jianlong to say anything, Chun Pingon's long sword had already flown out of its scabbard. With a tap of his foot, he stepped on the long sword and flew away. In the hall, they looked at each other. He did not look like a sword show in disguise. In the Summer Palace, except for the young hidden official, everyone was a sword show, and they were all geniuses. They had this ability. Cho Miao smiled and said, come, let's bet on whether hidden official is a real sword show. I will be the banker this time. Then Cho Miao immediately said, Guizhuzhou, you are not allowed to bet. Otherwise, not to mention making money, they would definitely lose money and most likely lose everything. This girl did have a lot of money. Guizhuzhou, who was about to bet all her money, stared and said, why? In the end, not only Chao Gun's group, even Luo Zhini, Su Ning, and Chang Taiqing bet that Chun Pingon was a sword show. Cho Miao waved her hand and said, what are you betting for? You are all so young, and your realms are so low. Hurry up and get to work. Guizhuzhou, put everything back in the bamboo box. Guizhuqiu rolled her eyes. He did not even have a shill, yet he dared to be the banker. Master said that a gambling table, including the banker, had to have 8 shills for 10 people. After Guizhuqiu put away all the items, she frowned and looked around. In the end, she reluctantly found Sword Immortal Cho Miao, who had the highest realm but an average brain. She asked, "Great Sword Immortal Cho Miao, will my master be okay?" Cho Miao smiled and said, "Don't worry." The other sword show all had strange expressions. Gu Jianlong said, "I don't know if Hidden Official is okay. I only know that he has been targeted by your master. Something must be wrong." Wang Xinshui nodded and said, "Brother Gu, I agree with you." Everyone quickly fell silent. Because on the scroll, there was a big accident. On the battlefield, there would often be many big demons watching the battle casually. This time, it was the big demon Buying sitting on the white bone throne. She used a divine ability that was extremely rude and unreasonable. On the battlefield near the city wall, hundreds of thousands of puppet corpses stood up instantly and scattered in all directions, trying to help the army climb up the city wall. Although the corpses that had lost their intelligence and stood up on the battlefield in such a state, their battle strength was far inferior to when they were alive. However, when the two armies clashed on the frontline battlefield, there were hundreds of thousands more soldiers. For the sword show on the city wall, it was not easy. In the end, before these white bone puppets could get close to the city wall, Sword Immortal Wu Qingpei used his natal flying sword, Sweet Rain, for the first time. After Wu Qingpei's flying sword appeared on the ground, wherever there was blood on the battlefield, there would be rain rising from the ground and gathering towards the sky. The scene was like heaven and earth had been turned upside down. Only Wu Qingpei's sword-intent rain was falling normally. After the torrential rain, the demon army, along with the white bone puppets at the foot of the wall, almost instantly died. After that, Wu Qingpei used his natal flying sword again and again, pushing it out from the base of the city wall. On the battlefield, after 5 consecutive heavy rains, less than 1 in 10 survived by luck. They were all demon cultivators with high cultivation realms, or demons that had not yet taken human form, but were born with tough bodies. These existences became the target of the sword show on the city wall. As a result, the momentum of the wilderness army's attack on the city wall was slowed down. Wu Qingpei also put away his sword and quietly changed to another city wall to continue refining his sword. It was hard to imagine that this was the work of an unpolished jade, Sword Immortal. An old sword cultivator sneakily climbed up to the top of the city wall and witnessed this scene with his own eyes at close range. Following that, Sword Immortals left the array and rushed to the battlefield. It was even more fascinating. Dong Sangang, Qinshi Qi Tingji, the 3 old Sword Immortals who carved words on the city wall. Lu Ji, Nailin Shaowei, Yu Qing, Yao Lianyun, Mi Hu, and the other great Sword Immortals also left the city wall. In addition, the female Sword Immortal Zhou Cheng, Yuan Qingshu, Tao Wen, and the other Sword Immortals were no exception. The 3 Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist sages who guarded the Great Wall of Sword Qi began to use their magical powers to change the world. Therefore, the battle line that the Sword Immortals guarded after entering the heart of the army was very particular. On the line where the Sword Immortals were in formation, there was a river flowing on the ground. It was created by the horsetail whisk in the hands of the Taoist sages. There were golden words on both sides of the river, creating 2 embankments. In the river, there were golden lotus flowers suspended. The old sword show followed the middle 5 realm Sword Immortals and left the city wall on their flying swords. After landing, the old sword show did not dare to rush to the front line. Holding his sword in hand, he summoned a flying sword and circled around. Seeing that the natal flying swords of the surrounding Sword Immortals were all advancing courageously, he seemed to feel bad. He rode his flying sword and followed the flying swords of the other Sword Immortals. He stabbed a half-dead demon that was hit by the other flying swords to death. A viewing sea realm sword immortal glared at him. The old sword show cursed and rode his flying sword to stab other half-dead demons. On the battlefield, those below the earth immortal realm of the demon race could only gain battle merits by killing those who were killed. Although the demon race army was large in number, there were relatively fewer cultivators. Some of the slightly more valuable battle merits could not be snatched by others. The old sword show would even grumble. As the old sword cultivator went back and forth, he still managed to pick up a few demon cultivators' battle merits. He immediately grinned from ear to ear. The sword cultivator at the viewing sea realm cursed, "You motherf asterisk 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 stay away from me." The old sword show scolded back, "I f asterisk king won't." On the battlefield ahead, a dragon gate realm cultivator of the demon race had purposely appeared in his true body. When the viewing sea realm sword immortal and the useless old sword show were fighting, he suddenly rushed forward and transformed into his human form. He wanted to press down on the head of the viewing sea realm sword immortal. The young viewing sea realm sword immortal was also experienced, talking with the old sword immortal, who did not pay attention to his actions, only distracted him a little. It did not affect his observation of the battlefield. He quickly rode his flying sword and stabbed it between the eyebrows of the demon race cultivator. The demon race cultivator extended his hand to block the flying sword. His skin was rough, and his flesh was thick, and his body was abnormally tough. Although the flying sword pierced through, the demon race cultivator clenched his fist tightly. At the same time, he rode the wind and followed the retreating sword immortal. He wanted to continue to slap down and smash the sword immortal's head even if his fist would explode. The viewing sea realm sword immortal and the sword workshop's long sword slashed horizontally. Unexpectedly, the menacing dragon gate realm demon cultivator suddenly moved and came to the side of the sword immortal at an even faster speed. He swept his arm and was about to sweep the sword immortal's head to the ground. An old sword immortal inexplicably came between the sword immortal and the demon race cultivator. He used 2 fingers together to block the arm. Then, the sword immortal, who came back to his senses in an instant, pierced the latter's head with his flying sword. The old sword immortal immediately turned back and scolded, "You f asterisk king stole my credit. That's a great demon." The sword immortal, who was about to thank the old bastard, forcibly swallowed back his words and left. He cursed in his heart, "Great demon your ass." However, the old sword immortal shamelessly followed him. The 2 of them temporarily teamed up and fought side by side. They were surrounded by danger time and time again, but they came out unscathed. When the viewing sea realm sword immortal had no choice but to sincerely thank him, the old sword immortal had already disappeared. He glanced into the distance. The old sword immortal seemed to have taken a quick punch from a golden core realm demon for someone else. He flew out and rolled on the ground, covered in dust. When he stood up, he saw that the golden core realm demon had already been beaten up by the sword immortal. He stumbled and ran away again. The viewing sea realm sword immortal was strange. If he was really a nascent soul realm or golden core realm senior, there were indeed some shameless ones on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. However, there were only a few of them, and each one was more famous than the other. For example, the one who suddenly recited poems after drinking the bamboo sea cave heaven wine was one of the outstanding sword immortal seniors. However, this one looked very unfamiliar. The old sword immortal wandered and occasionally picked up some treasures. In the end, he was entangled by a golden core realm demon. After being chased for more than 1,000 feet, the old sword immortal actually took out a natal flying sword with an almost identical aura. As he dodged the fierce close combat of the great demon, he scolded, "Don't let me use my full strength. I have a lot of flying swords." The golden core realm demon became ferocious. He seemed to be attacking casually, but in fact, he was about to take out a natal offensive magic weapon. However, he was suddenly stunned. The old sword immortal actually spoke to him telepathically. Quickly take away one of the flying swords and try to bring it back to the Jiazi camp alive. The Golden Core realm demon was skeptical. No matter what, he wanted to grab the flying sword in his palm first. In the end, just as he was about to reach out to grab the flying sword that was indeed a little slower, he did not expect the flying sword to suddenly accelerate and directly pierce through his head, crushing one of the Golden Core realm demon's eyeballs. The Jean Dan stage demon was in excruciating pain. He revealed his true form, and at the same time took out his natal item. He roared again, wanting to gather the demon troops under his command to encircle and annihilate the extremely treacherous bastard. Unexpectedly, when he looked again, the damned old sword cultivator had already disappeared. When he revealed his true body, he had gathered around 70 to 80 demons under his command. Naturally, he had already been targeted by several nearby sword immortals. Far away from the battlefield, a young sword immortal was knocked into by someone and flew out on the spot. The demon cultivator's natal item smashed a huge hole in the ground where he stood. In the next moment, the young sword immortal was supported by an old sword immortal. At the same time, the surrounding demons began to surround and kill. Some charged forward with their heads buried, while others leaped. They were densely packed and surged forward, covering the sky and earth. The old sword immortal, who had a sword on his back, did not unsheath his sword, nor did he take out his flying sword. He only pushed the young man away with a palm, causing the latter to instantly leave the battlefield. Then, the old sword immortal casually opened a fist stance. Fist intent scattered in all directions, crushing the surroundings into powder. 6:45. Before the young swordsman could be shocked, the old swordsman had already retracted his stance and stood still. With one hand behind his back, the old swordsman smiled while stroking his beard. He said proudly, "His sword, Aura, is truly invincible." The young swordsman was stunned for a long time. This battlefield was already empty. Some demons in the distance who sensed something amiss, even though most of them were not sentient, knew what was at stake. They all ran away to other places. The old swordsman swept a glance across the battlefield. There were a few demon cultivators who did not have a high realm. Their weapons, along with their bodies and souls, were all destroyed. It was a pity that nothing was left. He had to take it easy the next time. Even a mosquito's leg was meat. The young swordsman flew to the old swordsman's side. "Old senior." The old swordsman's voice was hoarse. He stroked his beard and smiled. "You can call me Sword Immortal Senior. I'm still young. I don't deserve the word old." The young swordsman was stunned speechless. The old swordsman had already flown away on his sword. His long sword was close to the ground, as it pierced through the formation like a fish swimming among the aquatic plants. He only used his flying sword against the demon cultivators. He killed and injured them if he could. Moreover, he chose the right time to attack. He did not delay the swordsman from the great wall of sword chi from attacking. The young swordsman glanced at the figure of the Sword Immortal Senior and his sword. He could not tell the level of his realm and cultivation. He suppressed his doubts and headed south with his sword, rushing to the next battlefield. This time, the Great Wall of Sword Chi had more than 6,000 sword cultivators in the middle 5 realms. It sounded like a large number, but in reality, compared to the 1,000-mile battlefield, everyone would still be trapped in the perilous situation of the demon army. In addition, there were many abode of immortals and sea-viewing realm sword cultivators. Most of them were there to sharpen their swords and familiarize themselves with the battlefield. They had to take care of both killing demons and practicing their swords. According to the rules of the hidden officials, these 2 realms of sword cultivators sought to survive first, then to break through their realms, and finally to kill more demons. As for the Earth immortal sword cultivators who had the highest realm and the greatest killing power, killing demons was their priority. Protecting the abode of immortals and sea-viewing realm sword cultivators was their second priority. There were sword cultivators guarding the city walls. As long as the north and south lines did not collapse too much, there was no need to worry about the demons bypassing the sword cultivators and going to the city walls. The sword cultivators of Dragon Gate, who were in between the two realms, were the most relaxed and straightforward. They could use their swords to break formations and kill monsters alone, and it was fine for them to form groups with their friends who were in the same realm as them. They did not have too many rules and restrictions. During this period of time, there were also many sword cultivator teams. They were rather special. They were sword cultivators whose natural mystiques of their flying swords could be superimposed. This time, they were going out of the city to meet the enemy. They were striving to familiarize themselves with the coordination of their flying swords on the battlefield. A certain golden core or nascent soul sword cultivator who was guarding the formation for this group of sword cultivators would usually prioritize protecting the former as their top priority. Killing demons and earning merit would instead be secondary. Once the life grand daos and flying swords of these sword cultivators were damaged, these earthly immortal realm sword cultivators would have to bear extremely great punishment, and if they intended to make up for it with battle merits, it was an extremely uneconomical type. Once they left the city, there weren't many rules set by the hidden officials. Therefore, sword cultivators paid special attention to every one of them. The old sword cultivator passed by a battlefield far away from the city walls. The battle there was especially brutal. The fact that they were able to wipe out all the demons near the city walls and advance over 5 kilometers to the south meant that these sword cultivators possessed great killing power and even greater killing intent. However, the 7 sword cultivators were already heavily surrounded. There were dozens of demon cultivators and thousands of soldiers under them. Just the Golden Corb great demons alone numbered as many as 3. The old sword cultivator saw 2 familiar faces. They were the Dragon Gate Realm Sword Cultivator Ren E and the Golden Core Realm Sword Cultivator Puyu. They were the sword cultivators who had guarded the 3 gates on the street back then. The old sword cultivator glanced at Puyu and sighed. This fellow was still wearing that eye-catching outfit that had the word asking for a beating written on his forehead. It was fortunate that this handsome young master was not one of them, or he would have long been berated by the old sword cultivator. It was fine if he was drinking in the city and sparring with others with his fluttering white robes, but it was inappropriate for him to reveal the demeanor of a banished immortal on the battlefield. The robes of the clothing workshop did not charge him a single cent. So, what if he wore one? If it were not for the rule that only one robe could be given to a sword cultivator for free, the old sword cultivator would have worn 7 or 8 robes and carried 7 or 8 swords of the sword workshop before rushing to the battlefield. The old sword cultivator, who made others address him as Senior Sword Immortal, was naturally the infamous hidden official. After fair-dealing second shopkeeper and punching Chinping to the ground, he now had another nickname, True Hidden Official who did not save those in need. On the city wall, after the hidden official was killed by the traitorous sword Immortal Lai Halberd, the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage moved to the hidden official's lineage. The hidden official's position had been vacant for a long time. When the word hidden official was sent to the city wall via a flying sword, almost all the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi knew what was going on. After all, the demons had unleashed a torrent of magical treasures, and the sword cultivator Q-Sword of the Wildlands had engaged in 2 major battles. The sword energy waterfall on the city walls had changed many times and had killed many nascent soul demon cultivators. After a series of events, the sword cultivators were able to figure out what had happened in the wine shop. If it wasn't for the fact that the peak great demon Yang Ji killed the sword immortal and the hidden official Fei Jian stopped the sword cultivator from saving him, the reputation of the young outsider, who became the second shopkeeper, and then the hidden official would have changed from extremely bad to extremely good in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Chun Pingon was not in a hurry to make a move. As a golden core sword cultivator, Pu, you should be the sword master, who protected this group of young sword cultivators. As for Run Yi, as a Dragon Gate cultivator who came and went freely on the battlefield, he should want to join forces with Puyu to break the formation. They could look after each other and also kill more demons. This was because Puyu's natal flying sword, Rain Curtain, was very good at camouflage. The flying sword had many illusions, and on the battlefield, it was very easy to fool the opponent. Chun Pingon was in no hurry. He looked as if he wanted to help, but wasn't confident he could do so. He even made several detours to intercept and kill any demons that tried to bypass the battlefield and head north toward the city walls. After all, if a demon cultivator could scale the city walls, it would be a meritorious service. If they could scale the city walls, it would be another meritorious service. Even if they died in the end with nothing to show for it, these two meritorious services would still be recorded in the records of the Wildlands Army and rewarded to their tribe's direct descendants or relatives. Chun Pingon was staring at an inconspicuous demon cultivator. It was not because he had leaked the aura of a great demon, but because he was an intuition that he was an eyesore. He had the feeling that victory on a small battlefield was within his grasp, and he could attack or retreat without worrying about his life. However, he had an absolutely unreasonable desire to die. The demon cultivator, whose cultivation level was unknown for the time, seemed to be making a lot of noise and sparing no effort in his attacks. His offensive spiritual weapon was very fancy, but he was unlucky to have run into an old sword cultivator who was a fellow cultivator. A golden core demon cultivator, who was overseeing the battlefield, also felt that the old sword cultivator who kept circling around was an eyesore, so he sent 3 of his subordinates to investigate the situation. What Chun Pingon was concerned about was not the 3 demon cultivators who had left the battlefield, or even the command of the Golden Core Great Demon. He was concerned about the demon cultivator, who had been hiding his cultivation level all along. As a result, he was increasingly certain that it was this demon cultivator who had reminded the Golden Core Demon Cultivator to settle this small accident, so as to prevent him from ruining the bigger picture, such as killing the 2 young geniuses, Pu Yu and Ren Yi. After all, Pu Yu and Ren Yi's cultivation levels were not low. They had also participated in the previous 2 battles. If they really wanted to abandon the lives of the other young sword cultivators, there was an extremely high chance that they would be able to retreat from the battlefield. Pu Yu and Ren Yi were the 2 young geniuses of the Great Wall of Sword Chi without a doubt. Just because the dazzling Qi Shou and Gao Yeho were on the small mountain where they were, Pu Yu and Ren Yi were nobodies. Although Dong Haitan had once privately commented on the 2 sword cultivators guarding the pass, he had instead spoken well of Ren Yi, whose cultivation level was 1 level lower. He said that Ren Yi was the youngest sword cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm, and his flying sword was fast. Instead, he did not have a high opinion of Pu Yu, saying that Pu Yu was the fanciest in the Golden Core realm. However, this kind of evaluation was only used in battles and sword cultivators. It was the truth, but it was not comprehensive. The hidden official's evaluation of Pu Yu and his natal flying sword was extremely high. This was because his natal flying sword had a miraculous effect on the battlefield, so it was rated as C. In terms of rank, it was only inferior to Qi Shou's natal flying sword, Jumping Pearl, which was rated as B by the hidden official's lineage. As for it was Wu Qingpei's Sweet Rain. Other B were Yu Qing's 100 Feet Spring and Skylark in the Sky. The natal flying sword of the Hassa Continent's sword immortal, Yuan Qingshu, was also in this category. The natal flying swords of many sword immortals were extremely lethal, but their ranks were not high in the Summer Palace. Of course, This classification was because the hidden official's lineage only considered the battlefield. It was an extremely utilitarian and unscrupulous evaluation. Since he had confirmed the opponent's real backup, Chun Pingon did not hesitate anymore. He stepped on the sword workshop's long sword and rushed towards the 3 demonic cultivators who were trying to find out the real situation. The sword drew a large arc close to the ground. The old sword cultivator just happened to dodge a beam of light from a spiritual weapon that attacked his natal item. He stepped on the long sword, and the long sword continued to rush towards a demonic cultivator in front of him. The sword workshop's standard long sword under his feet was as fast as a flying sword. The old sword cultivator had already left the long sword. He took out the natal flying sword named Audiobook and aimed it at another demonic cultivator in the sea viewing realm. The flying sword pierced through the opponent's head and reached out to hold the corpse to prevent the opponent from exploding his natal aperture acupoint. While he was at it, he took a copper bell from the opponent's waist and kept it in his sleeve. He then grabbed the dead demonic cultivator's body and smashed it towards the 3rd demonic cultivator's brilliant spell. It was done in one breath. It was as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water. He reached out and grabbed the sword workshop's long sword back. He stepped out and stepped on the long sword. He ignored the 2 demonic cultivators who were not in a high realm and went straight to the big demon who was hiding. He stepped on the long sword and dodged several spells and attacks from spiritual weapons. He stepped on the long sword of the workshop and jumped up high. He made a gesture with 2 fingers. The Audiobook flying sword was exactly the same as Pu Yu's rain curtain. It was just that the different flying swords had different sword chi and sword essence. The tip of the sword pointed at the demon of the man of sacrifice and disappeared in a flash. Chun Pingon reminded Pu Yu and Ren Yi telepathically. His voice was old and hoarse. Don't be greedy. Be careful of the ambush. After the battle, the demon cultivator, who seemed to be at most in the sea viewing realm, realized that it was useless to hide. He changed into a sword cultivator, and at least a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the golden elixir realm. The sword light flashed between his eyebrows. The natal flying sword had a mysterious supernatural power. The golden light floated and protected his body. After a crisp sound, it repelled the dozens of flying swords of the unknown old sword cultivator from the great wall of sword chi. The demon of the man of sacrifice also reminded the 3 golden elixir realm demons with telepathic thoughts. Golden elixir realm sword cultivators start with strange flying swords. They are all real. They are different from Pu Yu's rain curtain flying sword. You don't have to save your strength. Try to kill Ren Yi and injure Pu Yu so that we can lure this demon to stay here. Then we can besiege and kill him. The golden light emitted from the natal flying sword of this demon cultivator quickly gathered and finally condensed into a small particle. The light became brighter and brighter. It went straight to the enemy's head. The old sword cultivator, who exposed the big demon's identity, quickly fell to the ground. He changed his route nimbly and continued to rush forward. The demon of the man of sacrifice casually grabbed a sword that was lost on a sword. He grasped a sword from the sword workshop that was left on the battlefield. He tilted his body slightly and slashed with the sword. The old sword cultivator bent his knees slightly and suddenly exerted force. Dust flew under his feet, and the ground shook. The old sword cultivator's figure was as fast as a wisp of smoke. He dodged a flying sword, and the sword light of the long sword and closed in. The demon of the man of sacrifice was relieved. His opponent's flying swords were strange enough, and his control was good enough. However, his killing power was average and not outstanding. His flying swords most likely hid some temporarily unknown natal supernatural power. In fact, this was the most troublesome part. However, seeing that his opponent dared to fight in close combat, the demon of the man of sacrifice would not be restrained. This old man doesn't know what's good for him. How dare he compete with me in terms of the toughness of his body? In the blink of an eye, the flying swords of both sides met again. One transformed into a dozen swords and the other condensed and dispersed golden light. Sparks flew in all directions from the distance of several hundred feet. When they were less than 50 feet apart, their natal flying swords collided again. This time, sparks flew, sword chi rippled, and exploded. Spiritual chi became chaotic. Many sparks that were stained with sword chi flew out. The sparks were the size of mustard seeds. Many demons felt bone-piercing pain when they touched them. When they looked again, they saw bull-sized wounds that were already badly mangled. The demon of the man of sacrifice became calmer. When the two flying swords confronted each other, he still had strength to spare. However, his opponent was most likely going all out. With a distance of 50 feet, the faces of both sides could be seen clearly. The old sword cultivator was just as expected. When he saw that his natal flying swords were unable to succeed, he already had thoughts of retreating. A hint of panic flashed through his eyes. His next step forward suddenly slowed down. However, he still had to pretend to be calm. Then he stopped and flew back. At the same time, he tried his best to control his flying swords. He used all his trump cards because his flying swords were finally willing to use their natal supernatural power. They no longer hit anything. It was a sword formation that was connected to each other, blocking between the two sword cultivators. The demon of the man of sacrifice no longer had any misgivings. Although the old sword cultivator in front of him was not the person recorded in the book, killing another Jindan sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Chi was a pleasant surprise. It was a great merit. After using his natal flying swords to break through the opponent's sword formation, the demon of the man of sacrifice did not give his opponent a chance to retreat. He rushed forward and caught up with the anxious old sword cultivator. He slashed down with his sword. If he dared to save someone, he would have to pay with his life. In his panic, the old sword cultivator could only tilt his head and stretch out a hand to block the sword. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape the fate of being split in half. A moment later, the sacrificial demon of the man of sacrifice looked down in a daze. His soul trembled and his heart twisted. The old sword cultivator who was close to him still had a look of fear and uneasiness on his face. However, his opponent's left hand was firmly holding onto his sword. Not only that, his right hand was like a chisel through the enemy's formation, piercing through his opponent's chest. However, it did not penetrate through his back. His fist was clenched, and it just happened to grab onto an illusory Jindan. Before this, he had already used his explosive fist intent to destroy the chi dwelling near his natal aperture. It was as if he had completely isolated himself from the world. He did not give the sacrificial demon of the man of sacrifice the slightest chance to explode his Jindan. Before he died, the sacrificial demon of the man of sacrifice saw that the old sword cultivator was still in the mood to put on an act. He had a look of sincerity and fear in his heart. Then he smiled and said guiltily, "It was a small victory. I was just lucky." The attacking army of the wasteland world was split into two by the golden river created by the saints of the three sections. The sword immortals held their swords and guarded the river. The demons behind the sword immortals could only fight like trapped beasts. Without any reinforcements, they had to fight the sword immortals of the middle five realms who had left the city. However, it was not an easy task for the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi to guard the river and cut the battle formation in half. They wanted to stop the reinforcements from moving forward for a long time. Every sword immortal had to bear the brunt of the surging demon army. Outside the battlefield, in the first military tent, although there were some young children in this military tent, it was the largest tent among the 60 military tents. It was heavily guarded and had many rules. Unless there was an important military mission, Any outsiders who dared to enter the tent without permission would be killed immediately, even if they were sword immortals or great demons. Today, two esteemed guests of extremely high status had come to the first military tent. One of them was a muscular old man dressed in a crimson robe. His crimson robe was as dazzling as the clouds, flowing with red light that flickered in and out of existence. This was an immortal armament robe. It was rumored that he had obtained it from the Yeluo, one of the entrances to the Great Abyss, and that it had once been the foundation of the Great River. This old man was of extremely high seniority, on par with Yang Ji and Huang Wan. However, they had their own grudges, and their relationship was extremely complicated. This old man was one of the great demon candidates for the throne of the Martyr's Palace. He was even stronger than the great demon Chongguang, but he had always been a loner, so his reputation was inferior to Chongguang's. His most recent public appearance was that of Alliance, who had been rumored to be in the middle of the war. Afterward, he couldn't hold back and destroyed more than half of the old man's lair. Only then did the old man join forces with Chongguang and pursue Alliance for hundreds of thousands of li. They pursued Alliance all the way to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and conveniently received a blow from Dong Sangeng. Next to the old man stood a young great demon who carried as many as 5 long swords on his back. He was dressed in the equally famous emerald robe, banana-binding refinement. His appearance was handsome and young, but one of his eyes was a lifeless white. The young, great sword immortal did not try to hide it. He did not even bother to use camouflage. If it weren't for the eyeball destroying his appearance, he could probably compete with sword immortal Miyu of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in terms of appearance. However, the difference between him and the unpolished jade realm sword immortal Miyu was that this sword immortal great demon had extremely high swordsmanship. He was the youngest sword immortal great demon in the upper 5 realms. In the Battle of the 13, he had won fair and square against the great sword immortal Zhang Lu, who had been famous for a long time. The latter's reputation was ruined, and he was sent to guard the door of the inverted hanging mountain as a criminal. He could only spend time with the little Taoist child who liked to sit on a praying mat and read books. It was rumored that Zhang Lu had an extremely good relationship with the Ning Mansion sword immortal couple. However, the 3 of them who seemed to be friends didn't have a good ending. 2 died in battle, while the other survived and became a laughingstock. The female sword immortal Lu accompanied the leader of the tent, the young wooden clog. The 2 of them went out to welcome the guests. Wooden Clog said respectfully, "Greetings to Patriarch Guanxiang," and sword immortal Si Chun. Lu Bai's words were more casual and intimate. She smiled and said, "Greetings to old man Guanxiang and senior brother Si Chun." The great demon Guanxiang smiled and nodded. "Lu Bai girl is getting more and more beautiful. In the future, when you go to the vast world, I will personally help you catch some gentlemen and sages from the academy for you to choose." This was the benefit of having a master. Lu Bai's master was the 2nd highest throne, who was called the Bookworm under the pseudonym Zhou. He was known as the Psi of learning in the wild world. Sword immortal Si Chen happened to be Lu Bai's senior brother. Among Zhou's many disciples, they were all sword immortals. Si Chen, Kai Ying, Tong Xian, Tong Yin, Yu Zhao, and Lu Bai were all the seeds of the great path of 100 sword immortals evaluated by Moon Supporting Mountain. The 100 sword immortals evaluated by Moon Supporting Mountain were not ranked according to their realm. Lu Bai's senior brother Si Chen not only had a high realm, but his ranking was also extremely high. He was close to Lu Cha's direct disciple, Li Zhen, who was the last disciple of Moon Supporting Mountain. Lu Bai noticed Si Chen's abnormality and asked worriedly, "Senior brother Si Chen?" He didn't understand why senior brother Si Chen was seriously injured after not seeing him for a few years. The last time they parted, senior brother Si Chen was said to have received his master's order to travel. Si Chen pointed at his eyeball that was added back. A great demon's physique was tough, not to mention a great demon of the upper 5 realms. However, he didn't grow a new eyeball, nor did he refine the added eyeball. It was as if he deliberately let people find out that he was blind in one eye. He smiled and said, "That old blind man cut off one of my eyeballs and threw it to the watchdog to eat. It was extremely humiliating, but it was nothing more than that. If I don't take revenge, I won't feel at ease. However, if I want to take revenge, it won't be easy. I can only let outsiders see it as a reminder, so that I won't forget it after a long time." Wooden Claw was shocked, not to mention the old blind man who liked to drive the golden-armored puppets to move 100,000 mountains. Just the watchdog alone was said to be an Ascendant Realm great demon who broke through the bottleneck to find trouble. In the end, it failed to find trouble, so it stayed there and became a veritable lackey. That year, the great demon Guanxiang brought the sword immortal Si Chen to find the old blind man to talk about things, hoping that the old blind man could help and kill the world together. They didn't expect to part on bad terms. 12 against 13, the immortal realm confronting the Ascendant Realm. Even if they couldn't win and had no chance of winning, it was not impossible to escape. However, once the 12 and 13 realms confronted the next realm, it was really unreasonable. Of course, the Ascendant Realm sword immortal still had the power to fight. As long as the sword was fast enough, it could break the world that was manifested by the Great Tao. The legendary 14 realms, wherever the person was, the world would be there. The suppression of the Great Tao was everywhere. It was not as simple as a small world with a barrier. The Ascendant Realm Chi cultivators who were not sword immortals were the most uncomfortable in it. Therefore, the immortal realm sword immortal Si Chen suffered a great loss. It was really not that Si Chen's sword Tao was bad, but it was because the old blind man was too strong. He was so strong that an outsider in the desolate world was also the god of the vast territory of the 100,000 mountains. Alliance once had a very interesting analogy. The old blind man was the second master of the desolate world. Unless the second master, who had disappeared for 10,000 years, was unhappy and personally suppressed it, all the spells and supernatural powers were just fleeting clouds and flowing water. The great demon Guanxiang smiled and said, "Let's talk about business first. The Jiazi camp is afraid that you children will be depressed. According to the military records, this is the second time the Jiazi camp has rejected the Jiazi camp's suggestions. Therefore, I have to personally make a trip to tell you some inside stories. When you enter the Jiazi camp later, I will tell you the situation. It's fine if you know, but you must not spread it out." Everyone in the Jiazi camp stood up and respectfully welcomed the 2 seniors. One of them was an Ascendant Realm cultivator who had lived for a long time. Many pages of the old Almanac of the Desolate World had the old man's pseudonym and related deeds written on it. The other was young, had outstanding battle achievements, and was also a sword immortal. The old man smiled and nodded, indicating for everyone to take a seat. There was no need to be polite. The sword immortal Si Chen looked around. Those who were not sword immortals, he glanced at them. Those who were sword immortals, he took a few more glances. Li Zhen, Zhu Gong, you see? Tan, together with junior sister Lu, Bai. The Jiazi camp had 5 sword immortal embryos of the desolate world. The great demon Guanxiang said, "According to your plan, including Chongguang and I, the Ascendant Realm and Immortal Realm cultivators, how many sword immortals' heads can you get at most?" Wooden Clog said, "According to our plan, we only kill the jade, unpolished realm sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi first. Moreover, we have to kill the foreign sword immortals, including Yuan Qingxu and Pu He. If 2 of them die, the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi will definitely not retreat, nor will they be allowed to leave the battlefield. In the end, the best result is that we can kill 4, to 5 jade unpolished realm sword immortals and 2 great sword immortals. The worst result is that there will be 3 jade unpolished realm sword immortals and 1 great sword immortal. After that, the sword immortal guarding the river will have to retreat no matter what. Ooh, the great demon Guanxiang nodded. It's a good result. The Jiazi camp has carefully read your book. The plan is meticulous. Even if we exchange 1 for 1 with the Great Wall of Sword Qi, we can completely accept it. Therefore, this is also the reason why you are unwilling to accept it, right? Wooden Clog nodded and said, "That's right. It wasn't easy for us to force so many sword immortals to leave the city and fight. Even if the saints of the 3 sects helped them create a world and obtain a certain amount of protection, it is not unbreakable. Seniors, as long as you do your best, as long as there are less than 4 sword immortals' heads, I, Wooden Clog, am willing to let Li Jin chop off his head and bring it to the Jiazi camp to apologize to you seniors." The old man smiled and said, "How many times can the saints of the 3 sects on the city wall create the river to help cut off the battlefield and reduce the pressure on the sword immortals on the city wall? Do you have the results of your deductions?" Wooden Clog shook his head and said, "We have some guesses, but they are too mysterious. We don't dare to use our guesses as the basis to deduce the direction of the battlefield." The old man said, "Indeed, you can't be blamed for this. Such a major matter can only be answered by the Jiazi camp. You children can only rely on gambling even if you let your imagination run wild for 100 years. The result of the Jiazi camp is 3 times. After 3 times, the saints of the 3 sects will hurt the foundation of the great Tao." Wooden Clog was puzzled and asked, "Does the Jiazi camp want the saints of the 3 sects to die here?" The old man nodded and said, "After the great wall of sword Qi is breached, we can't stop the saints of the vast world who are guarding the sky screen from doing what they want. However, the saints of the 3 sects must die in the great wall of sword Qi. Therefore, the Jiazi camp has made a new decision. They won't accept your plan completely, but they won't sit by and do nothing. They will let the sword immortals show off their might. Me, Zhongguang, Shurchen, and a dozen others who have a high enough realm will all do our best. However, Shurchen, Lu Bai's master, and Zhu Jing's master will still not do anything." Ooh. The young man smiled brightly and said, "Seniors, your Jiazi camp is farsighted. I am sincerely convinced." The old man sighed and said, "You are the future of the desolate world. We are rotten and old." Then the old man turned his head and smiled. "Of course, Shurchen doesn't count. He is still very young." Wooden Clog suddenly said, "Patriarch Guanxiang, Shurchen Sword Immortal, I have a request." The old man said, "Let's hear it." Wooden Clog then told the old man about the siege that the Jiazi camp had already discussed. He hoped that in the next battle, when the sword immortals were guarding the river, the 5 sword immortals of the Jiazi camp would all come out and hide in the army. They would work together to besiege the new hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Chun Pingan. Therefore, Wooden Clog hoped that the Jiazi camp could arrange for a senior to be responsible for opening up a path of retreat. Of course, the Jiazi camp would also assess the situation. They wouldn't appear in a hurry from the beginning and put the senior in charge of opening the defense formation in too dangerous a situation. The old man said, "This is a big matter. It's useless even if I agree. I have to go to the Jiazi camp and mention it. Wait for my news." The young man thanked him. Lu Bai said, "Senior Shurchen, you must make Master agree." Shurchen said helplessly, "We have to see how effective your next 2 plans are. Otherwise, you know Master's temper very well. Other than the plan to deal with the sword immortals of Li City in the Golden River, in fact, there was also a competition between the younger generation of both sides. The undercurrent was already surging and waiting to be unleashed. With the Jiazi camp as the leader, several military camps worked together and carefully selected a large group of demon warriors. They were all Earth immortal sword immortals who had been stuck at the bottleneck of Jindan, or Yuaning, for many years. These heroes, who had become sword immortals but still ended up as warriors of sacrifice, were each given a small booklet written by the Jiazi camp before they rushed to the battlefield. The booklet recorded all the information about the 50 genius sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Ning Yao was on the first page. Qi Shou, Gao Yeho, Pang Yuanji, Situ, Weiran, Luo Zhini, Chen Sanqiu, Dong Huafu, Taizhang, Yan Xie, Suning, Chong Taiqing, Gu Jianlong, Guizhuzhou, Gao Yuqing. There was a long list of names: realms, flying swords, natal supernatural powers, temperament, fighting style, and the names of their friends who would appear in the same battlefield. The booklet was filled with detailed records. Even if there was a difference between the records and the hidden officials of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it wouldn't be too far off. However, when Pang Yuanji was recorded in the booklet, his name was crossed out, and the words "cannot be killed" were written in red. During this period, an old golden core demon sword immortal who volunteered to be a warrior of sacrifice was suddenly found by the military camp's cultivators before he went to the battlefield and was killed on the spot. The demon sword immortal was only shocked and didn't think much about it. Those who were already dead would die early. Those who were still alive would not be treated as a joke and would die later. He was probably a traitor who wanted to leak information to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This small story about the demon race and humans, sword immortals and life and death, wilderness, and the Great Wall of Sword Qi disappeared forever in the river of time. It was like a piece of duckweed that floated for a long time and then disappeared without a trace. This generation of the Great Wall of Sword Qi produced many geniuses. It was known as the Second Great Wall of Sword Immortals in 10,000 years. What the wilderness needed to do next was to use the Great Wall of Sword Immortals as the price to grind down this opponent into a Great Wall of Sword Immortals. It seemed like it was a success, but it wasn't a gain. However, that was not the case. Reality had proven that the Great Wall of Sword Qi's pure sword will, the older the sword will, the more it would not reject the sword immortals of the wilderness. As long as the latter's sword heart was pure and clear, they would be able to gain the favor of the ancient sword will and seize the opportunity of the great Tao. In terms of sword Tao providence, the Great Wall of Sword Qi was without a doubt the most majestic. Once the Great Wall of Sword Qi was breached, and all the sword immortals died, the wilderness would be able to seize more of the Great Wall of Sword Immortals. The 100 sword immortal seeds would be able to grow rapidly. On the battlefield, you didn't stay idle. She summoned her natal flying sword, Rain Veil, with all her might. Even if she couldn't help much, she wanted to prevent the old sword immortal from falling into a trap just to save them. After all, when sword cultivators nurtured their flying swords, other than tempering their sword intent, they could also temper their physique. As for the Fey race, their physique was innately tough. Once they were sword cultivators, the toughness of their physique would reach an exaggerated level. Rin even cooperated with Pu, used flying sword mystique to assassinate the demon cultivators. However, there were golden core demon cultivators on the other side, who purposely ignored Pu Yu and Rin Yi. Unless their flying swords were close to them, they would specifically target the young sword immortals whose cultivation was not high. This made it difficult for the two genius sword immortals to use their flying swords to their heart's content. The other young sword immortals had already received Pu Yu and Rin Yi's warning. For the time being, they only cared about supporting each other and controlling their flying swords to protect themselves. The old sword cultivator, who had sneakily hidden a golden core in his sleeve, seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as he was sent flying backward. After rolling to his feet, he vomited blood onto his palm and unleashed his flying sword to randomly stab the sword cultivator, who had already died. Then he was sent flying again and slid on the ground for several meters before he staggered to his feet and wiped the blood on his face. The old sword immortal reached out, and grabbed the Sword Immortal's sword on the ground. Another sharp sword light arrived in an instant. It was another golden core demon cultivator. The old Sword Immortal blocked the sword radiance with his sword. He slid backwards and plowed a deep trench in the ground. The Sword Immortal's sword was finally broken by the sword radiance. The old Sword Immortal pinched his fingers and controlled the broken sword to return to its sheath. He faced off against the golden core Sword Immortal who had come out alone. Not only were Puyu and the other young Sword Immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi shocked, but the golden core demon cultivators and their subordinates were also very confused. Since when did their side have two of the most valuable Sword Immortals in the wilderness? Chun Pingon had a rough idea of what was going on. The wilderness had been cut off from the battlefield this time, so they had already made arrangements. For example, Puyu and Ren-Yi had each summoned a golden core Sword Immortal. They were older and were likely to be Sword Immortals who had no hope of breaking through their bottlenecks. They were the most suitable Sword Immortals to serve as assassins. If this happened everywhere on the battlefield, it was a meticulous plan that the wilderness had long planned. It would be very troublesome for the young Sword Immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Therefore, Chun Pingon did not plan to stay for too long. After cleaning up the battlefield, he would first send a message to Wei Jin on the city wall and pass the news to the Summer Palace. After that, he would have to rush to the battlefield as soon as possible. After all, he was still Fan-Dash's guardian Sword Immortal. He had to fulfill his promise. Chun Pingon rolled up his sleeves, stomped on the ground, and instantly disappeared. The golden core demon cultivator was clearly at a loss. He had already sent out his flying sword, but he could not find anyone. What was he to do? In an instant, the lethargic golden core sword cultivator was sent flying. His unusually tough body directly broke through the encirclement. The demon clan member who was hit was smashed into pieces and died on the spot. The old Sword Immortal with the sword workshop sword on his back and the clothing workshop robe on his back followed like a shadow. Before the golden core Sword Immortal's body landed on the ground, he sent out a second punch, shattering his body and golden core together. In the next moment, the old Sword Immortal landed on the ground and secretly sent a message to the city wall. A portion of the earth, immortal Sword Immortals stationed on the city wall had to leave the city wall and conceal their aura. They would then try to kill the enemy Sword Immortals. The demon cultivators on the battlefield scattered like birds and beasts, frantically fleeing for their lives. A few golden core demon cultivators rode the wind and took out their defensive natal items. As long as they did not retreat too far to the south, changing the battlefield and continuing to fight was not a mistake. Moreover, the battlefield had been cut in half. The Wilderness War Supervisor really could not care less about the cowardice of the battlefield. Although the demon cultivators who went to the battlefield risked their lives to obtain merits, they were not courting death. Even touching the city wall a few times was good enough. In any case, it was still considered a merit. Puyu was a Sword Immortal. He was just chasing after the demon cultivators. Ren-Yi glanced at the old Sword Immortal flying away with a complicated expression. Puyu said helplessly, "There's no need to guess. It's that F*King's second shopkeeper." However, the two of them did not understand why the newly appointed hidden official seemed to be a completely different person after not seeing him for just a year, especially the last punch with a heavy killing intent. Even the young people on the Great Wall of Sword Chi felt uncomfortable and suffocated. If they were to fight against him on the battlefield, how would it feel? The two genius Sword Immortals who had been fighting for a long time almost simultaneously abandoned the distracting thoughts in their hearts. Their minds were clear, and their hearts were clear. They tried their best to attack as quickly as possible. As for whether the young hidden official was already a Sword Immortal or a new disguise, both of them were too lazy to guess. Anyway, they could not guess. As for the truth, only the heavens knew. No matter what, they only knew that he was actually a fellow of the same age. Now, killing golden core cultivators was like picking up grass. Under the fist and sword, all were ants. 646. Above the clouds, above the great wall of sword, Aura, the Taoist saint stood up and bowed respectfully to the visitor. He then smiled and said, "How rare." Chun Qingdu smiled and said, "The view from a high place is much better than what I can see from my small thatched hut." After exchanging pleasantries, there was nothing more to say. This big sword immortal, who rarely appeared above the clouds, looked towards the chaotic battlefield in the south. The Taoist saint suddenly asked, "Why does that young secluded official seem to be prejudiced against me?" Chun Qingdu said, "He is prejudiced against the entire Taoist sect, not just you. Actually, he also knows that this is inappropriate, but it is hard to change in a short period of time. There were always some strange people who were able to let go of the things they said about themselves, but they were unable to let go of the things they said about the people around them. Big Sword Immortal had seen many such people, not to mention those who were far away. There were those who were close to him, including Pang Yuanji. The Taoist saint lifted his sleeves and began to calculate. The Taoist was unwilling to do so in private, but since Big Sword Immortal had appeared, there was no need to hold back. He calculated with his fingers, and after a while, "I never thought that there would be such a huge grudge. No wonder." This Taoist saint was the person who was the furthest away from the mortal world in the entire Great Wall of Sword, Aura. He had truly achieved a clean cultivation. Not to mention the matters of the Great Wall of Sword, Aura, he did not even care about the ups and downs of his own sect. No one would come here to look for him, and he would not take the initiative to look for anyone. This Taoist saint, who was in charge of guarding the Great Wall of Sword, Aura, was an expert from the lineage of the Taoist ancestors' eldest disciple. If he returned to the Beko Keikyung building, there were 5 cities and 12 buildings. One of the buildings was extremely high, and it was his immortal cave abode where he cultivated. Chun Qingdu said, "It has been so many years. You have wasted your time, and it has been difficult for you to improve. It has been hard on you." The Taoist quickly bowed and said, "I'm sorry." Chun Qingdu said helplessly, "If that kid met you, the two of you would probably have a good chat." The Taoist calculated with his fingers again and shook his head, not necessarily. Chun Qing didn't want to say anything more, but it wouldn't be good to leave so soon, so he stood where he was and looked down at the battlefield in the south. The Taoist suddenly exclaimed, "Our young hidden official actually has some connections with that Sun Taoist of Xuandu Temple." The head of Xuandu Temple, Sun Huaizhong, was already extremely skilled in the sword. He was also known as the unshakable 5th person in the Qingming world. The Taoist side, "I never thought that Taoist Sun would actually leave his own world and make a trip to the vast world. It was fine if he didn't calculate, but once he calculated 10 times, 1,000 times. It was close to the heavens." Chun Qingdu said with a smile, "That Taoism's sword immortal lineage is quite something. That Taoist Sun is quite an interesting person. As long as the matter of swords was mentioned, if the big boss sword immortal said that he was something, then it was naturally something. Otherwise, why would Chun Qingdu have nothing better to do? Every now and then, he would catch a person beside him and say that their swordsmanship was not good enough. In terms of swordsmanship, he was already the undisputed number 1 in the world. The 4 immortal swords represented the 4 lineages of the world's swordsmanship. The celestial master residence of Mount Longhu had won, the most proud scholar of the Central Plains had won, the second Taoist had won, and the Sword Suppression Tower, one of the 9 great towers that the vast world had always claimed to be suppressing the last one. In fact, the immortal sword of the scholar of the Central Plains should belong to the Taoism sword immortal lineage. Logically speaking, it should be enshrined in the ancestral hall of Xuandu Temple. But this involved an extremely complicated network of origins. Furthermore, Sun Huaizhong of the Xiandu Temple was a cultivator who was more chivalrous than immortal. He was unwilling to take it back to the Qingming world. This led to the scholar's magnificent feat of breaking open the Yellow River Grotto Heaven with one sword. And the sentence that spread throughout the world, Baiye's poetry is invincible, the proudest in the world, the Taoist side. I suddenly thought of the Xiandu Temple. When the peach blossoms bloom, if there are orioles on the flowers, it's especially moving. Even if one doesn't dare to move one's eyes, one's soul will be moved. Chun Qingdu laughed and said, "Not extremely beautiful." The Taoist shook his head. "That's vulgar. The wine shop that had 3 shops had little business. In fact, it was not only this shop, but all the restaurants and wine shops in the city were the same. Only the old, the young, the women, and the men who had destroyed their natal flying swords and could not be considered sword cultivators would stay in the city. Moreover, the battle at the top of the city wall was fierce. Few people would spend money to drink at this time. The 2 shop assistants of the same age in the shop, the young man Qiu Long and the young lady Lu Yi, were puzzled. This was because the youngest shop assistant in the shop, the child Taoban, ran all the way to Feng Kangle. They whispered to each other and ran away together. When they came back, the 2 children were bruised and covered in dust. They sat down. Feng Kangle asked his father to make 2 big bowls of yangchun noodles. He and Taoban just ate the noodles. They were too small, and their feet were off the ground. The 2 children had to lean over the table to eat the noodles. There were no pickles because Taoban said that if they did not buy wine, there would not be pickles to eat. This was the shop's rule. Lu Yi sat at the table and asked with a smile what happened. Feng Kangle was unhappy as he buried his head in the noodles. Taoban said angrily, "A bunch of little bastards scolded our second manager for being heartless and not a good person. Anyway, they said a lot of nasty things. Didn't they deserve a beating? So Kangle and I beat them up." The young lady quipped, "Who was the one beating who?" Feng Kangle scoffed. "They had more people." "All right. How could we fight with just the 2 of us? It's said in the books that 2 fists are no match for 4. Don't you know that?" The more Taoban spoke, the angrier he became. What's most infuriating are those who watch the show from the sidelines. All of them heard the second manager's story of not accepting money, but they did not help us. This bunch of people are even more heartless. Lu Yi held back her laughter. "I'll go get those 2 eggs. You can take them to disperse the bruises." Taoban nodded. "Kangle, get your father to make 2 more bowls of yangchun noodles. We can each have a bowl of yangchun noodles. With a fried egg, it'll be very fragrant." Feng Kangle leaned his head over and whispered, Don't. We are injured. It'll be better later. It's best if the second manager sees it." Taoban asked, "Why?" "The second manager is so stingy. It's not like he'll give you money." Feng Kangle chuckled. "I'll listen to a story." Taoban rolled his eyes. "And then tell it to that little girl? You're still too young. You don't know that these pretty little girls are also smart. It's more important if your family has money or not." "Ooh." Feng Kangle smiled. "My family has money now." Taoban silently ate the yangchun noodles. Feng Kangle scratched his head and whispered, "Taoban, if you lack money in the future, remember to borrow it from me first. My jar is full of copper coins. It's very heavy now. I can't even carry it. But those are my wife's money. When I get a wife, remember to return them to me." Feng Kangle and Taoban talked about everything. One time, they talked about his grievances. He got up in the middle of the night to pee outside the door. In the end, he fell asleep next to the broom at the door. He slept like a log. In the end, his parents searched for him in the middle of the night. When they finally found him, his mother spanked him until his buttocks bloomed. When Taoban heard about this, he lowered his head and cried. Later, Feng Kangle found out that Taoban's ancestors, including his parents, were all laborers in the clothing store. Taoban could not see his parents at all. Taoban suddenly laughed. Actually, I also like that little girl. Feng Kangol was dumbfounded. Taoban laughed. I'm just teasing you. Girl, what's there to like? Feng Kangol also laughed. The youth Chiu Long took 2 eggs and said with a smile, "Put it on my tab." Taoban imitated the second manager and gave a thumbs up. Generous. Feng Kangol nodded. The second manager and I are close friends. Our relationship is very good. Later, I'll ask him to be the matchmaker and give Lu Yi to you. The youth was speechless. The girl blushed. Her face was as red as a peach blossom. The cold shelter palace of the hidden officials had always been empty. Today, there were more than 10 people. Other than a white-haired old woman, they were all children. The youngest was 4 or 5 years old, while the oldest was only 7 or 8 years old. There were both boys and girls, but their backgrounds were as different as the clouds and mud. There were children of rich and powerful families from Tai Siang Street and Yushu Street, and there were also little bumpkins from the streets and alleys. The old woman said, "You are all martial artists. In the past, there were some grandmasters of martial arts in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. However, most of them did not live long. It was hard to live more than 100 years. The path of martial arts relies on talent and hard work. Therefore, if you don't live long, your realm will not be high. I'm one of the luckier ones. Do you know who I am?" "Ooh," a child from Tai Siang Street said in a childish voice. "Nanny Bai from the Ning Mansion. She's an old woman with a hard fist." "Yes, I'm Bai Lian Shuang. I'm from the Ning Mansion. I'm a female martial artist. My fist art is not bad." The old woman nodded with a smile. She kicked the child's stomach and sent him flying. He fell on the ground and rolled around. In the end, he curled up. It was so painful that tears and snot came out of the child's nose. The old woman asked again, "Do you know why I gathered you here?" A little girl from Yushu Street said with a pale face, "Nanny Bai, I want to be a sword cultivator. I don't want to learn martial arts. It's useless." The old woman rubbed the little girl's head and pressed her gently. The latter sat on the ground. The old woman glanced at the delicate child on the ground. She weighed her for a while and could only say that her foundation was not bad. She smiled and said, "Whether you want to be a sword cultivator and whether you can become 1 or 2 different things. I had the same idea as you when I was young. However, I couldn't become a sword cultivator. There's nothing I can do about it. It can't be forced." Just as the little girl was about to speak, the old woman smiled and said, "Don't worry. After a month, those who want to learn martial arts might not be able to stay. Those who don't might stay." The old woman turned to look at the group of children who looked cautious but had passionate eyes. The foundation of martial arts is not as important as learning the sword, but it's only relative. But whether you can do it or not, you'll only know after you've suffered a lot, right? The group of children nodded one after another. The old woman said, "First, learn 2 fist stances from me. Without a stance, or a house without a pillar, you won't succeed. First, I'll teach you 2 stances, 1 standing and 1 walking. It's easy to get started, but not easy to master. Practice 1,000 moves, and familiarity is the most important." After the old woman taught the 8 children how to stand and walk, she walked slowly. She looked at the children's awkward stances and said slowly, "After 1,000 punches, your movements will be natural. Don't believe this statement even if you want to. If you believe it, you'll need to practice more. If you don't believe it, you'll be natural after 1,000 punches. Even if you're a martial arts genius with good foundation, aptitude, and temperament, it'll still be difficult to get the fist intent in your body after 1,000 punches." The child, who was rolling on the ground, sat on the ground. He was really a ghoul. He gritted his teeth and said, "That genius martial artist from the Central Divine Continent, Chao Siai, does he need to practice 1,000 punches for the same fist technique? Definitely not. The old woman was not angry. She looked at the child and said with a smile, "In the vast world, martial arts are great. Pure martial artists can be unreasonable with their fists, but they also pay attention to etiquette before they learn martial arts and morality before they learn martial arts." The child crossed his arms and sneered, "I'm teaching you fist techniques, and you're talking reason with me? Granny Bai, I don't think your fist technique is that good." The old woman's expression became more and more amiable. She bypassed the row of 8 children who were already swaying. The heart is righteous, the fist is righteous. The heart is evil, the fist is evil. So, teaching fist techniques is teaching people. The child looked at the old woman, who was smiling more and more. He knew something was wrong. He said loudly, "You're an old woman. Rather than learning fist techniques from you, I'd rather learn from the second shopkeeper. He's a master. I've seen him fight with my own eyes. Although he lost to Chao Ci 3 times earlier. Didn't he also win against Yu Juanfu 3 times later?" The old woman laughed. "You're smart, kid. All right, get up. Do your stance with the others. If you do it well, you'll get hit less. The 6-step stance I taught you just now was taught by Mr. Chen." The child stood up and rubbed his stomach. He grimaced. It really hurt. The old woman smiled. The child's pain was real. It was only superficial and would be over soon. The child muttered, "I have some food at home. I don't need to do this." The old woman glanced at him. The child immediately wailed, I'll learn. Okay?" The old woman felt helpless. When it came to dealing with children, her son-in-law was better. Actually, she was not even good at teaching fist techniques. Even though Bai Lianshuang was the only level 10 martial artist on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Even when she was teaching her son-in-law at Ning Manor, the old woman felt bad about it. She could not bring herself to give him a heavy punch. However, her son-in-law had said that the martial artist seeds on the Great Wall of Sword Chi were insignificant on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. No one knew what would happen in the future. Even if she took a step back, it was still a good thing to have a skill to rely on. Chun Pingon found a secluded area and changed his face to that of a teenager. He secretly took out a long sword he borrowed from the sword workshop and put away the broken long sword on his back. He would have to return it to Pang Yuanji when the time came. He flew on the sword again. His aura changed from an old man past his prime to a young man full of vigor. His eyes were bright and clear. The great refined flying sword Day 1 and 15, the hateful sword Mountain Imitation, sword Pine Needle, and Cough Thunder. Unless it was an emergency, he would not use any of them. The immortal weapon Sword Saint and the Taoist robe Golden Wine had been given to Ning Yao. Therefore, Chun Pingon's sword Kinesis Flight, as well as the conjuring of 1 or 2 intrinsic flying swords from the account book, was the best disguise for him to enter the battlefield as a true sword cultivator. As for the skin on the faces made by Julien, that was secondary. After all, it was never a burden to have more skills. The more the better. Chun Pingon had a thought. He flew on the sword and looked at the situation on the battlefield. Soon, he flew on the sword close to the ground again. On the battlefield, thousands of sword cultivators chiseled their way down south, forcing the demon army to the south. The fiercest battle was still at the line of the Golden River. The army of the demon clan further south was swarming towards the long river guarded by the Sword Immortal. Usually, the moment the Sword Immortal struck out with his sword, the army of the demon clan could instantly pile up a sloping hill. The invisible barrier that squeezed the small world of the long river was smashed by the waves of the Golden River, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The waves came and went, leaving behind countless piles of white bones. The white bones were then covered by the demon clan behind, layer upon layer, constantly eroding the text bank on the southern bank of the Golden River. The Sword Saint could only retract his sword a little and clean up the battlefield in front of him. He did not want the bones and flesh to pile up and corrode the golden river. The sage's words that were as small as the head of a fly, and the swaying golden lotuses in the long river were disappearing all the time. It was only because the saints of the three sects kept reinforcing the long river from afar that this small world did not dissipate too quickly. On the battlefield, there were already a few great demons who had personally broken the array. There were also demon cultivators who had the innate supernatural powers of moving mountains and moving rivers. They kept smashing down mountains on the Golden River and the Sword Saints' heads, or pouring rain that was filled with energy and filth. Some of the great demons directly used spells to crack the ground and hollow out the ground. Some of them rode on huge demons to break through the ground and dig deep into the ground. With a loud rumble, they tore the ground apart and endured the Sword Saints' sword slash. They also tried to turn the indestructible Golden River into a floating river that had no soil to rely on. They could allow the demon army on the southern battlefield to quickly connect with the army on the northern battlefield. The two saints who were sitting at the two ends of the city wall used their supernatural powers almost at the same time. Not only did the water of the entire river surge and pour down like a waterfall, but the golden lotuses also suddenly grew their roots and drooped down with the water of the river, taking root in the deeper parts of the earth. Above the golden lotuses, there were also rows of fine golden words entangled on them. The contents of the words were the famous poems of the world's literary heroes and poets who praised the lotus. In the long river, near the feet of one of the female sword immortals, there was a lotus flower. It was especially large and beautiful, reaching a height of more than 1,000 feet. Its fragrance spread far and wide, and it condensed into strands of golden spiritual energy. In the end, it condensed into droplets of water that rolled onto the lotus leaves, making tinkling sounds. The rows of golden words were like little birds that relied on people. They were like the shadows of trees that danced in the wind. They were slow and cute, the flowers of water and land. The cute ones are preserved, not creeping and not branching. The plants are pure and clear. They grow out of the mud without being stained. The female sword saint's figure landed on the lotus leaves that were constantly growing. Standing in the middle of the golden lotus, the world became clearer and more spiritual energy was abundant. Every time the woman attacked with her sword, it became smoother and more relaxed. At that moment, the female sword saint, who was already extremely beautiful, became even more stunning. The male sword saint next to her was extremely ruthless when he attacked the enemy. His sword did not stagnate at all. At the same time, he said to her telepathically, "Are you really not willing to be my sister-in-law?" The female sword saint, Zhou Cheng, said indifferently, "Miyu is just an embroidered pillow. He even likes to speak sour words that I don't understand. It's extremely annoying." Ooh. Miyu was silent for a moment and asked again, "Then what about me?" Zhou Cheng was also silent for a moment before she replied, "Too ugly." Miyu, who had just become a great sword saint, was not angry. Instead, he laughed heartily and attacked with a new sword. In between life and death, one could see the great elegance of a sword saint. Chun Pingan was extremely fast on his sword. He went straight to the battlefield in the south to find the group of sword cultivators who were the fastest to invade the south. With Stackcliffe and Dong Haitan opening the way with their swords, it was difficult to slow down. The demon army also gave up on the idea of charging forward. If they could successfully kill the sword cultivators who had left the city to fight, the merit would be greater than climbing the city wall. Moreover, once they approached the city wall, the sword cultivators stationed there would only become fiercer and fiercer. They would only die quickly. Besieging and hunting the sword cultivators who were in the battlefield would at least allow them to live for a while longer. Therefore, on the vast battlefield south of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and north of the Golden River, encirclements of different sizes were unintentionally formed. He saw many familiar faces near and far. Sword Saint Tao was at the front line furthest from the battlefield. Together with the other sword saints, they defended the Golden River tightly, other than Pu Yu and Ren Yi, whom he met earlier. There was also the nascent soul sword saint Yi Zhenchuan, who was acting as the guardian sword saint. There were also frequent customers of the wine shop who drank a lot of Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven's wine and ate a lot of Yangchun noodles. There were also many bachelors and gamblers who lost money on bets along the way to find Ning Yao and the others. Chen Pingon could only do what he could to save a few sword cultivators who were in dire straits, allowing them to temporarily leave the encirclement. According to the rules set by the hidden officials, sword cultivators of different realms would have different distances to advance south to carve the formation and kill the demons. After reaching a certain distance, or after killing a corresponding number of demons, they could retreat north and return to the base of the Great Wall of Sword Chi to recuperate. If they had the strength to spare, they could continue south. If they suffered heavy losses, they could directly ascend the city wall and replace them with a group of sword cultivators who had recuperated and rushed to the battlefield. They could not be greedy and advance prematurely, nor could they think of exchanging their lives with the demons. If there were two groups of sword cultivators on the same battle line, one would retreat and the other would advance. The former had to be decisive. Otherwise, if the sword cultivators on the lower city continued to fight and did not retreat, they would suffer heavy casualties and would rather die than retreat. The latter could only leave the city in advance and fill in the gaps. In the long run, the entire battle line in the north-south direction would be completely ruined and become a mess that needed additional sword cultivators to clean up. At the end of the day, the hidden officials still hoped that the sword cultivators could survive and continue to attack. This way, more people would be able to survive. However, in a war, people were destined to die and die again. They were separated by life and death. On the battlefield, they were like neighbors facing each other. The demon army, whose retreat was blocked, had to be completely annihilated. The sword cultivators of the middle five realms who entered the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Chi had to minimize casualties as much as possible. Currently, there was an endless stream of migrating armies from the wilderness to the northern battlefield. However, every time a sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Chi died in battle, it meant that the Great Wall of Sword Chi had lost a portion of its battle strength. These were only the calculations in the cold accounts book. How could the human heart be calculated? On the battlefield where both sides were slaughtering each other, comparatively speaking, the group of sword cultivators who had left the city closest to the Golden River were like a sword formation. Everyone stopped in their tracks in an instant, no longer charging forward. Even Stack Zhang, who was in a killing frenzy, sheathed her sword and chose to retreat several hundred feet. She held her greatsword mountain suppression with both hands and bent slightly. The tip of her sword touched the ground as she stood shoulder to shoulder with Dong Huafu. Their intrinsic flying swords were still slaughtering their enemies without stopping. The reason was simple. They had broken through the formation too quickly and were constantly flanked by demons. Further back on the battlefield was Ning Yao, who was wearing a golden robe and carrying a sword case on her back. The sword case contained the sword immortal. Ning Yao only held one sword in her hand. 200 feet to the left and right of Ning Yao were Qin Sanxiu and Yen's were respectively. Fan Dash stood even further back. This group of sword cultivators was supposed to continue advancing 150 kilometers before retreating to kill the fish that had escaped the net behind them. However, Ning Yao's words just now did not seem right. For Ning Yao to feel that something was wrong, as long as Stack Zhang and Dong Haitan had not lost their minds, they had to be careful and treat it seriously. Chun Sanxiu and Yen Zhua liked to use their respective Sutra and Purple Lightning as their flying swords. Apart from their respective intrinsic flying swords, the trajectories of the two swords were extremely orderly. Sutra's long sword was about half the height of Chun Sancho's waist. With Chun Sancho as the center, it quickly drew a large circle 2 kilometers away. Yen's was purple lightning drew another circle around the neck of the slightly taller man. The two swords did not clash with each other. Once a demon managed to break through the encirclement by luck, brute force, or a protective Dharma treasure, the two of them did not need to care about it. Everything was left to Ning Yao and Fan Dash to clean up. It was very simple and direct. As for manager Stack Zhang, who only cared about his head and not his body, and Dong Haiten, who was hacking away, Chun Sancho and Yen, so a circular sword formation could not be bothered with the two at the front. After all, if there were any accidents, Ning Yao, who was presiding over the situation, would naturally resolve it. Chun Sancho originally had a cloud pattern sword, which he had already lent to Fan Dash. These high-quality swords were all good swords that Alliance had borrowed from the Baek-ho Kaekyung building in the Dali dynasty. Only the righteous chi had been taken to the righteous world by the Confucian gentleman that Stack Zhang liked. Ning Yao said again, "There should be an ambush. In a while, I will hold back the few with the highest cultivation. You guys can retreat without worry." Her tone was similar to how she usually spoke. However, only Stack Zhang, who was also a woman, could hear some clues. Ning Yao hid a little resentment. Stack Zhang was also helpless. After all the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage moved to the summer palace, the young hidden official had not appeared on the city wall for a long time. Even Fan Dash, who had finally become a Jindan sword cultivator, did not come to drink a jug of celebratory wine. After all, the first person that Fan Dash wanted to tell the good news to was no longer his good friend, Chun Sancho. Ning Yao looked around. The situation on the battlefield was actually not out of the ordinary. Anyway, there was a dense demon army in all directions. Ning Yao frowned. She was just about to remind Fan Dash to retreat first and then let Stack Zhang and Dong Haiten, who were at the front, bring up the rear for Fan Dash to prevent him from being surrounded by the demon army. As for herself, she was relatively slower than Chun Sancho and Yen Zhua. Chun Sancho had the sorcerer's robe and the life-saving talisman, while Yen Zhua was naturally good at protecting himself. These two friends might not be able to kill as fast as Dai Zhang and Dong Haiten, but there was an excellent balance between killing and saving themselves. However, before Ning Yao could voice her thoughts, she was slightly surprised to find that Fan Dash had already flown up on his sword and retreated to the north without saying anything. Ning Yao was somewhat puzzled. Since when had Fan Dash become so smart? Not only that, Fan Dash was also narrowly dodged by the magical treasures and spiritual weapons of the demon army time and time again by the skin of his teeth. In the end, the person grabbed Fan Dash's shoulder and shouted "Go" with a smile. He swung his arm and kicked the hilt of the cloud-patterned sword, causing Fan Dash and his sword to fly even faster. In the blink of an eye, he was thrown more than 1,000 feet away. The Jindan sword cultivator Fan Dash, who had left the battlefield in a rather embarrassing manner, flew on his sword extremely quickly. He did not hesitate and did not care about anything else. There were only two reasons for this: the dash that he had not heard for a long time, and the person's concise words, "Why are you still not running? Do you want to be killed?" At the same time, a voice that could not be more familiar sounded in the minds of all the sword cultivators. It spoke very quickly: "Retreat in order. Ning Yao and I will be at the rear. Chun Sancho and Yen Zhua will be in the middle to provide support. Stack Zhang and Dong Haiten will be in charge of opening a path behind Fan Dash. Between the three of us, we only need to keep a distance of 1,000 feet. It cannot be too long or too short. The enemy has a lot of ambushes, and I have only found 2 for now. Stack Zhang is in the northeast, 300 feet away, and Fan Dash is in the southwest, about 120 feet away. Be especially careful. The enemy sword cultivators have taken the initiative to attack Dash. You will be surrounded and attacked by reinforcements. Dash, please make the trajectory of your flying sword more enchanting. It will not stop until midwinter. Once the enemy's flying sword stops in midair, are you planning on crashing into it? Sancho, Fatty Yen, be prepared to use your magic treasures at any time. The enemy is determined to kill you this time. The men of sacrifice are all sword cultivators of the demon clan. They will not let us retreat easily. Remember to protect Fan Dash at the same time. As usual, he was long-winded and fussy. Chun Pingon could only arrange his troops as quickly as possible. There was no need to say more about his guesses. There would definitely be 2 or 3 nascent soul sword cultivator deathsworn who would be hidden extremely well, waiting for an opportunity to strike. There might even be a demon sword cultivator at the Jade Unpolished Realm who would hide even deeper. He would copy the sword Immortal Eye Halberd and disregard his life to deliver a single strike. The reason could not be simpler. Among this batch of sword cultivators, apart from the newly ascended Jinan Fan Dash, everyone else was on the list of people who had to be killed in the wilderness. Ning Yao, Chen Sancho, Dong Huadu, Stack Shang, Yen Zhua. They were all outstanding figures in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Ning Yao raised her eyebrows. She seemed to be annoyed by that person's incessant nagging. In fact, her most beautiful eyes in the world were filled with happiness, joy, and pride. It was like the ripples on a lake that were slightly ruffled by the spring breeze. Beside Ning Yao, a slender young man hovered on his flying sword. She and him were no longer just Ning Yao of Sword Qi Changcheng and Chun Pingon of the vast world. They were sword cultivators who appeared on the battlefield together. Everything was difficult at the beginning. This person beside her liked to think too much, so doing things was even more difficult than the beginning. But as long as she gave him a start, she did not need to worry about him anymore. For example, liking her. For example, practicing martial arts. For example, becoming a sword cultivator, and then a great sword immortal. Ning Yao asked in her mind, "Life-bound flying sword?" Chun Pingon smiled and replied, "2." Ning Yao did not speak further. See, Chun Pingon naturally did not know what Ning Yao was thinking, nor did he have the time to guess her thoughts. What worried him the most was that the enemy's loyalists had chosen not to act and continued to conceal their tracks. Ning Yao and company were in charge of the battle line. There were no more sword cultivators on the city walls to replace them. They also needed to kill the most enemies and be the fastest to penetrate the enemy's formation. Only when they approached the Golden River could they be considered to have succeeded. Once they were evenly matched, Fan Dash, who had just entered the Golden Core realm, would be the best breakthrough point. If they were to ask Fan Dash to leave the battlefield and watch from the sidelines, it would be unreasonable. No matter what, Chun Pingon was only certain that his appearance might have killed an accident, but it could also bring about an even bigger accident. This was like Xianxian and Su Ning's 2 plans. Before the results were revealed, no one knew which plan was better. The most helpless part was that Su Ning's plan might not be better than Xuanxian's once it was implemented by the hidden officials. But at the time, Chun Pingon had not been willing to say such harsh words. It was inconvenient for Chou Miao to say this, and Lin Junbai did not dare to say it. Compared to the plans of the heavens, no matter how much effort you spared, you would still give others a feeling of insignificance and powerlessness. This was the greatest feeling in Chun Pingon's heart after he became the hidden official. The group retreated as they fought. Stack Shang and Dong Huafu did their best to protect Fan Dash as they retreated from the battlefield, with Ning Yao and Chun Pingon behind them. Chen Sancho and Yen Zhua did not have any worries. Their focus was still on killing the monsters. Ning Yao did not summon her flying sword. She only held her sword and attacked. She still gave people the illusion that the essence of swordsmanship in the world was nothing more than two words, sword after sword. Compared to Ning Yao's previous calm and composed demeanor, her sword became extremely fast. Sword energy swept through the air, instantly slicing apart a large number of corpses. As for Chun Pingan, he rode his sword beside Ning Yao. For a time, he had nothing to do, so he paid more attention to the clues on the battlefield. In addition to the two sword cultivators that had exposed themselves, there was also a monster race sword cultivator with a golden core aura that Chun Pingan had found. Because Ning Yao's sword energy had inadvertently swept past him, only this cultivator was able to dodge a little faster. There was an imperceptible stagnation in his movements, and in order to not reveal his identity, he even deliberately suffered some injuries, allowing the sword energy to cut off a large chunk of flesh from his shoulder. Ning Yao's sword was fast, and sometimes she even seemed aimless. This was clearly done on purpose so that Chun Pingan could see more details. Ning Yao had been the fastest to break through the array formation and was the closest to the Golden River. But unknowingly, she had become the closest sword cultivator to the city walls. Chun Sancho and the others didn't care about this at all. In any case, no one in the monster army on this line would steal from them. Moreover, no one thought that they would be slower to break through the array formation than the sword cultivators on the other lines. This was because there was Ning Yao, and now there was also Chun Pingan. Everyone felt that this was the most natural thing to do. After temporarily distancing themselves from that dangerous accident, Fan hesitated to speak. Chun Sancho said in a soft voice, "It's fine. Don't feel ashamed." Stack Sham and the others also felt that Fan intended to take the lead and return to the city walls. But Fan said, "My boundary is the lowest, and my skills are the worst. Then let me be the bait. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves remembering. Rather than everyone being distracted, it's better to take the initiative to break through the situation." Chun Pingan was a bit surprised. Fan looked at Chun Pingan. "What do you think, Array Guardian Sword Master?" Chun Pingan thought for a while and nodded with a smile. "All right." Chun Pingan looked at the front of the battlefield. An extremely strange scene had appeared on the battlefield. The monster army was gathered in a line 1,000 feet away from the young sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. None of them were willing to charge forward no matter what. Chun Pingan said, "I'll bring up the rear. You just need to attack with your swords." Then Chun Pingan looked at Ning Yao. Ning Yao nodded and said, "All right." Ning Yao's sword returned to the scabbard on her back, but the sword immortal was unsheathed and held in her hand. "I'll open the array." Stack Zhang and Dong Waffle looked at each other and smiled. "All right." Chun Sancho and Yen Zhuo were filled with anticipation. The reason was simple. How did Fan feel when he fought alongside them? In that case, Chun Sancho and the others, who had fought alongside Ning Yao all these years, felt even more so. Because Ning Yao had always been accommodating and taking care of these geniuses, she had been restrained for a long time when it came to attacking with her sword. Finally, Ning Yao added, "I'll open the array very quickly. Don't be unable to keep up. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, Book Dweller." "647. Chao Ci was a martial artist with his fists. Ning Yao was a swordsman with her sword. It was as though she was born with a mystical phenomenon of heaven and earth. This was different from Chun Pingan's first intrinsic flying sword, Sparrow in the Cage, and Qi Jinglong's rules, which he claimed to have read from books. Both of them could use their flying swords' intrinsic mystical powers to create a small world of their own. It was completely different from the first two. Therefore, when Ning Yao took the lead and walked out of the group with the sword immortal in hand, she was about to break the array. The demon army, which had already been stuck in a stalemate, began to retreat involuntarily. This resulted in the front line of the army becoming denser and more bloated. Perhaps this was how all living things reacted to the changes in heaven and earth by instinct. It was like how humans could sense the changes in the four seasons. Chun Pingan was actually looking forward to Ning Yao attacking without any scruples. All this while, he had never seen the real Ning Yao on the battlefield. As for the sword immortal that Chun Pingan had spent a lot of effort to tame, when it was in his hands, its temper was as bad as a big boss. However, when it landed in Ning Yao's hands, it became as obedient as a little girl. Chun Pingan didn't mind at all. Ning Yao walked forward slowly and was not in a hurry to deliver the first strike. The sword immortal in her hand swirled with golden light. Together with the golden Taoist robe that was already eye-catching on the battlefield, Ning Yao looked like a supreme god on the battlefield. Using this opportunity, Chun Pingan asked Chun Sancho and Yen Zhua about the details of the battle in which they had broken the array. For example, the approximate number of Dragon Gate Realm and Golden Core Realm demon cultivators who were not seriously injured and had a high cultivation realm, their appearances, dermic powers, and intrinsic items. During the retreat, Chun Pingan had spent most of his time searching for the hidden sword cultivator loyalists. It was inevitable that he would miss out on a large number of details. If he were to ask about the stacked mountain seal or Dong's Wufu, it would be a waste of time. They had killed their way through, and their flying swords had collided with each other. It was likely that these two would not even be able to remember the rough merits. Chun Pingan quickly reminded everyone with his words, "You don't have to think too much about breaking the formation. Kill the enemy on the spot. Fan dash, and I will add a few more strikes. You don't have to think too much about anything except for Ning Yao to activate the formation. Sancho, the four of you, the most important thing for you to do is to force the group of men of sacrifice to reveal themselves by accidentally injuring them on a large scale. I will point out their identities and positions one by one. If the time is right, you can take care of them by yourselves. If you really can't handle it, then listen to my reminder. Act according to the time and place, and try to work together to kill it." Fan Dash was actually a little nervous. In the end, he was still worried that he would become a burden to these friends. At this moment, after listening to Chun Pingan's detailed arrangement of troops, he felt a little more at ease. Chun Pingan only said to Fan Dash, "How is it not heroic to pretend to be a hero in the heat of the moment?" Fan Dash took a deep breath and smiled. "That's true. Right now, Dong's Wufu's appearance was between that of a teenager and a young man. Only his parents had given him the wrong name, but not his friends in the Jianghu had given him the wrong nickname. Dong Haitan was indeed a little dark. He would probably never be able to get rid of this nickname in his life. Dong Haitan, who spent money recklessly, never gave credit to Dong's Wufu. He had chosen the Hongzhuang with the most feminine name and the most graceful style. The blade of the sword was as slender as a willow branch. Stacked mountain seal held Jinyu. The one-armed female head shopkeeper was actually a graceful woman with delicate features. Her sword was a broadsword with a wide blade. Dong, Zhufu, and Stacked Mountain Seal, who had the heaviest killing intent, would follow closely behind Ning Yao, one on the left and one on the right. They would do their best to help Ning Yao, who was leading the charge, and tear a larger hole in the army of demons. If Ning Yao's attack would determine the speed at which the group of sword cultivators could break the formation, then Stacked Mountain Seal and Dong Zhufu's responsibilities would not be light either. If the overall killing power of the 7-person sword formation was not great enough, even if they succeeded in breaking through the formation, they would still be able to reach the Golden River guarded by the Sword Immortal at their fastest speed. In reality, it would not be of much significance to the overall situation of the battlefield. Chun Sancho and Yenzhua, who were roughly behind Dong, Zhufu, and Stacked Mountain Seal, were responsible for helping the two in front to stabilize the battle line and slay even more demons on the battlefield. The formation was about to be opened. Chun Pingon also restrained his expression. He was immersed in his thoughts and kept his sword a few feet above the ground. His identity might not be able to fool some of the sword cultivators, but it had a hidden use. Once those sword cultivators, in order to stabilize the situation on the battlefield, used their thoughts to inform some of the important demon cultivators other than the sword cultivators, then as long as one or two of their eyes accidentally glanced at the young sword cultivator, Chun Pingon would be able to use the opportunity to find one or two more key enemies. In order to make a big deal, one had to haggle over the smallest details. As the 6 sword cultivators moved forward separately, Chun Pingon, who was in charge of bringing up the rear, had unknowingly arrived at the very back of the battlefield. He suddenly laughed. As expected, the golden robe Ning Yao wore was the most beautiful. As for the snow-white robe Puyu was wearing, he did not have any recollection of it at all. Of course, since Ning Yao was on the battlefield, any sort of camouflage was useless. Firstly, her sword cultivator friends were all young geniuses of the same age. More importantly, if Ning Yao attacked with her sword, it would be too obvious. After all, for someone like Chun Pingon, who believed that it was never a burden to have more skills, if he could use 2 taels of strength to kill an enemy, he would not use half a kilogram of strength. It was indeed rare for someone to be so ruthless as to be willing to wear the skin of a woman and even pretend to be a spy for the demon race. Ning Yao flashed and instantly traversed hundreds of feet, sweeping her sword horizontally. On the front line of the demon army, the 1,000-foot-wide battlefield was completely sliced apart by the golden sword radiance. A nascent soul realm demon cultivator, who was in charge of supervising the battle, gave orders from the rear. He used a spell to kill dozens of cowardly demons on the front line. Ning Yao floated forward in a straight line. After she attacked with her sword, she did not bother to attack again. Using the sword radiance to kill the demons, she only used her majestic sword Qi to open a path. Vaguely, it was very similar to Zhuozhua, who had the highest swordsmanship. There was too much sword Qi and too much momentum. It was simply an indestructible lesser heaven and earth sword formation. If she wanted to attack with her sword, she would have to see if the person was worthy of her attack. The demon cultivators were unwilling and did not dare to wait for death. Dozens of spiritual weapons and several natal magic treasures were crazily smashed towards the ball of sword Qi. As for whether or not it would affect the demon army on the front line, they did not care at all. They only wanted to wear down the incomparably sharp sword Qi world as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Ning Yao continued to break through the formation, the losses would be even greater. Moreover, the depletion of their troops would be extremely fast. In a grand and mighty war, it was possible to use lives to pile up the results. However, in some specific battlefields, it was not necessarily so. Against Ning Yao, it was even more impossible. In any case, they only needed to view Ning Yao as a sword immortal, regardless of her cultivation realm. Whether she was a golden core or a nascent soul was not important. This was a publicly acknowledged fact in the wild world. In an instant, Ning Yao directly swept past the battlefield that was littered with corpses. On a single line, any demon that was touched by sword Qi would be crushed to pieces, even their souls being torn apart. The magic treasures and spiritual weapons that were destroyed were simply unable to stop her advance. Ning Yao wielded her sword, and in the blink of an eye, she had already arrived at the heart of the demon army. She slightly increased the strength of her sword and grasped the sword immortal that was wrapped in golden light. She closed her fingers together and casually formed a sword seal. The golden light on the sword immortal instantly scattered in all directions. Within a radius of several miles on the battlefield, besides the golden core cultivators that managed to escape in time, and those that managed to use their natal magic treasures, all of them died. Chun Pingon looked at the picture scroll from afar. It was like a golden lotus had bloomed in his heart. In another instant, Ning Yao's figure was several thousand feet away. She aimed at a golden core demon in the distance and slashed down with her sword. At the same time, she looked up into the distance and softly said, "Come here." The golden core demon that was frantically commanding his subordinates never thought that he would be so lucky to be able to withstand a single strike. He immediately summoned his natal magic treasure. It was a simple weapon that resembled a spear and halberd. It was engraved with a golden talisman. The golden core demon gripped the weapon with both hands and spun it around. It actually transformed into a large round plate that resembled a light golden talisman that was used to protect a mountain. Not only that, a large string of light golden characters on the spear and halberd flowed backwards like water, covering the entire body. It had the effect of an armor pill that was used to protect the body. He used a talisman array to protect the front of his body, and wore an armor that resembled the armor of a deity from the military. The demon's physique was also tough enough. The magic treasure was both offensive and defensive. It was definitely an extremely high-quality immortal treasure. In the vast world, even a nascent soul cultivator would be envious if they saw it. Unfortunately, after a long golden line fell down, the talisman array, the armor, and the golden core demon were all split in half. On the ground, an extremely long ravine was carved out by the shockingly long golden line, breaking the talisman array, the armor, and the body was only a casual strike from Ning Yao's sword. When Ning Yao stopped and appeared on the battlefield, the demon army around her had already retreated frantically. It was only when she casually said, "Come here," that a strange phenomenon occurred around Ning Yao. In each of the four directions, there was an ancient pure sword intent that wandered between the heavens and the earth. As if they had received an edict, they all fell straight to the ground. The strands of sword intent seemed to have gained sentience. Not only did they appear for the first time under the command of a sword cultivator of the later generation, they were also able to absorb the abundant sword chi between the heavens and the earth. The four pure sword intents that reached the sea of clouds and the depths of the earth constantly expanded, like pillars. In the end, for pillars of sword intent that connected the heavens and the earth were erected in the four directions. Then, in an instant, they split into countless extremely fine sword intents that crisscrossed and covered the entire heavens and earth. This time, there was not a single person around Ning Yao who survived on the battlefield. Moreover, the bodies and souls of the demon army, along with the life-bound items and weapons of the cultivators, were all smashed together. Ning Yao's figure flashed forward once more, pulling a large distance away from the sword cultivators behind her. The four strands of sword intent converged into a line once more, following Ning Yao like a shadow and lingering around her. As a result, Ning Yao had sword intent outside of the sword chi formation. The golden sword in her hand was indeed not very useful. Even though Fan Dash was on her side, after seeing this scene from afar, he felt his scalp go numb. If Lin Junbai had the chance to see this scene, he would probably tell himself that even though he had lost, it was still an honorable defeat. He would definitely not feel the slightest bit of sadness or loss. Instead, he would be rather happy. On the path of the sword, what was there to be embarrassed about losing to Ning Yao? If you don't believe me, you can ask Pang Yuanji Chi Shou and Gao Yeho. Do they have the ability to get Ning Yao to personally take action? Looking back again, before Ning Yao became a Jin Dan sword cultivator, perhaps the main reason she was on the battlefield was to practice her sword and kill her enemies, while at the same time taking care of the safety of her friends. However, after Ning Yao made a trip to the vast realm and returned to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the three battles in succession seemed to have been just to help Dai Zhang, Chen Sanxiu, and the others practice their swords. She seemed to have no more swords to practice. Far behind Ning Yao, the battlefield was empty. Some of the small fish and shrimp demon cultivators further away, as well as the demon army that had yet to develop intelligence, were easily slain by Dai Zhang and Dong Huafu, who were desperately following Ning Yao. Dong Huafu even had the leisure to scratch his head, muttering softly, "Sister Ning, for better or for worse, you should have left more for us." Dai Zhang twisted his body and swiftly threw out the peak suppression in his hand, directly chopping a sea-viewing demon cultivator to death. He waved his hand again, but did not retrieve his sword. With a tap of his foot, he rode his sword towards Ning Yao's side, the closest strand of sword intent to the south. She and Dong Huafu were actually more than 1,000 feet away. He turned his head and complained, "What are you mumbling about? Follow me. Later, we won't even be able to see Ning Yao's back." Of course, Dai Zhang would not complain about Ning Yao. He only complained about Dong Haiten, no problem. Chun Sancho and Yen Zwen naturally had even less to do than Dai Zhang and Dong Haiten in front. Chun Sancho was naturally lazy and did not mind the current awkward situation of being invincible. Yen Zwen did mind, but there was nothing he could do. Fan Dach only cared about rushing forward on his sword. Chun Pingan, who was at the tail, at most took a detour on his sword, wandering around and picking up things. He did not gain much. In fact, Chun Pingan was the most helpless one. It was as if there was no difference even if he were to stare at the battlefield. Some clues that he managed to see through with great difficulty would either piss their pants in terror before he could warn them. If they ran a little slower, they would all die. However, it was not completely meaningless. He was too far away from Ning Yao. Chun Pingan could only plan to communicate telepathically with Chun Sancho, hoping that he could pass it on to Dong Haiten. Finally, he would inform Ning Yao to be careful underground. There was a demon cultivator, who was at least at the bottleneck of the Aurus Core realm, or even at the nascent soul realm. He finally could not hold himself back, and was about to attack. However, Chun Pingan was just about to speak. Ning Yao, who was constantly opening formations by herself, stopped on the battlefield far away. Ning Yao finally stopped again. Using the sword in her hand as a support, she gently pressed on the sword hilt. The golden sword instantly sank into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Clearly, she had already sensed the sneaky traces of the nascent soul demon. The ground beneath Ning Yao's feet split open. The golden sword took the lead to meet the enemy. The nearby sword chi fell like torrential rain, rapidly seeping into the ground. She did not even bother to think about how to accurately find the hiding place of the demon cultivator. She glanced at the demon cultivators at the edge of the sword formation, whose cultivation was considered decent. She said indifferently, "Again, another 4 strands of ancient sword intent that countless sword cultivators had passed by in the past 10,000 years. Because of this young woman's 2 words, they appeared between the heavens and the earth. In addition to the 4 strands of sword intent from before, there were a total of 8 strands of ancient sword chi. They formed an even larger sword formation cage around Ning Yao. Within the great formation, there were countless casualties. Even so, Ning Yao still felt that it was not enough. Her 2 fingers formed an ancient sword seal. With a thought, the 8 strands of sword intent seemed to condense sword chi into flesh and blood, and the sword intent into a skeleton. 8 sword immortals in white robes appeared out of thin air. The 8 sword immortals had cold expressions. Their white robes fluttered in the wind. They were several feet tall. Each of them reached out and condensed the nearby sword chi into a sword. They turned around together, their backs facing Ning Yao, who had revealed their edict. They scattered in all directions, attacking the enemy at almost the same time. These ancient sword immortals without intelligence were naturally unable to recover to their peak state. In terms of combat strength, they were only equal to Golden Core sword cultivators. Of course, they did not have their life flying swords. They did not have supernatural powers, but with the combat strength of 8 golden core sword cultivators. Even if their bodies were shattered by the demon army of the wild world, they could only condense the battlefield sword chi once more. They would grow and multiply endlessly. They did not know fatigue or life or death. They did not need to worry about accumulating spiritual energy. Wasn't it easy for them to kill on the battlefield? As long as Ning Yao did not consume too much of her mental energy, and with the 8 pure sword auras that were the foundation of Tao, the connection with Ning Yao's mind would not be interrupted by the enemy's nascent soul stage cultivators or the sword deities of the upper 5 levels. Then, the 8 primeval sword deities would be able to stay on the battlefield all the time. Ning Yao's swordsmanship soared intent, and soared Tao as long as she is given time, and it won't take too long. This was what the eldest sword immortal, Chun Qingdu, said personally. Why was it that no one in the Great Wall of Sword Chi called Ning Yao a genius? Because if she was a genius, then Qi Shou, Pang Yuanji, and the other young sword cultivators would all be 1 level lower. They could not even be considered geniuses. Ning Yao, she had always been unique. Since the first day Ning Yao started practicing swordsmanship when she was young, no one of the same age, or even the so-called geniuses of a generation higher, was willing to practice swordsmanship with her. There was no need. The ground beneath Ning Yao's feet had already shattered, collapsing and collapsing. Ning Yao hovered in the air. Ning Yao turned her head to look behind her, probably to see if Stacked Zhang and Dong Huafu had followed. In just a few blinks of an eye, when the golden sword found the nascent soul cultivator, Ning Yao's figure fell rapidly and disappeared without a trace. When Stacked Zhang and Dong Huafu arrived at the edge of the huge pit, Ning Yao had already appeared at the southernmost part of the pit with her sword. Then she continued to head south, because she had already found an unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator death warrior. However, the other party chose to retreat without a fight. Ning Yao, who was facing the south, raised her hand and touched the wound on her face that was caused by a Dharma saber. It was just a scratch. Stacked Zhang glanced at the bottom of the huge pit. In the huge pit, there was a nascent soul demon that had revealed its true form. It was a colossal ape that seemed to belong to the ancient moving mountains. Its fate was probably to be dismembered into 8 pieces. Between the gaps of its corpse, there was still a golden sword chi remaining. Clearly, it was killed by the immortal weapon in Ning Yao's hand. Even its golden core and nascent soul didn't have time to self-destruct. At the bottom of the pit, beside the corpse, there was a white saber that looked like an embroidery needle. The saber light flowed and was very conspicuous. Dong Huafu was about to go down to fish for treasures. In the end, he was glared at by Stacked Zhang. "Are you stupid?" Dong Huafu grunted and quickly flew south with Stacked Zhang. Chun Sanqiu and Yen so followed along the edge of the pit and went south. The only use of their life-flying swords and their accompanying swords was to go to the left and right sides of the battlefield and collect as many battle merits as possible. It was better than nothing, so as to avoid having nothing to do. The two were like picking up wheat from the ground and putting it into a bowl. Grain by grain, they hadn't even filled the bottom of the bowl. Fan Dash was at a loss. Didn't they say they would let him be the bait? When Fan Dash reached the south end of the pit, he looked back. The second manager was squatting there, picking up junk. His movements were nimble, and it was quite pleasing to the eye. Fan Dash was the closest to Chin Pingan. Besides, since he was going to be the bait, it didn't matter if he was distracted. Therefore, Fan Dash was very clear that the second manager's journey south had accumulated a lot. He had collected all kinds of scrap metal. The fragments of spirit weapons and magic treasures that had not turned into powder but were scattered all over the ground were not bad. Therefore, the quantity was quite considerable. After this trip through the pit, even the quality of the magic treasures would be good. Chun Pingan left the pit on his sword. He was in a complicated mood. It didn't seem right to keep picking up scraps like this. From the looks of it, those demon sword cultivator Deathsworn didn't even have the guts to attack. Chun Pingon could only remind Chun Sanxiu, and Yenzhua, I don't think we can keep up. Find an opportunity to kill the Golden Core demons whose identities are obvious. If there are nascent soul cultivators, work together to stop them. Don't let them escape to other battlefields. Unexpectedly, Ning Yao, who was the furthest south, was one step ahead. She had the ancient sword Immortal Stop killing the demon army on the front lines and began to search for the Golden Core and nascent soul demons who were trying to escape to the sides. Once she found them, she would slow down slightly and go south to break the array. With the sword Immortal in hand, she would take a detour and pursue them. That Jade Raw Realm Sword cultivator seemed to be extremely good at hiding, similar to Grandpa Nalen. Ning Yao didn't think much and just hid. As a result, Stack Zhang and Dong Huafu finally caught up with Ning Yao. Chun Pingon scratched his head. Then, this group of sword cultivators went south. Perhaps the group of demon men of sacrifice originally thought that Ning Yao would be mentally exhausted one day, but they never expected that Ning Yao didn't show any signs of mental exhaustion or spiritual energy exhaustion all the way to the south with the array in the lead. Moreover, 2 Golden Core Sword Cultivator Deathsworn and a nascent soul sword cultivator demon were killed one after another. Ning Yao personally killed the nascent soul cultivator. The other 2 injured Golden Core cultivators were handed over to Stack Zhang and the others to deal with. Ning Yao couldn't even be bothered to pretend and disdain to lure the opponents to attack. If I can find you, you can die. This was Ning Yao's way of attacking, compared to the notorious second manager. The 2 of them had completely different styles on the battlefield. Just like that, they went south. As they approached the Golden River, a sword Immortal smiled and greeted Ning Yao. Ning Yao grunted and nodded at the sword Immortal Senior. Then Ning Yao finally stopped. The 7 sword cultivators finally gathered together for the first time. Ning Yao looked at Chun Pingon and asked, "Kill our way back? Stack Zhang and the other 3, let's go north together. Me, you, and Fandash, the 3 of us will take one path. Is that okay?" Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Why not?" Stack Zhang, Chun Sanxiu, and the other 3 went to other battlefields from the south to the north. They turned around and returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Along the way, no one had to use their swords. It was awkward to have no swords to use. Ning Yao accompanied Chun Pingon and Fandash. The 3 of them returned north to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Fandash felt that he was becoming more and more redundant. Chun Pingon no longer rode on his sword. He put away the sword workshop's sword on his back and shook his sleeves. Fandash took the lead and rode his sword north. However, he didn't dare to put too much distance between himself and the 2 behind him. After Fandash tactfully left, Ning Yao suddenly asked, "Is it tiring to be a reclusive official?" Chun Pingon smiled and said, "I'm not tired now." Ning Yao hesitated for a moment. She felt a little awkward, but still said softly, "Anyway, you can think less when you're with me." Then Ning Yao raised her brows. That was the truth. What was there for her to be embarrassed about? Chun Pingon turned around and raised his hand. He used his thumb to gently wipe the wound on her face. Then he pinched her cheek and said with a gentle smile, "Isn't that so?" "648. Previously, when Ning Yao was the first to break through the formation, the demons at the front line had stopped advancing. When Ning Yao broke through the formation and led 6 sword cultivators to the Golden River, the demon army on both sides of the battlefield sped up their charge, trying to distance themselves from this sword Immortal whose sword moves were too fierce. At this moment, Ning Yao was like a supervisor helping to hold the line. The demon army rushed forward with all their might. Therefore, after Fan Dash took the lead and left the two of them on his sword, he inexplicably became a golden core sword cultivator chasing after the demon army alone. Fan Dash felt that just because of this, he should drink a pot of the most expensive wine in Azure Immortal Mountain. With enough battle merits, he finally didn't need to borrow money from Chun Sancho to buy wine. Chun Pingon looked at the front of the battlefield. The demon army's formation at the back was getting thicker and tighter. They were moving forward at an extremely fast speed. The higher the realm of the demon cultivator, the further away they were from the three of them. Of course, in reality, it was just to stay away from Ning Yao, him, and Fan Dash. He said, "The sword cultivators on both sides will be under a lot of pressure because of us." Ning Yao said, "Then let's try to meet the sword cultivators at the front as soon as possible." "What are the specifics?" Chun Pingon stepped on the sword workshop's long sword. He was getting more and more used to riding the sword close to the ground. He quickly rolled up his sleeves. "This time, I'll open the formation. You take the rear. Once the golden core and nascent soul demons appear, I'll leave them to you." Ning Yao asked, "You're not going to use your flying sword?" "I'll only use my fist. It's just nice to polish the bottleneck of the martial path." Chun Pingon said, "Don't worry. The speed of opening the formation is definitely not comparable to yours, but compared to other battlefields, it won't be slow." Ning Yao nodded. "Then just use your fist." Chun Pingon took a deep breath and rode his sword like a rainbow. After catching up to Fan Dash, he said telepathically, "Dash, you attack from the middle. I'll open the formation in front. No matter what happens during this period, don't be calculative. Just ride your sword forward. I may not be able to take care of you, but with Ning Yao taking the rear, it shouldn't be a big problem." Fan Dash said in a deep voice, "Okay." In fact, when the second shopkeeper didn't say Dash, Fan Dash knew that he had to be more careful. In an instant, Chun Pingon, who was wearing 2 sets of robes, suddenly sped up on his sword. He flew in a straight line, whistling through the air. Along the way, Chun Pingon drew his fist when he was still 1,000 feet away from the demon army. With a stomp of his foot, the long sword under his feet tilted and fell. Unable to bear the weight, the sword actually flew close to the ground. In Fan Dash's eyes, Chun Pingon's figure disappeared in an instant. He obviously did not use the mind talisman, but he already had the effect of the mind talisman. Could it be that he had broken through the bottleneck and become a grandmaster of the distant travel state after just over a year after entering the Golden Body Realm? Ning Yao chose to ride on her sword this time. She explained to Fan Dash, "He's only at the Golden Body Realm now, and hasn't reached the far roaming realm yet. He wore 3 robes. Now, it was no longer to protect his life, but to suppress his fist intent. Coupled with the sword chi to a certain extent, the 3 robes could be considered as a form of training. It's similar to those martial artists who tie sandbags to their feet all day long." Ning Yao was willing to say so much. Of course, it was related to Chun Pingon. Fan Dash was her and Chun Pingon's mutual friend. Chun Pingon took care of Fan Dash. It wasn't just because Fan Dash's level was not high enough. Chun Pingon seemed to see a lot of his own shadow in Fan Dash. Pieced together, it was natural to feel close to him. It was just that Ning Yao didn't understand the specific reason behind this. She believed that when Chun Pingon was free in the future, or when the hidden official finally managed to find some free time in his busy schedule, naturally he would tell her about it. Ning Yao said, when he first started learning martial arts in his hometown, he tied a bag full of gravel to his leg. The first time he went out, he used half a caddy of talismans and 8 tails of talismans. He has long been used to this. He doesn't even know what will happen if he punches with all his strength. Since he doesn't know how heavy or fast his punches are, then his opponent won't know either. As she spoke, Ning Yao slashed out with her sword. On another battlefield, a golden core monster cultivator glanced at her. From afar, Ning Yao sensed something in her heart. With a slash of her sword, she cut through the monster cultivator like a knife cutting through tofu. In particular, the monster cultivator she targeted had his body split in half. His golden core exploded, bringing disaster to countless bystanders. Ning Yao suddenly thought of a small matter. She remembered that when Chen Pingan was still young, he carried a locust wood sword case with 2 swords. The first time he came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to find her, the 2 of them were alone. He liked to find things to talk about. He talked about many things in the countryside. For example, the carpenter's ink line. The carpenter's exquisite skills were very accurate. It was rare for Ning Yao to look at the battlefield after her sword strike. It was quite realistic. Fan Dach simply didn't know how to respond. In truth, standing beside Ning Yao gave him an unimaginably great pressure. His good friend Chen Sancho had once said to Fan Dach in private that if he and his friends were a level lower than Ning Yao's cultivation, it would be fine. But once they were at the same cultivation level, they would begin to doubt their lives. Am I really a sword cultivator? My cultivation level isn't fake, right? It was just that when Fan Dach saw Chen Sancho leisurely drinking wine and grumbling, Chen Sancho's face was full of smiles. The vice manager had once said that wine was the best fishing rod in the world. It could hook a drunkard's innermost thoughts back to their lips. In particular, his sea of bamboo paradise wine was even more amazing. To be able to become friends with Ning Yao, even a proud son of heaven like Chen Sancho would feel a bit of pressure. But at the same time, it was also worth drinking happily. Fan Dach carefully observed the surroundings of the battlefield. The truth was that it was empty, and there didn't seem to be any danger. But Fan Dach was still worried that there might be some sneaky monster cultivators hiding underground. They might stab him with a sword or throw a magic weapon at him. On the battlefield, there were many such things. Fan Dach had once witnessed a sword cultivator of the same age with his own eyes. But in a moment of carelessness, a mountain razor monster cultivator hiding underground had already calculated the trajectory of his sword. The monster cultivator broke out of the ground and grabbed the 2 ankles of the sword cultivator, tearing him in half. On the battlefield, the truly terrifying enemies were often not those powerful monsters who had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation level or whose killing power dominated the battlefield in a confrontation with them. Unless it was a place of certain death, it was possible to avoid them. What was even more frightening were those monster cultivators who did not aim for battle merits, but only sought to hone their cultivation. They were insidious in their attacks and were adept at disguising themselves. They would always seek to kill with a single strike and kill without leaving a trace. Once they failed, they would decisively flee. These monster cultivators were like fish in water on the battlefield. They lived for a long time and sneaked around various battlefields, accumulating battle merits one after another. In fact, it was quite impressive. It was said that the youngest sword immortal of the upper 5 realms in the desolate world, a great demon named Si Chen, had relied on this insidious method to rise up step by step. What was even more terrifying was that even though Si Chen had become an upper 5 realms sword immortal, he still liked to act sneakily. He hid his great demon aura and deliberately suppressed his sword immortal aura. He had always been a golden core demon cultivator and entered the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity to strike. It was because of this that Alliance personally searched for Si Chen's movements in a battle back then. Eventually, Si Chen was found by Alliance and struck him with his sword from afar. However, Si Chen was a sword immortal and had used a protective talisman from his teacher to escape the battlefield. Fan Dach was suddenly taken aback. Wasn't his second shopkeeper the same? Furthermore, he could be considered a grandmaster in this line of work. It was a pity that he had become a hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Otherwise, even if the second shopkeeper did not act as Fan Dach's array guardian swordmaster, and allowed Chun Pingan to freely appear in various battlefields, coupled with the fact that he was a sword immortal and was a pure martial artist, coupled with Chun Pingan's ability to control the minute details of the battlefield, as well as his precise calculation of the combat strength of his enemies on the battlefield. Fan Dash believed that regardless of the accumulation of battle merits or the speed of his growth, he would not be inferior to Si Chun. Ning Yao's sword immortal bearing was naturally soul-stirring and fascinating. However, no matter how much one revered or admired her, Ning Yao was still Ning Yao. No one of her peers in the Great Wall of Sword Qi could imitate her. However, the second shopkeeper's fighting style was something that even Fan Dash could learn. As long as he had the heart, witnessed it with his own eyes, listened to it, and memorized it, he would be able to use it for himself. As long as he refined his cultivation, as long as he had a slight chance of winning on the battlefield, he would often be able to help a sword immortal kill an accident. On the battlefield ahead, after Chun Pingan no longer used sword kinesis flight, he took the initiative to fall into a heavy encirclement formed by the demon race. Inside, he opened his fist, and his majestic fist, intent, flowed out like a river. It was similar to Ning Yao's sword Qi that had previously formed a small heaven and earth formation. Those who are careless or dare to approach me will be my fist-intense enemy first. A demon race member, whose body was as large as a pavilion, had already enlightened his apertures and become a cultivator. His two natal items were specially used to superimpose defensive supernatural powers. He relied on his naturally strong physique to rampage on the battlefield. In the end, Chun Pingan opened up a path with his fist. His entire body was like a long sword, slicing him into two halves on the spot. The surging blood was then dispersed by the fist intent. A single stab was better than 1,000 hits. Chun Pingan only used one punch to fight against his enemies. When he was alone, he would be surrounded by enemies from all directions. He would still strive to kill his enemies with a single punch, injuring their foundations and shattering their souls. Every punch seemed to be conserving his strength, but in fact, every punch was extremely powerful and unstoppable. The fist intent was so pure that it could actually make the surrounding sword Qi actively avoid it. A demon clan cultivator, who couldn't dodge in time, raised his hammer and smashed it down. He had a tall and sturdy build and was about 20 feet tall. Facing the legendary Ning Yao, he might just be waiting for death. However, facing this young man who didn't have a flying sword and only had an extremely powerful fist technique, he didn't lack the will to fight. Chun Pingan stretched out his hand and blocked the huge hammer that was smashing down on his head. His entire body was shrouded in shadow. Chun Pingan's ankles shifted slightly, diverting the huge force to the ground. Even so, his knees were still smashed into the ground. He could have dodged, but he didn't. He took the heavy hammer head-on and deliberately stagnated his body a little in order to let the hidden demon race cultivators feel that there was an opportunity to take advantage of. A demon race military cultivator, wearing refined iron talisman armor, approached Chun Pingan with a saber in both hands. His aura was like a rainbow as he slashed at him. There was also a golden core cultivator, who extended his sleeve and tossed out 2 golden talisman diagrams depicting the true shape of the 5 mountains and the meandering rivers. He then extended a palm and lifted it up heavily. The ground beneath Chun Pingan's feet was first frozen by the golden core cultivator's technique, sealing off an area of several hundred feet around him. The golden talisman of mountains manifested 5 fist-sized mountains of different colors. 4 of them hovered around the young warrior, while only the middle peak of the talisman smashed towards his opponent's head. Holding the huge hammer with one hand, Chun Pingan raised his left hand and directly grasped the pitch-black saber that was as thick as ink. The pure fist intent in his palm rubbed against the black saber, causing sparks to fly everywhere. With a twist of his wrist, He dragged the demon race military cultivator, who was unwilling to let go of the saber, to his front, and slammed him against the miniature mountain formed from the golden talisman. Having completed his task of luring the enemy, the hammer-smashing demonic cultivator could no longer bring his huge hammer down. He temporarily withdrew his weapon and raised his arm high, wanting to attack again. The demon race military cultivator saw that the situation was not good. He did not want to be hit by the middle peak, nor did he want to be hit by the hammer that followed. He decisively abandoned his saber and retreated, kicking the young man's chest and borrowing the momentum to retreat. In the next moment, Chen Pingan, who had been using the monkey fist stance taught by Zhu Lian, suddenly changed to Zhong Qiu's peak fist stance. The slender young man, whose shoulders were slightly slumped and whose back was hunched, immediately returned to his normal posture. His fist intent changed and became even more vigorous. He directly shattered the spell seal around him and smashed his fist onto the miniature mountain. When the fist made contact with the small mountain, a frenzied ripple of fist intent surged in all directions, shattering the mountain into splashes of golden light. Chen Pingan, who was still holding onto the tip of the saber in his left hand, slid backwards and dodged the second heavy hammer strike from the burly demonic cultivator. He retracted the saber in his left hand slightly and loosened his right fist into the shape of a saber. He chopped down with the saber, chopping the saber into two. This caused the demon race military cultivator, who had wanted to take the initiative to destroy his natal item, to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Instead, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence from his heart. He glanced at the young man, who was still trapped in the formation of the four mountains. This demon race military cultivator actually directly rode the wind and left the battlefield. Although the four mountains formed from the golden talisman were small, they hovered in the air at this moment. They still gave off an extraordinary aura of mountains towering over the earth. The black-clothed young man and the hammer were trapped in the formation. The only thing lacking was that central mountain, which was slightly lacking. Fortunately, the other golden talisman had already transformed into a water serpent that was several zhang long. In the end, the formation of mountains and flowing water was still formed. The burly demonic cultivator, who had been implicated and could only fight for his life with the young man, no longer cherished his life. On the battlefield, death was inevitable, but there were also those who feared death and would die even more. The burly demonic cultivator wielded a large hammer and unleashed his ferocious nature. Within the formation cage of the four mountains where a water serpent was pouncing, he charged straight for the young man, whose fists were unreasonably heavy. If he could exchange lives with the young man, he would. In the end, his chest was smashed apart by the young man's fist. Before this, the talisman's water serpent had already worn down the burly demonic cultivator's flesh and bones. Perhaps even the golden core demonic cultivator had not expected this outcome. It had actually become a mutually destructive battle where one fellow Taoist would rather die first than live. This was because after the young man punched the burly demonic cultivator to death, he leaped high into the air with the tip of his foot. He pressed the burly demonic cultivator's head down and crashed into the water serpent. The burly demonic cultivator, who had chosen to self-destruct his golden core, was reduced to ashes along with the water serpent. The golden core cultivator took a closer look and saw that the young man had torn off his tattered robe. He was still wearing a robe underneath. The mask on his face was also badly damaged. The young man casually removed it and kept it in his sleeve. Even the large hammer on the ground disappeared and was kept in an item close to him. Without hesitation, the golden core cultivator no longer cared about the talisman of the four mountains. He cast a unique spell and turned into several wisps of green smoke, burrowing into the ground in different directions. Chen Pingan did not deliberately pursue the golden core cultivator. Without the restriction of the robe on his fist, the fist aura became more abundant. He pushed the 4 tottering pocket-sized mountains away. As he ran forward, he threw out 4 punches from afar. 4 rays of golden light burst open. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 demonic cultivators were killed or injured on the battlefield. Without the mask, someone in the demonic army took the lead to shout out the 2 words, hidden official. The army that was originally still trying to form a formation to fight the enemy under the supervision of the battle suddenly scattered. The path that Chinpingan took after that was no longer a straightforward charge. Instead, he chose to draw a large circle on the battlefield and then slightly shift forward. The faster he ran, the more he punched first. A pure-blooded martial artist's pure, vital chi punched nonstop. When he was about to exhaust his vital chi, he would find an opportunity to take a breather. If the situation was dangerous, he would force himself to hold on. On the battlefield, no matter how many enemies there were, how could it compare to the feeding punches of a 10th realm martial artist? Dealing with the latter was truly a matter of life and death. Wouldn't the so-called toughness of the body be like paper under the punches of a 9th realm martial artist who was easily at the peak of the 9th realm? He could only guess, gamble, rely on instinct, and rely on someone who was close to divine connection and had telepathy to follow the punches. To Chinpingan, as long as there was no nascent soul sword cultivator hiding nearby, he would be able to break through. The so-called one-man breaking through the enemy lines was not a battlefield at all. It had always been a one-on-one fight. Li Er once said that in the one-on-one battle where he almost accidentally killed Song Zhenqiang, the Dali King's aptitude was of course good, but his fist was still too light at that time. However, the reason why Song Zhenqiang was able to hold on for so long at that time was that Song Zhenqiang was not only a martial artist, but also a martial artist who fought on the battlefield. After honing his fist skills on the battlefield for a long time, he naturally had a kind of the battlefield is the enemy of 10,000 people atmosphere. Then he practiced it thoroughly and returned to the original state. When the opponent fought with him, it was like fighting against 1,000 troops, and they would be restrained. Now that Chinpingan was on the battlefield, he was seeking the first level of this kind of atmosphere. There were thousands of mountains and rivers. How many mountains and rivers could there be in close combat? As long as the punch was heavy enough, the body was fast enough, and the eyes were accurate enough, it was nothing more than wading through the water and crossing the mountains, slowly passing through one place at a time. After that, Chinpingan, who was fighting excitedly, became more and more pure. Whether it was walking or flying, he was always using the 6-step stance. His punches were only the 3 moves of the Iron Horse Chisel Formation, the Deity Beat the Drum, and the Cloud Steaming Swamp. Although Li Er was a martial artist of the 10th realm, he did not say much about the fist theory in the ruins of the Lion Peak Immortal Mansion. Occasionally, he would say a few words, but he was blunt. He said that he heard Chung Dafeng often talk about it. The words of Li Er and Chinpingan might be useful to you. Anyway, a few words of fist theory had no weight and could not suppress people. Among them, there was a sentence, when there is an enemy in your eyes, you will start to punch. When you are invincible, you will be able to connect with the gods. This time, Chinpingan would not kill those roaring, ferocious demons with his fists, nor would he show mercy to those young demon cultivators who were full of fear and begging eyes. He was a pure martial artist, only punching. Those who were strong lived, those who were weak died. On the battlefield, Chinpingan, a martial artist, had a silent expression. His eyes were cold. Ning Yao only reminded Fan Dash, "Don't get close to him." Chinpingan's thoughts became fewer and fewer. He put down all his previous thoughts and worries, infinitely approaching the realm of forgetting oneself and punching that Li Er had mentioned. He did not use the contraction talisman, nor did he use the 1st and 15 steps. He did not even use the pine needle and cough thunder that could move his body. As for the two intrinsic flying swords, Sparrow in the Cage and Moon at the bottom of the well, they were even more useful. They definitely would not appear so early. At this moment, Chun Pingon had even completely forgotten that he was a sword cultivator, had 4 flying swords, and even had 2 intrinsic flying swords. At the thickest part of the demon race army's formation, the fist intent had already arrived before the person. Ning Yao was still looking for those golden core and nascent soul demons with high realms. Fan Dash still had nothing important to do. Fortunately, compared to when Chun Pingon opened the formation previously, the group only followed the sword kinesis flight. This time, Fan Dash had more opportunities to use his sword when Chun Pingon opened the formation with his fist. Previously, Ning Yao had opened the formation too quickly with only her sword. On the left and right flanks, the 2 groups of sword cultivators who were fighting in the lower city were still very far from the Golden River. They had not even reached half of the distance. Furthermore, the further they went, the slower their speed of breaking the formation and killing the enemy. It was even very likely that they would need to withdraw from the Great Wall of Sword Chi before they reached half of the distance. They would then have to take turns with the second group of sword cultivators on the city wall to deal with the tug-of-war that was full of corpses. On the vast battlefield between the Golden River and the city wall, the fastest group of sword cultivators who were digging the formation south had only reached half of the distance. That was because the nascent soul sword cultivator, Chi Shou, was leading the way. Stack Zhang and the other 3 returned north. Together with a dozen or so sword cultivators who were heading south, they slaughtered the demon race army from the front and back. The 4 young genius sword cultivators stood in a row with a distance of 70 to 80 feet between each other. They no longer pursued the speed and depth of the formation and began to kill as many demon race soldiers as possible. Therefore, the 4 sword cultivators began to step on their long swords. Shenyu, Hongzhuang, Sutra, and Zidian were in a sword kinesis flight posture. They summoned their life-bound flying swords and killed their way back to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Chun Sanchio's life-bound flying sword was called White Deer. One of the flying sword's life-bound abhijna was the scene of the white deer holding a Ganoderma. On the battlefield, a white deer as large as a house would appear. The Ganoderma in its mouth was Chun Sanchio's life-bound flying sword. The white deer was naturally covered in sword light, and its surroundings were like snow. It was also able to gather spiritual energy on its own. It was very magical. On the battlefield, the white deer with its snow-like sword light rampaged about recklessly. Its killing power was great. It was said that before Chun Sanchio nurtured his life-bound flying sword, he had an afternoon dream when he was young. The white deer swam forward, knelt on all fours, and took the initiative to acknowledge him as its master. Therefore, Chun Sanchio was known as a playboy among the Sword Chi Great Wall's younger generation. He definitely had the capital to back it up. He had a good family background, a good temper, good looks, good relationships, and a good aptitude. Apart from the Chun family's young master's slightly poor alcohol tolerance, there was almost no fault to be found. As for a divine item like the white deer, it was often related to illusory literary luck. Therefore, Chun Sanchio obtained the dolly imitation of the Baek Okekyung building's ancient sword, Book of Sutras, which complemented each other. This was because Chun Sanchio's life-bound flying sword was one of the few rare existences that possessed 2 life-bound abhijna. Other than conjuring the flying sword and causing the white deer to appear, it could also increase Chun Sanchio's literary luck. Therefore, Chun Sanchio was actually a connate sword embryo and also a natural scholar. After all, in the vast world, there were only 2 scholarly sages in the 3 great academies and 72 academies who had reached the sword immortal realm. Unfortunately, Chen Sancho was born in the Sword Qi Great Wall, where scholars were few and far between. Most importantly, Chen Sancho's surname was Chen. He was unable to go to the foreign land that was filled with schools and books. Every sword cultivator who could obtain the title of genius in the Sword Qi Great Wall had their own stories. As long as they were sword cultivators who liked to drink, they could get drunk. Even if they were drunk to death, they would have a reason. Ning Yao had been following Chen Pingan at a distance that was neither too far nor too close to him. Ning Yao vaguely sensed Chen Pingan's thoughts. Perhaps it was a thought that Chen Pingan himself was unaware of. If my fist reaches beyond the heavens, on the battlefield south of the Sword Qi Great Wall, anyone who goes against me, Chen Pingan, will die without even drawing my sword. Ning Yao did not feel that this was bad, but she also felt that this might not be the best. There was only one reason for this, and that was that he was Chen Pingan. Therefore, Ning Yao shouted, "Chen Pingan!" On the battlefield. Chen Pingan immediately stopped and turned his head, somewhat puzzled. Sword Heart was a little unstable for a moment. It was just a strange feeling that disappeared in a flash. Ning Yao said, "Continue to punch. I'll be behind you." Chen Pingan was taken aback. He did not know why Ning Yao said this, but he still smiled and nodded his head. The robe that he had borrowed from Pang Yuanji had already been torn to shreds. The robe he was wearing was so torn that it did not even need to be put away. He used his fist to gently disperse it, scattering it like dandelions. Not only that, even the green robe from the Ning residence was put away. Therefore, Chen Pingan was only wearing a long robe made of the most common material. Chen Pingan took a deep breath and spat out a mouthful of blood. Unknowingly, there were no demons alive on the battlefield within a few 100 feet of him. Chen Pingan shook his wrist with one hand and clenched and unclenched his fist with the other. The bones in his hands were exposed. It was normal. Of course it hurt, but this familiar feeling that he had not felt in a long time made him feel at ease. If he did not feel some pain, how could he practice martial arts? Chen Pingan looked into the distance. Finally, he looked up and saw the words carved on the wall. They could not be more familiar. Fierce. The words were really ugly. Chen Pingan subconsciously looked up at the sky. He could come late, but he could not come at all. Even if he only returned to half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in his hometown, it would be good to take a look. As for whether he could use his sword, he could come and see. Chen Pingan reached out and grabbed it. However, he remembered that the sword of the sword workshop had already been destroyed. He took out the Dharma saber that belonged to the nascent soul realm demons. It was narrow, long, and sharp. It shone brightly. Chen Pingan held the Dharma saber that no longer had an owner. It was of high quality and was a first-class Dharma treasure. He gently weighed it. It was heavy enough. Then he continued to open the array. A moment later, could not help but look behind him. Ning Yao was rubbing her eyebrows. In front of them, Chen Pingan was slashing wildly with his saber. Felt that this was probably killing a thief. In an instant, Ning Yao attacked with her sword. She was not going to save Chen Pingan. Even if the person who ambushed her was a nascent soul realm sword cultivator who had hidden his strength, the person who cooperated with him and chose to assassinate Ning Yao was the unpolished jade realm sword immortal who was proficient in the Tao of concealment. Ordinary immortal Tao companions on the mountain would inevitably hesitate if they were of a higher realm, even if they would not save the one of a lower realm. However, Ning Yao did not have any distracting thoughts. Instead, her sword heart became clearer and brighter. She could kill the enemy. He could survive. Ning Yao believed in herself, but she believed in Chen Pingan even more. Ning Yao, who had deliberately suppressed the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm for many years, suddenly broke through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. After Ning Yao attacked, she was still able to divert her attention and glanced at the city wall. Chun Qingdu stood on the city wall with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. Wei Jin smiled bitterly. "Boss, why did you deliberately suppress Ning Yao's breakthrough?" Chun Qingdu smiled. "There's no hurry. There's no need to deliberately fight for those empty titles. Is there a need to become the first sword immortal under the age of 30 in history?" Wei Jin, who became a sword immortal at the age of 40, still did not understand. Ning Yao did not spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. She just went with the flow. "Boss, why did you use the sword Dao of the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi to suppress Ning Yao at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm?" Chun Qingdu chuckled. "I'm Wei Jin." Wei Jin was speechless. He missed the time when Seniors was on the city wall. Did Sword Immortal Boss mean that he was Chun Qingdu? Chun Qingdu continued, "Suppressing her with the sword Dao? Then you underestimate Ning Yao too much." No matter how fierce the battle was, the gray-robed elder in the wilderness world did not care about it. He just closed his eyes and rested. At this moment, the elder opened his eyes and said to Chun Qingdu with a smile, "That's breaking the rules." Chun Qingdu answered, "You're not convinced? Let's fight on the city wall." "649. There was no reply from Jia Zi tent. Chun Qingdu had a look of regret. Almost the entire savage world belonged to this old man. He only occupied a great wall of sword Qi. He did not even dare to challenge him. As expected, if a man was not a sword cultivator, he would not be able to do it. Chun Qingdu was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Is the bottleneck of the unpolished jade realm so hard to break through?" Wei Jin spoke the truth. "To me, it is very difficult. When I met Senior Alliance and broke through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm, it was already a fluke. I have always felt guilty about taking credit for myself." He thought that Sword Immortal Boss would mock him, but he did not expect Chun Qingdu to nod his head. It is not easy to reach the immortal realm. Actually, it is difficult for a sword cultivator to break through to the next realm. Wei Jin asked, "Sword Immortal Boss, can you give me some pointers?" Chun Qingdu turned to look at the number 1 sword cultivator of the Aquarius continent, a young man who openly admitted that he was troubled by love. As for Wei Jin, in the vast world where sword fate was relatively thin, to be able to reach the upper 5 realms at the age of 40, even in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it was considered a great achievement. How did Wei Jin do it? Other than his own talent being good, it was also thanks to Alliance, that bastard, imparting him his plan. The old almanac of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, to the sword cultivators of the vast world, it was the golden rule. Of course, the prerequisite was to be able to flip through the almanac. Alliance had no problem. He was the kind that almost finished flipping through the almanac. He was also a thief. Alliance helped Wei Jin by stacking the 2 methods together and risking his life to break through in advance, becoming the leader of the Aquarius continent's sword Dao. Strictly speaking, his methods were not glorious and not too brilliant. Chun Qing had lived for 10,000 years and naturally saw through Wei Jin's cultivation foundation. The saying of the strong having strong luck had some truth to it. As long as Wei Jin entered the upper 5 realms and stayed in the Aquarius continent, he would be able to occupy a continent and be at the peak of a mountain. He would be able to plunder the Aquarius continent's sword fate as he wantonly. Wei Jin only needed to follow the prescribed order. Since his aptitude was good enough, he would slowly improve in the next 100 years, and if nothing went wrong, he would definitely become an immortal. Wei Jin was a person who knew when to stop. He had only fought a battle with the heavenly monarch of the North Continent, Xie Sherwen-jian, and had consolidated his cultivation base. He had immediately given up on the great Tao steps that were within his reach. Instead, he had come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. If not for the appearance of the new hidden official, Wei Jin would most likely have died in battle in this foreign land. In the end, He would at most leave behind a distant and vague story of a sword celestial in the Aquarius continent. Chun Qing had always admired such a young man. He dared to fight for power and was willing to die. On the other hand, a certain bastard was unwilling to die. However, they would rather live a life worse than death. In Chun Qingdu's opinion, it was acceptable, just like himself. After Chun Qing heard Wei Jin's request, he was not in a hurry to give an answer. He laughed. "Why did you only ask today? Wei Jin, you are very smart. Letting you stay in the thatched cottage at the back. You should know that this is my tacit agreement. First it was Chao Ci, then it was Qin Pingan. And now it's you. Not everyone can be neighbors with Chun Qing." Wei Jin looked at the battlefield in the south and said softly, "As the only sword immortal of the Aquarius continent, I hope to come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi without any selfish desires. In the end, I hope to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi with dignity. This is one of the reasons. Another reason is that I hope to rely on my sword to exchange for the guidance of my eldest sword immortal. That year, Senior Alliance gave me pointers. I do not wish for the next time we meet Senior Alliance to feel that he helped a piece of trash. That piece of trash did not amount to anything, and became a sword immortal that could peacefully lie in the realm book and wait for death." There were some things that Wei Jin did not say. Senior Alliance had once teased him when he was drinking with him. He said that it was actually very difficult for the infatuated people in the world to have lovers. After all, the matchmaker now had many red strings involved, and he could not forcefully tie a girl to the bridal sedan. Then he should take a step back and let himself live a better life. He should let the girl that he missed because of the past in the future, she would have a small regret in her heart. Maybe when she argued with her husband in the future, she would be able to say that someone in the past was also her admirer. Chun Qing liked Wei Jin's openness. He laughed. "In the future, every now and then, every time you accumulate some merit, I will impart to you a sword technique. It is not a low-grade technique. It is the Tao foundation of an old friend of mine in the past." Wei Jin cupped his fists and bowed. He did not say anything. In Wei Jin's view, the heart of a sword cultivator and the words that he wanted to say were all about the sword. Chun Qing shook his head. "Not very good." The old man rubbed his chin and clicked his tongue. "First, there was that Alliance who nagged at you for 100 years. Once he left, there was the second shopkeeper. It seems that it is really difficult to go from extravagance to frugality." Wei Jin said helplessly, "I can't learn." The old man laughed. "There is no need to learn. Besides, you can't learn it." Wei Jin asked, "Will Senior Alliance return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Chun Qing asked, "Have you ever thought about why Alliance taught you the method to break out of seclusion?" Wei Jin answered, "I have thought about it, but I don't understand. Alliance did not meet you by chance. He purposely found you and taught you swordsmanship. It was not because he was scheming against you and felt that you would definitely return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was also not because he felt that you were not accomplished and casually gave you alms so that you, the future master of the continent's sword Tao, would be grateful to him. Instead, he sincerely hoped that you, Wei Jin, would be able to stand side by side with him, Alliance, in the future. It was the same for Wei Jin. Alliance treated all those who walked on the same path as him equally. Chun Qing said, "This is the reason why I taught you the sword technique. Sword cultivators need to be in the company of the weak and fight against the strong. Those who see others as ants are ants themselves. Back in the day, who wasn't an ant under one's feet?" Wei Jin seemed to have understood something. The old man put his hands behind his back and glanced at the sky. He retracted his gaze and looked towards the southern land. Swordsmen, swordsmen, sword techniques in the heavens, guests on the earth. When a sword cultivator, who was clearly a sword immortal, was willing to call himself a swordsman from the bottom of his heart, it was a little interesting. In Chun Qing's opinion, Wei Jin was lacking in this. Even if this young sword immortal had always been in the Jianghu, in fact, Wei Jin had never felt that he belonged to the Jianghu. He was a passerby of the entire human world. In the end, he still had to go up the mountain to become an immortal. He would bring his sword up the mountain with him and try his best to distance himself from the secular world. He was most afraid of the messy karma. However, Chun Qingdo looked into the distance and recalled a picture scroll of his youth. When a sword cultivator ascended to the top, he would seek the sword from the heavens. The person with the highest realm would be more involved with the human world. In the end, step by step, it would be extremely slow, relying on the complicated threads of the human heart. It was as if he was dragging the entire world upwards. This was the earliest sword cultivator. This was the true purity of the heart of the sword. With great perseverance and great wishes, he took on great burdens and endured great hardships. He was determined to let the entire human world go to a higher place. Now, be it sword cultivators or other chi refinement warriors, which one of them did not want to be pure of heart and few desires. They wanted to sever themselves from the secular world and become immortals on the mountain that did not stir up any dust. Even if most of the cultivators in the world had such a mindset, there would be no problem. However, if everyone was like that, there would be great trouble. Chun Qing put his hands behind his back and gently tapped his palms. He muttered to himself, there can be more of the former and less of the latter. There must be both types of people. Neither can be missing. On the southern battlefield, after exchanging a blow with Ning Yao, the unpolished jade realm sword immortal death warrior was slightly injured. However, he did not want to continue fighting. He immediately used a strange secret technique to escape. On the battlefield, where blood flowed, a circle of extremely fine ripples appeared one after another. Obviously, that was where the Demon Clan sword immortal death warrior's soul was. Moreover, the escape route was not in a straight line. It seemed that he had used some kind of formation. Ning Yao's second blow missed. Not only that, there was a ripple in a pool of blood 600 feet behind Ning Yao. For a sword cultivator, this distance could be said to be very close. The sword immortal death warrior actually wanted to risk his life for a blow. Ning Yao was even more ruthless. She was determined to exchange injury for life. She could have dodged in time. However, she still deliberately paused for a moment to give the Demon Clan sword immortal a chance. However, the sword immortal death warrior also gave up the chance. He completely dispelled the idea of assassination and chose to leave the battlefield. According to the records in the Jiazi tent, the golden robe on Ning Yao's body was worthy of being an immortal weapon. For a top assassin like him, who succeeded in one blow, it was extremely restrained. Ning Yao could not find any trace of the sword immortal death warrior. Looking around, there was no sign of him in the nearby battlefield. Thus, she gave up. However, she had already memorized the escape route of the sword immortal death warrior. She silently deduced it in her heart. If there was a chance to fight again, Ning Yao's sword would be more measured. What really annoyed Ning Yao was that the nascent soul sword cultivator that targeted Qin Pingan had also decisively retreated after his first blow failed. The Demon Clan army acted as a natural barrier. Ning Yao's third strike was dodged by the nascent soul sword cultivator. He formed a sword seal with both hands, and the sword immortal death warrior turned into thousands of sword lights that scattered in all directions. Ning Yao raised her hand, and the thousands of broken weapons on the ground chased after the sword lights like flying swords. It was as if the sky above the battlefield was covered with a torrential downpour of flying swords. At the same time, Ning Yao swept out dozens of feet and bypassed Qin Pingan in the distance. She slashed her sword forward. However, the nascent soul sword cultivator's flying sword failed to kill Qin Pingan. The so-called failure was that it did not kill Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan was trapped in the formation. When a nascent soul sword cultivator suddenly attacked, there was nowhere for him to hide. The only thing he could do was to avoid being fatally injured. Thus, his entire shoulder was pierced by the flying sword, and most of it was blown off. When a sort of mortal death warrior attacked with his flying sword, it was not only because of its sharpness, but also because of the sword chi left behind. It used the injured person's small world as a battlefield. The fine and complicated sword chi and wisps of sword intent were like countless dragons crossing the river. The sword chi was like a flood breaking through a dam, crashing into the acupoints and chi residents. It was a recognized fact that it was the hardest to recover from being injured by a sword of mortal death warrior's flying sword. The sword of mortal death warrior was worthy of being ranked first among the 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain. On the battlefield, Fan Dash could no longer see Chun Pingan's figure. The mighty demon race army swarmed over from all directions, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was obvious that they wanted to surround and kill the young man. The demon race cultivators were the first to recognize the young hidden official's face. After his identity was revealed, the army retreated out of a survival instinct. It was because the young hidden official had not only defeated Li Zhan, a disciple of the moon-bearing mountain who was in seclusion, but he had also defeated Li Zhan, a top genius of the wasteland world, to the point that his soul was scattered. This matter had long been spread throughout the demon race army. This news was destined to slowly spread to the south, becoming a hot topic of discussion in the wasteland world. Year after year, it was like the grass on the plains, withering and thriving everywhere. Even after 100 years, it might still be talked about by those who remembered it. It was also because the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi had been the same as the ponytailed little girl named Xiao Chua for far too many years. When the demon race army remembered that this hidden official was not the hidden official, coupled with the fact that Chun Pingan was alone, and that Ning Yao did not seem to have any intention of assisting the new hidden official, some of the demon race cultivators who had their best friends killed by the young martial artist were already determined to take revenge. They were willing to exchange their lives for the young man's injuries. Some of them felt that the young man was only one person while their army was in formation. They took the opportunity to secretly throw out a spell or a natal item, which was absolutely safe. There were also Golden Core demon race cultivators and Sword of Mortal Death warriors who had their own thoughts. Their attacks were extremely precise and ruthless. They did not expect to kill in one blow, but only wanted to cut the flesh with a blunt knife. Killing on the battlefield had a huge influence. When individuals were involved in it, they would often follow the general trend. They would be defeated, mutinies, and forget about death. They were all like this. Finally, there was the nascent soul sword of Mortal Death warrior who injured the young hidden official. Killing intent was everywhere, covering the sky and the earth. In the distance, Fan Dash murmured, "They shouldn't have opened the formation like this. It's too dangerous. In this kind of battlefield, how could there not be accidents? It's not the martial arts fist after all." If not for Ning Yao holding the formation, the deputy manager would have undoubtedly died with such a punch. Ning Yao said, "It's because I'm here that he punched like this. This is the order of things. That's how it should be." Ning Yao also knew why Fan Dash was so uneasy. In the end, he was worried about Chun Pingan's safety. Ning Yao did not elaborate. Fan Dash was not a pure martial artist. The path of Sword Immortal and the path of pure martial artists were gradually ascending. The martial arts fist was at the peak. They seemed to be different paths leading to the same goal, but in fact they were very different. This was the true martial arts fist. Competing with others was only a small path of martial arts. Using one's own strength, using only one's fist to compete with the heavens and earth, this was the true glory of the great Tao. In the distance, the center of the encirclement had almost turned into a slowly moving hill. As Fan sheathed his sword, he could not help but ask, "If this continues, will it really be okay?" She said, "The other side is not okay." Fan was speechless. He could only continue to attack at the edge of the battlefield, trying his best to share some of the pressure on Chinpingan. Actually, it did not mean much, but he had to do something. When dealing with people, it was a good habit to seek peace of mind, as much as possible when one's strength was beyond one's reach. Ning Yao controlled the Sword Immortal and traversed the battlefield wantonly. A long golden line condensed in the middle of the demon race army, and did not disperse for a long time. There were straight lines that crisscrossed with each other, but there were also crooked golden trajectories that spanned several thousand feet. Everywhere it went, there were broken limbs and broken bones that had been sliced apart by the golden sword. The golden light itself was like a natural talisman array, containing extremely heavy sword intent. Together with the overflowing sword chi in the surroundings, it made the demon race army suffer. Many Middle Five Realm cultivators simply lay on the ground, avoiding the golden lines that were growing denser and denser. Many Dragon Gate cultivators and Golden Core cultivators had already rapidly left the golden sword array that was suspended in the air. Ning Yao glanced at the golden lines on the battlefield. After gathering enough sword chi, she formed a seal with 2 fingers and gently slashed downwards. It was like a heavy rain that was suspended in the air, resembling a huge pond that was just above the ground. Then it suddenly fell to the ground. On Chunpingan's battlefield, the ground shook, and the fist aura was as loud as thunder. The nearby demon race soldiers were sent flying in all directions. A small mountain that was piled up by the demon race army seemed to have collapsed from the middle. Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He finally saw Chunpingan's figure. He looked a little wretched. His clothes were tattered, and his flesh was mangled. The fist intent was so thick that it was almost visible to the naked eye. It flowed through Chunpingan's body, as if a god was protecting his body. This was probably the world's most worthy golden body realm martial artist. Although Fan was a sword cultivator and dreamed of becoming a sword immortal, after witnessing this scene, he could not help but admit that the golden body of a martial artist was unbreakable. It was truly tyrannical. Chunpingan was hit in the back by a dazzling spell technique. He only staggered a step before he took advantage of the momentum to charge forward. He moved straight for more than 100 feet and opened a path with his fist. A military demon race cultivator swept a large halberd across his waist and sent Chunpingan flying for more than 100 feet. At the same time, dozens of spells and divine abilities and dozens of natal items followed him like shadows. In the blink of an eye, Chunpingan had just landed on the ground. A small mountain was formed on the battlefield, and he disappeared without a trace. One good thing about Fan was that he did not do unnecessary things. However, Fan became more and more frightened. Were those demon race cultivators crazy? Why were they so reckless with their lives? Ning Yao still left the front line to the injured Chunpingan alone. At most, she would help to attack and hold back the 2 sides of the battlefield. She used the Sword Immortal to shave off some horizontal thickness of the demon race army. As an immortal weapon, the Sword Immortal had already gained some sentience. It was like an ignorant child who was learning to speak. It was clearly very carefree at the moment. In the past, it was indeed somewhat sullen in Chunpingan's hands. It was fine that its master, who was not even a sword cultivator, could order it around at will. The key was that every time the Sword Immortal appeared, it was far from satisfying. Although Ning Yao was calm and composed, her sword heart was calm, and her attacks were always accurate. It did not mean that she was not worried about Chunpingan's situation at all. How great was the merit of killing the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi on the battlefield? The 60 military tents in the wasteland world had a great debate about this matter. There were roughly three opinions. The military tents, led by Ganyin Camp, believed that killing the hidden official Qin Pingan was equivalent to killing a Jade Realm Sword Immortal. The reason was that although Qin Pingan was the new hidden official and held a high position in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and he was in charge of the hidden official's line of command, and it caused great losses to the wasteland world, Qin Pingan was not a sword cultivator. Moreover, his realm was not high. Although he could kill Li Jun in a fight, he did not necessarily have the combat power of a peak nascent soul realm sword cultivator. Therefore, with his identity as a hidden official, it was reasonable to regard him as a Jade Realm Sword Immortal. Led by Ding Mao's tent, another large group of tents supported by the two sovereign stage great demons, Yang Ji and Huang Wan, all believed that this young hidden official, regardless of whether it was a real threat or a symbolic significance to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, killing Qin Pingan would be equivalent to a sword cultivator in the immortal realm. It was not excessive to regard him as a great sword immortal. Apart from this, there was another lone armored commander's tent that raised an even more shocking opinion. As long as they could kill Qin Pingan, their battle merits should be at least between killing Dong Sangang, Qin Shi, Qi Tingji, Lu Ji, Old Deaf, and Nailin Xiaowei, these two groups of sword immortals. Even if their battle merits were equivalent to that of an ascendant realm sword cultivator, it wouldn't be impossible. The debate was endless. The military tents gathered their opinions and finally decided that the merit should be based on killing a great sword immortal. However, the merit should be between Nailin Xiaowei and Yu Qing. It could not be regarded as an ordinary great sword immortal. Fan Dash's heart trembled. On the battlefield far away, Qin Pingan, who was in charge of opening the formation, was punched in the direction of Fan Dash for the first time by a demon cultivator. Qin Pingan twisted his body in the air, dodging the entanglement of some key spells and magic weapons. He forcefully withstood the other attacks and landed on the ground. He slid back 5 or 6 steps and stomped heavily on the ground. He returned to the battlefield at an even faster speed and went straight for the demon cultivator, who was also a pure martial artist. The latter was not only the leader of a demon army, he was also a cultivator. Furthermore, he was in the far travel realm. After transforming into a human, he was tall and sturdy. He did not have any weapons on him, but his muscles were firm and imposing. On the front line, the two pure martial artists charged at each other. Both of them punched each other. The fist aura shook violently, and the surrounding demon army was immediately pushed back by the majestic fist intent that surged out. The demon cultivator in the far travel realm and Qin Pingan each took a punch, but neither of them retreated a step. They exchanged punches, and both of them were punched in the face. Their heads swayed backward for a moment. On the battlefield, dull sounds like the beating of drums could be heard. The demon cultivator in the far travel realm roared. He wanted the nearby Golden Core and Dragon Gate cultivators to throw all their magic weapons and spells at him without caring about their own lives. In the blink of an eye, Qin Pingan had exchanged punches and punched 16 times consecutively. Since the other party dared to stay where they were, he would not move either. Regardless of their identities or factions, there was no better way to exchange punches than to exchange punches on the spot. It was straightforward and open. As long as the fist technique was good enough and the punches were heavy enough, the other party would fall to the ground obediently. It was as if they were acknowledging their ancestors on the path of fist techniques. Among the sword cultivators of the hidden officials, Deng Liang was the most stable. He was a sword cultivator born in the mountains and was later taken in by the sect as an immortal master of records. He knew the taste of the mud of the mortal world the most. He was also influenced by the ethereal immortal chi of the cave abode in the mountains. Naturally, he was not impatient. Almost everyone's calmness had been honed bit by bit. However, for some reason, Deng Liang suddenly flipped the writing table today. Then, Deng Liang instantly quietened down and apologized. After sitting in a daze for a moment, he got up and quietly set up the writing table. Sword Immortal Cho Miao shook his head gently, indicating that there was no need for anyone to say anything. With Cho Miao expressing his stance, the other sword cultivators could only turn a blind eye. Even Xian, Ken, and Chao Gun, who were also outsiders like Deng Liang, maintained their silence. Dong Bujue glared at Guizhuzhou, who was winking at him. What the hell? Deng Liang liking Dong Bujue was not a reason for Dong Bujue to like him. Deng Liang had a gloomy expression. He took out a wine flask and drank silently. In the process of the Sword Qi Great Wall in the wilderness, 3 young geniuses from the Sword Qi Great Wall had their intrinsic flying swords destroyed. The 3 potential sword immortals who could be considered outstanding in the Sword Qi Great Wall had their great Tao severed. There was no doubt about it, and there was no what if. Then, in the chaotic battle, another 4 people were killed by the Demon Suicide Squad. As for the young sword cultivators who were not on the list, there were even more. This was the result of the Sword Qi Great Wall having 2 sword immortals and more than 40 Earth immortal sword cultivators who came down to provide support and lay in ambush. The spiritual energy of the Sword Qi Great Wall decreased rapidly. The daily consumption of resources was a huge expenditure that no sect in the world could imagine. Once it was converted to divine money, it was enough to make the Tao hearts of the cultivators who were in charge of the income and expenditure of money become unstable just by looking at the numbers in the account books. The transformation of the heaven and earth between the 2 sides had been subtly accelerated by the wilderness. According to the heavenly secrets revealed by the hidden official, it was not easy for the saints of the 3 sects to attack previously. After they worked together to create the long golden river that separated the battlefield, it was more like a resolute choice. There was no turning back, or it could be said that they did not want to take the original path. The situation was fierce. No matter how the hidden officials' lineage racked their brains, no matter how the sword cultivators on the city wall forgot about life and death, they could only delay the situation for a moment. It seemed that they could not change the direction of the situation. Deng Liang was born as a wild cultivator. It was not that he could not accept failure, but Deng Liang had never felt so aggrieved, cowardly, and resentful. In the end, it turned into a kind of dejection, and he could only drown his sorrows in alcohol. The more he was in the summer palace, the more he could come into contact with first-hand information and observe the overall situation. When Deng Liang saw through the battles and the points gained and lost by both sides, the more deeply Deng Liang felt about the direction of the entire war, the more powerless he felt. Lin Junbai was only busy with the matters at hand. Cho Miao looked at Lin Junbai, and the young sword immortal nodded subtly. Lin Junbai was the pride of the central divine continent, and the great Tao was more lofty. Lin Junbai did not know that Cho Miao had such a high opinion of him. After arriving at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the first thing Lin Junbai learned was to lower his own status even more. In reality, although Lin Junbai gave people the feeling that he was scheming, quick-witted, and intelligent, and was outstanding in all aspects, the feeling he gave people was that he was not as trustworthy as Cho Miao. He was like a natural unpolished jade that had been carved extremely well. But precisely because of this, of course, this was comparing Lin Junbai to Cho Miao. In the main hall of the Summer Palace, the other sword cultivators all acknowledged Lin Junbai's 3-handed seat and sat firmly. Cho Miao and Lin Junbai were the exact opposite, simple and reserved. This young sword immortal, with a basket of legendary deeds, became a sword cultivator of the hidden official's lineage. But he was not the new hidden official, and was slightly inferior. He had not said any words that would cause people to slap the table in praise, and had not done anything that would cause people to be shocked, but he was able to convince the masses and make people trust him. Everyone in the hidden official's lineage had probably thought that if something really happened to that young hidden official, who would become the next hidden official, it would definitely be Cho Miao and not Lin Junbai. Lin Junbai did not have much resentment towards this. He had to admit that his skills were inferior. Lin Junbai had never been afraid of interacting with experts. He learned everything very quickly. As long as it was not a life-and-death situation, the improvement of his chess skills after the spar was all capital that entered his pocket. Lin Junbai was very clear that Sword Immortal Cho Miao's ability to convince the masses was not as simple as Cho Miao's high cultivation level. There were many things about Cho Miao that were worth him studying and learning. For example, no one would think that Sword Immortal Cho Miao was a brilliant and intelligent person who took every conceivable possibility into account. No one's first impression would be like this. If one said that Cho Miao's sword skills were high, but he had a gentle personality and did not have a sharp edge, the impression that the young hidden official gave people was that his cultivation level was not high, but he could fight very well. He was shrewd and scheming, but he was actually a good person. In addition, the hidden official's lineage had many sword cultivators that each had their own strengths. Lin Junbai would benefit greatly from his training here every day. So why would he leave? Even if Chen Pingan chased him away, Lin Junbai might not necessarily leave. Lin Junbai glanced at the empty main seat and shook his head lightly. He would not leave, but he definitely would not become the hidden official. Chen Sancho glanced at the situation of the approaching battlefield. After some thought, he called for Dong Huafu to fly on his sword and approach Chen Pingan's side. At the same time, he asked Fatty Dong and Stat Cliff to put in more effort. Once they caught their breaths, they would immediately return to reinforce. The two of them flew on their swords and changed the battlefield. They formed a triangular formation with Chen Pingan and Ning Yao. Dong Huafu squatted on his sword and began to make a conclusion. Compared to Sister Ning opening the array, he is slower. Dong Huafu thought for a moment and remembered that the second shopkeeper's innate ability was to keep accounts. He added, however, Alliance said that men cannot be too fast. Chen Sancho laughed loudly. However, the second manager happened to be punched by a demonic cultivator from the School of Military, who was wearing the gold crow armor. He seemed to have broken through the formation of the army that had been thinned by Chen Sancho's sword. In the end, he fell not far away from Chen Sancho. After rolling for a while, he stood up and smashed a natal artifact that was like a gangrene attached to the bones with his fist. Then he changed his stance and summoned a mouthful of pure spiritual qi to stabilize himself. The robes he had borrowed from the hidden official's lineage were almost used up. The last robe he wore had long been torn to shreds. His upper body was almost naked and covered in wounds. His bones were exposed everywhere. Chen Pingan put on the last Ning residence's green robe and turned to look at Dong Haiten. Chen Pingan smiled. Ning Yao also smiled in the distance. Dong Huafu responded with a silly smile. Chen Pingan leaned back and narrowly dodged a sword light that came from behind. Before he fell to the ground, he slapped the ground with his palm and flipped his body. He took a step forward and finally used the land withdrawal talisman for the first time. In the blink of an eye, he came to the side of the demon cultivator, who had sneakily attacked with his sword. He swept his arm and decapitated the demon cultivator. Then he lowered his head and used the headless corpse of the demon cultivator as a shield to crash into the demon cultivator. A middle-aged demon cultivator with a wooden expression picked up a broken sword from the ground. It was of inferior quality and barely looked like a sword. He took a step forward and came to Chen Pingan's side. He slashed down with his sword. There was no dazzling sword light or sharp sword intent. It was as silent as the person wielding the sword. However, Chun Pingon did not even have time to use the mind talisman. His fist intent reached the peak, and he struggled to hold the sword edge with both hands. But still, he was slashed and sunk into the ground. The man did not think of using brute force to directly cut off Chun Pingon's hands and shoulders. He casually pulled out the ordinary long sword and slashed it at Chun Pingon's neck. Chun Pingon directly clenched his left fist and pressed it against his chest. The man was clearly a little surprised. His sword would indeed change its trajectory midway and shatter Chun Pingon's heart. At the critical moment, when the sword changed direction, the man took a step forward. His figure was ethereal like a flying sword and directly came behind Chun Pingon. He twisted the tip of his sword very casually and stabbed backwards, hitting the back of Chun Pingon's spine. Chun Pingon, almost at the same time, used his fist to form a dragon. The tip of his sword was blocked for a moment. With the force of the sword, he should have charged forward faster. But Chun Pingon still moved several steps to the side. As expected, the second sword-wielding man appeared directly in front of Chun Pingon's original position and slashed down with his sword. The man smiled faintly and increased his strength as he gently gripped his sword. On the battlefield, nearly 100 sword cultivators instantly appeared. They formed a circle around Chun Pingon. They were still wielding their swords. None of them had an intrinsic flying sword. Their sword tips stabbed straight at Chun Pingon in all sorts of sword stances. Not only that, there was a man wielding a sword in each of the 6 spots outside the circular sword formation. He seemed to be waiting for Chun Pingon to use his core talisman. Outside of this, in front of Ning Yao, Fan Dash, Chun Sancho, and Dong Huafu, a huge circular sword formation with everyone wielding a sword appeared. Each of them challenged Chun Pingon. Ning Yao, Chun Sancho, and Dong Huafu, the 2 young geniuses who were listed in the 60-year records. There was also a golden core sword cultivator, who was not listed in the records. The true target of this man's sword was both Chun Pingon and Fan Dash. As for the outcome, he had already given the choice to all his peers on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He did not really care about the outcome. When a sword cultivator attacked, it was fine as long as he was correct. The amount of battle merit was secondary. Every person wielding a sword was both real and fake. Their battle strength would be divided, so he needed to make precise calculations. The sword-wielding man seemed to be somewhat helpless. Somewhere his figure, which was already faintly discernible, suddenly dispersed. The other sword-wielders were all targeted by at least 2 or 3 flying swords, and at most 5 or 6 flying swords. As for the young hidden official, he did not move. The man who had also covered his face and concealed his aura looked at Chun Pingon one last time. He smiled knowingly and said in a mellow and elegant voice, a kindred spirit, no one knew where the strange sword cultivator, who had appeared out of nowhere and disappeared like a ghost, had gone. Chun Pingon withdrew all his flying swords and returned them to the moon at the bottom of the well. This flying sword's innate ability was the moon illuminating the deep well. As long as a ripple appeared in the lake of his heart, every time he attacked and withdrew his sword, it would be a scene of a broken moon and then a full moon. Everything depended on the sword cultivator's thoughts. He had nurtured 2 innate flying swords with great difficulty, but in the end, the moon at the bottom of the well had to appear prematurely. Chun Pingon cursed inwardly, a kindred spirit. $6.50. Yes, the latest issue of the journal has been published. Ning Yao let Chun Pingon return to the city first and reminded him to be careful on the way. Dong Huafu felt that her words were a little redundant. Dong Huafu's style had always been straightforward. Chun Sancho smiled and said it would be troublesome if there weren't any redundant words between a man and a woman. Dong Huafu nodded in agreement, and then asked, "Do you have the chance to speak?" Chen Sancho imitated the second shopkeeper and smiled. Dong Huafu was afraid that the second shopkeeper would hold a grudge against him, but he was not afraid of Chen Sancho, who wanted to be his brother-in-law even in his dreams. Therefore, he said something to make things worse. "Did my sister become a sword cultivator of the hidden official's lineage because she wanted to hide from you? If that's the case, then it's too much. I'll speak up for you later. I still have this bit of loyalty." Chen Sancho shook his head and said, "Not really. Your sister is a straightforward person. If she likes someone, she likes them. If she doesn't like them, she doesn't like them. She won't do it on purpose. Liking someone was always good. Besides, ever since Chen Sancho started wearing open-crotch pants, he felt that the neighbor's sister Dong did not become good just because he liked her. She was really good. Just like the first time Chen Sancho saw the words childhood sweetheart in a book, he felt that it was the most touching phrase in the world. Things like a calm lake or a fiery autumn mountain had to be put aside. To say that Dong Bu was beautiful was actually not enough. It was just that after so many years, the more Chen Sancho drank, the more he liked her. Before Chun Pingan arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Chen Sancho would always head over to Dong Bu's side to observe the battle from afar. This time, when the situation was dire, Chen Sancho had lent a helping hand. Dong Bu thanked her after the battle and gave her a heart-wrenching reply. This was the second time Dong Bu had explicitly told Chen Sancho that they were both sword cultivators and friends. They could help each other on the battlefield, but he advised Chen Sancho not to have any thoughts of becoming Dao companions on the mountain. Whenever Dong Bu thought of this, goosebumps would appear all over his body. That time, Chen Sancho returned to the city and drank some wine. On the way home, he pushed walls and crashed into trees again. Chun Pingan's injuries were not light. Not only were his skin, flesh, tendons, and bones damaged, the most troublesome part was the sword Chi left behind by the sword cultivator's flying swords and the injuries caused by the many demon cultivators attacking his natal item. However, Chun Pingan's spirit didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. Ning Yao hadn't seen Chun Pingan with such bright eyes in a long time. Words as words. He picked up a damaged sword of unknown origin. The sword itself was not too mysterious, but it was heavy. It was probably made of good materials and was worth some money. In the Jianghu of the vassal states of the Aquarius continent, this was a real divine weapon. Even the gods of the mountains and rivers of those places were afraid of it. Chun Pingan took the lead to fly north on his sword. He chose a place where the demon army's battle formation was weak. He punched a little along the way. He did not go directly to the top of the city wall. Instead, he rode his sword to the highest point of the word Meng on the city wall. He sat cross-legged and took out the blade-strengthening gourd. He drank a few mouthfuls of osmanthus wine and observed the battlefield closely. While he meditated and recuperated, he skillfully bandaged his wounds. Every big word carved on the wall, every horizontal stroke, was an excellent place for cultivation. But when it came to the stage of the battle, these natural sword cultivators' training grounds were often places of death. Therefore, the old sword cultivators who could cultivate here for hundreds of years must have great killing power and were very good at preserving their lives. Not far from Chun Pingan, there was an old sword cultivator who was meditating with his eyes closed. He did not stand up to greet him, so Chun Pingan did not disturb him. Looking at the old man's appearance, he should be the nascent soul sword cultivator Yin Shun on the 6th page of the 3rd book. He was old, but the bottleneck was hard to break. He had always been stuck in the nascent soul realm. He had an arrogant personality and was a loner with no family. The sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi almost always had close friends. They were either alive or dead, but Yin Shun never had any. As long as he entered the battlefield, his killing intent would be huge. Once he used his sword, he would not differentiate between friend and foe. Therefore, he killed many demons, but the battle achievements he accumulated were not much. He was not as good as many young Jindan sword cultivators because many of his battle achievements were erased. The old sword cultivator Yin Chen's reputation was even worse. After all, no one was willing to get close to a monster who would even kill their own sword cultivators. Every page of the first and third book had different annotations from the hidden official sword cultivators. If there were too many sword cultivators in the Summer Palace, they would add in a few extra pages. Yin Chen, who was ranked very high in the third book, had very few opinions. Only Chou Miao and Lin Junbai had written a few words. Their opinions were completely different from the common view of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In terms of accidental injuries on the battlefield, almost every sword immortal had done it. Those who harmed the innocent did not deserve to be scolded, but Yin Chen was different. Many times the old man's swift and fierce sword attacks were precisely calculated to kill a few sword cultivators. According to the division of responsibilities of the hidden official's lineage, the old sword cultivator Yin Chen only needed to guard the place. He did not need to leave the city to fight. Chun Pingon finished bandaging the wounds of various sizes. He took out a filth removal talisman and quickly got rid of the bloodstains. He was a guest after all. Even if the host did not smile, it was not a reason for the guest to be disrespectful. The old man opened his eyes and said hoarsely, "Kid, you are really interesting. I have seen a few pure martial artists of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When others use their fists, they are restrained by flying swords and magic treasures. You, on the other hand, are suppressing yourself." Chun Pingon turned his head and smiled. "Senior Yin has good eyesight." The old man asked, "Don't you have a knot in your heart because I didn't call you Lord Hidden Official?" Chun Pingon said, "No." Yin Chen looked at the front line of the battlefield. To the north of the Golden River, there was Ning Yao who helped. To the south, there was the sword cultivator who was responsible for opening the formation. Yin Chen sneered. "Every time I see these so-called young geniuses, I can't help but feel depressed. How can you compare yourself to others?" Chun Pingon smiled. "More sword cultivators will be the same when they see Senior Yin." In fact, Yin Chan was also one of the young geniuses. He was extremely outstanding. His glory at the Great Wall of Sword Qi back then was roughly equivalent to the present Lord Gao Yi and Situ Weiran. Practicing the sword was extremely smooth. He broke through the realms with irresistible force. He only stopped when he reached the nascent soul realm. He did not expect that this pause would lead to hundreds of years of wasted time. Yin Chen sneered. "Other than looking up at people and secretly drooling, what else can trash do? Take me, for example. I have been sitting here all year long. I went from a young trash to an old trash. A person who would even scold himself when he was ruthless was basically invincible when it came to quarreling." Chun Pingon asked, "Senior Yin, did you see through the background of the man who held the sword?" Yin Chen sneered. "The reclusive officials are getting worse with each generation. You are just an outsider whose realm is not high anymore. You relied on your connections to take over Senior Xiao Chua's summer palace. There are countless secret records in the archives. In the end, you don't even know this little bit of information? Even if you can't recognize him, can't you guess?" Chun Pingon did not mind these words. "You scolded you. I asked my questions." He continued probing. "Is it the Heaven's Pride who is ranked at the top of the moon supporting Mountain's 100-sword deities? Is his ranking similar to Zhu Gong and Li Zhen? Yin Chen, on the other hand, asked your questions and scolded me. Now, I guess the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi has said all kinds of nasty things about Senior Xiao Chua. They are really a bunch of bastards who have no parents to teach them. If I were Senior Xiao Chua, I would break through the Great Wall of Sword Qi and find out all the sword cultivators who scolded me before. If they dare to scold me, they can live. If they don't, they can die. That's how satisfying it is. Oh, right. Previously, when the great demon Yang Ji killed that south-wandering sword deity, you were also scolded for the sake of the big picture. How did it feel? If you were to do it again, would you just let those sword cultivators who are courting death be? Chun Pingon said, Alliance once told me that if a person can survive, he must not die. If I can save many people by being scolded, is there a better deal than this? I don't think so. Yin Chun immediately shut his mouth. It was not about how right the young man's reasoning was. It was not the case at all. This young reclusive official was a reclusive disciple of the literary sage's lineage. He was his junior brother, and even had a good relationship with the great sword deity. Yin Chun did not care about him at all. Only when he was related to Alliance did Yin Chun have a headache. Indeed, Yin Chun had been screwed over by that son of a B***TCH in the last 100 years. He had really caught a fat sheep and was plucking it. After plucking the fat sheep, he would replace it with a skinny sheep. When the skinny sheep was gone, the fat sheep would probably recover some of its wealth. Very well, then he would pluck another one. If a Liang only had such means, Yin Chun would have just ignored him. However, that fellow had really squatted beside him and mumbled to himself for several hours just so that he could say something to old immortal Yin Chun. Only then would this trip to the Great Wall of Sword Chi be worth it. Yin Chun couldn't help but curse at a Liang. In the end, Liang immediately turned hostile and was pinned to the ground, giving him a good beating. When Alliance left, he was very refreshed. He did his signature action of running his hands through his hair and saying, "Awesome, awesome," quarreling and fighting big and small over 800 fights, and I still won all of them. Yin Chun was lying on the ground and was stunned for a long time. After that, Alliance often came to find old immortal Yin. He called it a chat and increased his winning percentage once or twice. Remembering all Yang, Yin Chun was not entirely resentful. After all, the two of them had never actually sparred with Q-Sword. It was more of that man bragging about how he was liked by good girls in the vast world. It was just that from the beginning to the end, he had never mentioned a girl's name to Yin Chun. However, Alliance occasionally said a few serious words, and they were all aimed at Yin Chun's nascent soul bottleneck. No matter how bad Yin Chun's temper was, he still had to remember this favor. Yin Chun might not know how to be a person, but he was still very clear about good and bad people. Sometimes, perhaps because he was too clear, he was too lazy to know how to be a person. The two of them did not know each other, and their temperaments were too different. In fact, there was nothing to talk about. Moreover, Yin Chun did not like to drink. Otherwise, Chun Pingon would have given him a bottle of bamboo sea paradise wine. Yin Chun suddenly said, "Do all the pure martial artists in the world practice martial arts like this?" Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "The way of practicing martial arts is actually very similar. You can't escape the fact that you have to be beaten before you learn martial arts. The only difference is the strength." Yin Chun asked again. He said, "You picked up so much trash in front of Ning Yao. Aren't you embarrassed?" Now, there was something to talk about. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "I have a lot of bad habits. Fortunately, Ning Yao doesn't mind." Yin Chun asked, "I think you look ordinary. You're just passable. How did you hook up with her?" "I only heard that Ning Yao went to the world once, but I didn't expect that she would be so vicious. In my opinion, you're far inferior to that Chao Ci. I especially went to the city wall to take a look at that guy. Whether it's his appearance or his martial arts, you can't compare at all." It was great to chat like this. The old senior was praising him. Chun Pingon hurriedly got up and sat down close to old immortal Yin. He drank a mouthful of wine and said with a smile, "I can't compare to you in martial arts. I admit it, if we're talking about appearance, the difference isn't big." Unexpectedly, Yin Chun suddenly turned hostile. I'm going to take care of my sword. I'll have to trouble hidden official to make way. Don't be an eyesore here. You're not likable. Chun Pingon resentfully got up and left on his sword. Een Chun clenched his fists and rested them on his knees. He smiled. All the scholars in the world deserved a beating. Chun Pingon went to the thatched cottage at the city wall. He first greeted the great sword immortal Wei Jin, who held up half of the wine shop's sky. Wei Jin smiled and said, "What a good fist. Anyway, it looks very powerful. It has the style of the invincible divine fist sect's old leader. It's just that it's a bit slow to chisel through the formation." Using his fists to kill a remote, wandering martial artist of the desolate world was naturally not a big achievement compared to a sword immortal's sword attack. However, it was still rare. It would be a delicious dish to accompany wine. Chun Pingon laughed and said, "Next time we go to the shop, I'll give you a bowl of Yang Chun noodles. That way, you can talk less." Wei Jin pointed at the thatched cottage behind him. "Boss Sword Immortal is not in a good mood. You should talk more." Chun Pingon and Wei Jin parted ways. As soon as he landed on the city wall, Boss Sword Immortal walked out of the thatched cottage with his hands behind his back habitually. "Yo, Martial God Chun, your arrival brings light to my humble abode." Chun Pingon found it strange. Boss Sword Immortal was not so polite in the past. In his impression, Boss Sword Immortal was a person of virtue and prestige who cherished his words like gold. Chun Qingdo glanced at Chun Pingon. His injuries were not bad, and he had gained a lot. He said in his mind, "I owe you 2 secrets. Now I can tell you." Chun Pingon restrained his expression. However, Boss Sword Immortal's 2 so-called little secrets were bigger than the other. One was about the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the hometown of all the felons. Half of the earliest ancient felons' hometown was from the desolate world, and the other half was from the 5th world that was now opened. Chun Pingon was stunned. So, half of the felons and their descendants were actually in their hometown from the beginning? So, they were born in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, died in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and were all in their hometown? Then, if the remaining half of the felons' descendants wanted to return to their roots, it had something to do with the 5th world? As long as they could survive, they would at least have a chance to return home. The second secret was even bigger. Big Brother Sword Immortal's words were extremely shocking. The path of martial artists to the heavens was actually a path to becoming a god, and it would also involve military cultivators. Although Chun Pingon had some guesses before, when Boss Sword Immortal said it himself, he immediately understood a lot of things. For example, he no longer found it strange that there was a golden body on the path of martial arts, and all the gods in the world created a golden body, which was the foundation of the great Tao. Putting aside the fact that the heroic spirits had become gods, the process of a living person becoming a god was similar to the experience of the Iron Talisman River's water deity, Yanghua. Emaciated body and bones was a path that one had to go through. This was actually similar to a martial artist's tempering of the body and bones. Chun Qingdu did not say it out loud. Anyway, this kid liked to think. He would have plenty of time to ponder over the first pages of this old almanac. He walked slowly with Chun Pingon. Since they had started walking, they could not turn back after a few steps, so the old man said a little more. Since ancient times, there has been a difference between gods and immortals. First gods, then immortals. Why, according to today's saying, if a person's soul does not dissipate after death, that person is a god. Enjoying the incense offerings of the mortal world, one does not need to cultivate to be able to stabilize their golden body. Immortals who do not die are those chi cultivators who are now lying in the mountains. When scholars write history books, they always delete and subtract. Over time, they get further and further away from the truth. If you have the chance in the future, you can go to the 3 great academies and become the reclusive disciple of that old scholar. You can flip through a few worthless old books. You still have the face to do that. Chun Pingon only listened and remembered these sayings. They were not significant for the time being. If he were to be more pragmatic, it could be said that they were meaningless. However, the following statement made Chun Pingon's ears perk up obediently, afraid that he would miss a single word. First you travel far away, then you reach the peak, then you reach the 10th realm of martial arts. It is divided into 3 levels: vigor, purity, and godly arrival. What is godly arrival? I remember there is a saying in your hometown. What is it called? Arrival. Chun Pingon blurted out, if a person's skills are good enough, whether it is farming or making porcelain, others like to praise him as a rival. Chun Qingdu nodded. Arrival? 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 How do you walk? Who will guard the door? The answer is in your hometown. What is it again? Chun Pingon said. Me. Chun Qingdu smiled and nodded. He then explained in detail the 3rd level of the 10th realm. But for the first time, the old man had a nostalgic expression. In the Aquarius continent, he had an old friend. He had also drawn a circle on the ground and imprisoned himself for 10,000 years. So Chun Qingdu said something off-topic. Embroidered tiger chui dong is really powerful. Chun Pingon said. That year, in the first round of the Truth Heart game, because Mr. Chi was there, I passed it safely. When Mr. Chi was not there, I could not pass the 2nd round, no matter what. And that was because Chui Dong did not put all his effort into the game. Chun Qingdu said, all the sufferings that are difficult to endure are like a hole in the heart. The bigger the hole, the more it can hold in the future. Chun Pingon nodded. But it was also possible to make up for that hole for the rest of one's life. For example, the more the world owes a person's childhood, the more that person will make up for it when they grow up. Leaving the city, Chun Pingon flew on his sword to the private residence of the Summer Palace. He began to recuperate in peace. After a short 2 days, Chun Pingon made a trip to the Summer Palace. He came and went as he pleased. He held the jade token in his hand and did not need to use a contraction talisman. Chun Pingon chose a secluded place and watched Grandma teach the children martial arts. She was talking about what the whole body is a fist meant, how to learn, and how to practice. Chun Pingon was familiar with one of the children. It was the tomboy called Yuan Zhaohua. He gave her 2 folding fans. She was the only girl in the Great Wall of Sword Chi who could use her real ability to cheat the 2nd shopkeeper of his money. As for the other children, Chun Pingon was familiar with them. This was because they were the martial arts seeds that he and the hidden official had carefully selected. One of the children had already been brought to the Central Divine Continent by Yu Zhuanfu. The others who were not too late to learn martial arts were all here. The Great Wall of Sword Chi had many sword cultivators, but there were very few pure martial artists. If the Great Wall of Sword Chi was breached and the world changed, it would be reduced to a piece of land in the wilderness. Would the fortune of martial artists be left for the wilderness? Of course not. However, Chun Pingon also knew that there was little hope for this group of children to compete for the title of strongest if they were to make a last-minute effort. Moreover, there was a natural pressure in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The Great Tao clashed violently. He did not understand before, but after being pointed out by the eldest sword immortal on the city wall, he understood. The female martial god of the Central Divine Continent, Pei Wan, had most likely come prepared. As for Chao Ci, she was purely focused on martial arts. She never needed martial arts fate. Chun Pingon admitted that he was far inferior to Chao Ci in this aspect. Now, as long as martial arts fate was willing to come, Chun Pingon wished that the martial arts fate could call for relatives and family members to come and welcome guests. The more, the better. But even if this group of children practiced martial arts hastily and could not earn martial arts fate, it did not matter much. As long as they had a skill and a good foundation, they could survive no matter where they went in the future. Or rather, their chances of survival would only be greater. In a chaotic world, if one wanted to settle down, one had to fight for a place to stay. Many times, identity was not very useful. At the training field, Grandma Bai punched out. The distance was very short, and the punch was only half an arm's length, but the fist intent was very strong. It was natural. At the level of a martial artist of the seventh realm, the so-called fist moves were actually a competition of the depth of the fist intent. It was similar to a simple manifestation of the great Tao. Grandma Bai's punch landed without warning on a strong-looking boy beside her. The latter stood in place without moving, his expression saying, "Kill me if you can." It was Jiang Yun, who came from a noble family on Taixiang Street. His talent was very outstanding. When Grandma Bai stopped punching, the child did not realize that he, who was not afraid at all, was actually sweating profusely. This was a rare latent talent. Grandma Bai punched again. Her fist almost touched the forehead of a girl from Yuhu Street. The latter was slightly weaker than Jiang Yun. Although she did not move, her body shook slightly. More than 10 children stood in a row. Grandma Bai walked past them one by one. Some children retreated, while others gritted their teeth and stood in place. But Grandma Bai did not punch. However, Chun Pingan could see that when Bai Mama walked to the children's side, her fist intent had already arrived. Unfortunately, there was only one child named Su Gong from Mumeng Alley. His intuition was correct. When Bai Mama's fist intent moved slightly, he had already moved back. Although his choice was the opposite of Jiang Yun's, they were all good seeds that had the potential to be possessed by the fist intent earlier. Looking at that tomboy Yuan Zhouhua, he looked as if he was facing a great enemy, but his body was tense. Grandma Bai quietly released her fist intent, but he still did not notice it. Chun Pingan felt that this was nothing. On the path of martial arts, it was not that aptitude was not important. It was also very particular, but it was not as harsh as Qi cultivators. It was also not like swordsmen, who gambled their lives and relied on luck. Swordsmen did not rely on hardships to become swordsmen, but when it came to fist techniques with a certain level of aptitude, one could be slow and steady. One's skills would gradually increase. Of course, the 3 realms would be a huge threshold, but it would not be difficult for these children to pass the 3 realms. It was only a matter of time and difficulty. Chun Pingan leaned against a pillar in the corridor with his hands in his sleeves. He looked at the children. Those who wanted to learn fist techniques were mostly from poor backgrounds in Twilight Street and Twilight Street. Those who did not want to learn were usually from big clans like Jiang Yun. The children began to practice their stances again. Grandma Bai would occasionally help them twist their bones and tendons. Then that child would begin to roll on the ground, wailing and crying. Seeing this, Chun Pingan, who was originally in a peaceful state of mind, immediately became gloating. He was quite happy, but when he saw the tomboy and a child from a shabby alley lying on the ground in pain, he felt a little sad. Grandma Bai glanced in the direction of her son-in-law with a kind expression. The old woman's gaze was slightly inquiring. Chun Pingan hurriedly waved his hand, indicating that he was just here to take a look. Unexpectedly, Grandma Bai still smiled and said, "Hidden official, there is someone here who wants to learn fist techniques from you. He thinks that my fist techniques are too feminine. Why don't you teach him?" Just as Chun Pingan was about to decline, Jiang Yun crossed his arms and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Where is the hidden official?" "Damned little brat, who exactly is the hidden official here?" Chun Pingan looked at the tomboy who sat up. He silently raised his hand, his arm trembling, and wiped the dust and sweat on his face. Grandma Bai smiled. Chun Pingan could only quickly walk to the training field. Chun Pingan did not do much. He only talked about some of the insights of the six-step stance. It was concise and to the point. Jiang Yun thought that he had just started, but the young hidden official had already shut up. The child could not help but ask, "That's it?" Chun Pingan nodded and said, "There is not much fist theory to begin with. This is the same principle as the thinner the book, the more knowledge it contains." He did not finish his sentence. The more the teachings of the 3 schools of thought and the 100 schools of thought, the more teachings there were, the more they would be written and interpreted. In the end, the branches and leaves would be luxuriant and all-encompassing. However, when dealing with children, the more complicated the explanations, the more they would be at a loss and at a loss. Grandma Bai smiled and said, "Hidden official, if you are not in a hurry to return to the summer palace, today's practice of the stance is almost done. You can teach this mountain-quaking fist stance walking." With outsiders present, she naturally could not call him young master. Chun Pingan thought for a moment. There was no problem staying here for an hour. He nodded and said with a smile, "This stance walking originates from the mountain-quaking fist." Jiang Yun interrupted again. "Wait a moment. This fist technique's name is not domineering. Mountain quaking? Our great wall of sword chi. Which sword cultivator does not flatten the mountain with one strike?" Chun Pingan smiled and said, "Then you will teach me fist techniques?" Jiang Yun frowned and said, "Speak properly, be reasonable." Chun Pingan smiled knowingly and continued, "The name of the fist technique's name is probably not very good. Then I will say a few more words." He talked about the general situation of martial artists in the vast world. He said that the martial artists in the marketplace who did not come from prestigious families had a variety of fist techniques. As long as they could break bricks and break rocks with their fists, it was already considered a very good martial art style. Therefore, the weight of the 2 words mountain quaking was not light at all. His words were mixed with some of Chun Pingan's own experiences. Therefore, the children listened attentively. Of course, to be able to slack off for a moment and not be beaten up while standing in a stance and not be boring while walking, who would not like that? After he finished speaking, Chun Pingan practiced walking a few times and then helped the children point out some flaws in the walking. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, during the break, Chun Pingan talked about the streets and the scenery of the martial path peak of the 9th and 10th realm martial artists. The children loved to listen to this. Anyway, hiding in the cold palace was like a cage. They could not escape even if they wanted to. Jiang Yun had once urged the little girl from Yuhu Street to escape with them. In the middle of the night, they had just reached the top of the wall when they were pulled back by the fierce old woman. They were punished to stand in a stance. The little girl stood until she fainted, and Jiang Yun stood until he fell asleep. At that time, not far from where Jiang Yun and Jiang Yun stood, there were 2 children who took the initiative to stand in a stance. However, the latter was quickly chased away by Grandma Bai to rest. Practicing fist techniques was taboo. The poor learned literature and the rich learned martial arts. To practice martial arts, one needed a master to lead the way. Training one's muscles and bones required money. Otherwise, it was too easy to take a wrong path. Practicing fist techniques would only harm the body and waste one's energy. The fist intent did not enter one's body. Instead, it was like a ghost had taken over one's body. This was the greatest pain of many martial artists who did not have a master. Chun Pingan calculated the time and left. Grandma Bai continued to teach the children. Jiang Yun muttered softly, "When we really meet, I'm so disappointed." Grandma Bai smiled. "When you feel that you have the right to fight with the hidden official, you will know what despair is." Jiang Yun shook his head and said, "Forget it, the second shopkeeper is too cunning. When my cultivation level is high enough to catch up to the second shopkeeper, I will definitely test him first. As long as he agrees to my ask fist, I will stop." Bai Momo shook her head. The Jiang clan was quite dutiful. How could they raise such a blabbermouth little bastard? Jiang Yin glanced at the old woman. The child felt even more strange now. Why did his grandfather like this old woman? Chun Pingon returned to the summer palace. Then he called Sword Immortal Cho Miao and went to Spring Banner House on Inverted Hanging Mountain. They also went to the Plum Blossom Garden. The book that Madame Royan sent to the summer palace was not thin. Therefore, Chun Pingon brought two more things that were close to him on this trip to Inverted Hanging Mountain. They were borrowed from Yan Ming and Nailan Saihuan. In the empty Plum Blossom Garden, Sword Immortal Cho Miao looked at the hidden official who was moving things with shining eyes. He could not help but ask, "You were also like this when you were in the Ning Mansion's secret vault?" Chun Pingon did not bother to talk nonsense with him. How could it be the same? When they arrived at Spring Banner House and carefully looked through the account book, Wei Wenlong explained some of the tricks in it in a low voice. "Sword Immortal me, you was a little sleepy." The result that Cho Miao and Lin Junbai were most worried about had not appeared yet. The Eight States Ferry was still unimpeded and could reach Inverted Hanging Mountain smoothly. On the way here, Cho Miao suggested that they could raise the price appropriately. Chun Pingon thought it was feasible and discussed the details with Yan Ming, Nailan Saihuan, and Xiao Yunyan. The price of some important materials remained the same. Otherwise, the financial operation of the Great Wall of Sword Qi would be too stressful. Even with the addition of the two private residences, Spring Banner House and Plum Blossom Garden, it would still be far from enough. However, for some of the second-rate spare materials of each ferry in the 8 continents, they could increase the price appropriately. After returning to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, this was the first time Chun Pingon got close to the mirage north of the city. He did not enter it, but only looked from afar. Sword Immortal Cho Miao looked up at the sky and said telepathically, "Let's not talk about the killing power of the sword. If we only talk about the essence of the matter, can you do what boss did?" Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "It's very difficult." On the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Ning Yao and the other sword cultivators took the lead to return to the city on their swords. Everyone was injured, and Stack Mountain was the most seriously injured. Chun Qingdu walked out of the thatched cottage. Chun Sancho called him ancestor, and Chun Qingdu grunted in acknowledgement. That was all. If an outsider met Chun Sancho when he was drinking, it would be very hard to imagine that this handsome young drunkard was Chun Qingdu. The old sword immortal Chun Shi, who was able to carve the character Chun on the city wall, had once privately asked ancestor Chun Qingdu if he could let Chun Sancho leave and follow a certain scholarly sage to study in the vast world. Chun Qingdu only asked one question. Would Chun Sancho's surname be Chun in the future? In the end, Chun Shi dejectedly left the city wall. Chun Sancho respectfully bid farewell, and then took the lead to leave on his sword. The descendants of the Chun clan had always been like this. Having an ancestor whose swordsmanship truly reached the heavens was equivalent to not having one. It could even be said that it was better to not have one. Dong Huafu, Yenzhua, and the others also left. They would return to the city to recuperate for a few days, and Stack Mountain needed even more time to recover. Only Ning Yao was left. Chun Pingon rode on his sword and arrived at the city wall. Accompanying Ning Yao on the city wall, Chun Pingon's feet lightly swayed. Ning Yao asked, "You've been staying in the summer palace for more than a year. Is it because you're hiding something and don't dare to see me?" Chun Pingon wanted to say something but hesitated. Ning Yao said, "Apart from the fact that you like someone else, there's nothing that can't be said." Chun Pingon couldn't help but laugh. After a moment of silence, he said, "I didn't intend to say it, but I suddenly realized that what I think is the best may often end up being the worst. After all, when two people who like each other are together, it's really not a matter of one person. So I better tell you, after hearing it, you can hit people, but you're not allowed to be angry." After hearing this, Ning Yao nodded. Chun Pingon told her about that matter, which could be regarded as an agreement between him and the Sword Immortal. Ning Yao didn't say anything. Chun Pingon asked softly, "Not angry?" Ning Yao asked back, "Is being angry useful?" Chun Pingon thought for a moment. It seemed to be useless, but he didn't dare to say so. Ning Yao raised her eyebrows. "That's it. She didn't say so." Chun Pingon tapped his heels on the wall, being together with Ning Yao. As well as before, from meeting her, falling in love with her, to coming to Ning Yao's side, traveling across mountains and rivers, and practicing martial arts, he would feel a little tired, but he would never feel tired mentally. Ning Yao said, "If you have something on your mind in the future, just tell me. Even if I'm angry, I'll let you know." Chun Pingon held her hand gently. Then the two of them looked into the distance quietly. Chun Qingdu was taking a stroll. Every time, he didn't walk far. He walked slowly and then went back the way he came. He glanced at the backs of the young man and woman in the distance. Chun Qingdu laughed because he thought of a very interesting thing. The reason why he had a good impression of Chun Pingon when they first met had nothing to do with anything else. It didn't matter that he dared to punch Chao Si and admit defeat in 3 rounds with Chun Pingon. It didn't matter that he traveled all the way to the Great Wall of Sword Chi alone to deliver a sword to his beloved girl. It didn't even matter that Chun Pingon was involved with that senior. Back then, Chun Qingdu looked at the young man who had the potential to be an Earth Immortal, but had his bridge of longevity broken. Especially when he looked at the young man's eyes and the vitality in him. Chun Qingdu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Unlike many old men in the Jianghu and seniors on the mountain, Chun Qingdu was probably the only one who saw Chun Pingon without any lethargy and was full of vitality instead. Back then, Chun Pingon, who was still a young man, seemed to be silently asking questions. Moreover, he was asking the world in high spirits, "Can I really become a great sword immortal? Can I make the girl I like me and always like me? Can I protect the girl I like in the future? Can I definitely not disappoint someone? I can definitely do all these, right?" Chun Qingdu felt that this was very good. No wonder that old scholar kept asking Chun Qingdu shamelessly before he left, "Is my reclusive disciple kind or not? Are you envious? You're kind and envious, right? Sigh. It's a pity that there's no point in being envious. If I were you, old brother Chen, I would have been punched in the face. Otherwise, it would be hard to quell the jealousy in your heart." "651. At the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, there were no longer only Dali military ferries coming and going. More and more commercial ferries were coming and going. Pei Qian's eyes lit up when he saw this. It was all divine money rolling into his master's pocket. Because this long trip was on their own territory, the little girl in black beside Pei Qian felt that she couldn't be more impressive with a pole on her shoulder and a walking stick in her hand. Zhou merely felt a little regretful that she couldn't stick 2 pieces of paper on her forehead, one for the right guardian of Luapa Mountain and the other for the Mute Lake monster. Chen Wanshu was not far away, talking about trivial matters with Chen Lingjun, who was about to leave for the North Continent. Chen Lingjun kept yawning as he listened. Pei Qian crossed his arms and looked around. Looking at his master's great rivers and mountains, he nodded in satisfaction. Zhou merely asked softly, "Chen Lingjun is about to leave. Shouldn't we say a few words? If we squeeze out some tears, it will seem more sincere." Pei Qian rolled his eyes and said, "Did you eat the principles of Luapa Mountain like rice in your bowl?" Pei Qian freed up his hand and rubbed the short man's head. He said earnestly, "My master once said that the principle is the big white bowl. Other external objects are the food inside. As long as the bowl is not thrown away, there will always be food to eat. I can't figure out what principles are. Merely, You're so muddle-headed, you can't figure it out either. So we just need to remember the rules of Luapa Mountain, and there won't be any mistakes." Zhou merely frowned, but soon her brows relaxed. She understood and said softly, "Once we talk to Chen Lingjun, we have to give him a parting gift. Anyway, our relationship is so good, so let's not make empty promises." Pei Qian pulled Mealy's cheeks and said with a laugh, "What are you talking about?" Zhou merely chuckled as well. Pei Qian stood on the spot and took a deep breath. Then he punched a very short distance away and muttered to himself, "Pinch a needle with the finger, sweep a large area with the fist, punch like an arrow, punch like a flying sword." Zhou merely asked, "What?" Pei Qian continued to punch out slowly and said seriously, "After the Mad Demon Sword art, I created another unique fist art. The incantations were all written by me, and they are extremely powerful." Then Pei Qian began to spout nonsense. "Other than my master's fist technique, there are two other fist techniques in the world that are also very strong. One is a self-taught tortoise fist, and the other is a technique that was secretly learned from the Flying Passage sect." Ooh. Zhou merely didn't think she was stupid, but she was still skeptical. "How powerful is this fist technique of yours? Will you be able to fly if you practice martial arts?" Pei Qian said in annoyance, "That's something only a martial artist at the far-roaming realm can do. I'm still too young. I won't be able to do it without a few years of effort." Stomping her foot, Zhou merely said in annoyance, "It's been so long. How many melon seeds do you have to eat?" Pei Qian said helplessly, "It's very easy for you to become an 8th-tier martial artist." Zhou merely was stunned. She held her walking stick and scratched her cheek. "But you are Pei Qian." Pei Qian was all smiles. Retracting his fist, he held onto little Mealy's head and shook it. "You little brain. You don't look big, but why are you so smart?" Zhou merely shook her head for a long time, then suddenly sighed. "Why isn't the mountain chieftain home yet?" Pei Qian smiled. "Didn't I tell you? Over at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, because of my master's help in spreading the news, there are many stories about the Mute Lake monster circulating now. That's a whole new world. You're just secretly happy." Zhou merely scratched her cheek again. "But I'd rather he stop telling stories and come back sooner." Pei Qian made a face. "Are you going to treat my master to pickled fish when he comes home?" Zhou merely frowned and said timidly, "Not a big bowl, but a small bowl." Pei Qian was happy, but also a little sad. After growing up, it was difficult for him to be like before, with all his worries and worries. He was always like a guest who came and went quickly. In the past, Pei Qian didn't quite understand why his master didn't want him and Sister Baoping to grow up quickly. Now, looking at little Mealy, Pei Qian understood. Chun Lingjun was about to board the cross-continent ferry. Pei Qian patted Zhou Mealy's head. "Let's go and say goodbye. Remember, Master said that if a friend takes the immortal ferry to travel far away, we can't say that it's a smooth journey." Zhou Mealy nodded vigorously. I know. A stupid melon seed, Nuanshu, Pei Qian, and little Mealy all said goodbye to him. Chun Lingjun was a little uncomfortable, but at the same time, he was also a little happy. However, he didn't want to show his feelings on his face. After Chun Lingjun left, Pei Qian and the other two waited until the ferry passed through the sea of clouds before returning to Luapa Mountain. Chun Nuanshu turned to look at the sea of clouds. Pei Qian said softly, "Don't worry, it's fine. Chun Lingjun might not be serious usually, but he's actually very smart." Chun Nuanshu smiled. Pei Qian held the hands of a little girl. Now, Pei Qian's height had surpassed them by a lot. He finally looked like a young girl. Chun Lingjun was in the room on the ferry. With nothing to do, he lay on the table in a daze. In fact, at the crossing of Oxhorn Mountain, Chun Lingjun regretted it the moment he boarded the cross-continent ferry. He really wanted to jump off the ferry and sneak back. Anyway, now that Luapa Mountain was big and had a lot of territory, he could just find a place to hide. Wei Pai would probably be annoyed to see him, and might not be willing to talk to old chef and Pei Qian about this. In a few days, he would go to Luapa Mountain to show his face and find a random reason to fool them. He forgot to look at the almanac and pick an auspicious day. He was worried about Yellow Lake Mountain and forgot to go to the Imperial River to say goodbye to his friends in the pugilistic world. There was nothing wrong with concentrating at home, working hard, and cultivating diligently. There was a big bamboo box on the table. In fact, it was rare for Lord Wei Shan to be so generous and lend him something close to him. In the bamboo box, there were many maps of the North Continent. There were maps drawn by the immortals on the mountain, as well as many secret treasures of the imperial court. In addition, there were a lot of messy local chronicles and a few booklets written by Chen Pingan. They were all things to take note of. In old chef's words, it was as if he had written down everything except where to pee and poop. If he still couldn't succeed in crossing the river, he might as well drown himself. Chun Lingjun was actually still afraid. In the past, when he was at the imperial river of the Huangting nation, he didn't like to move. He acknowledged the imperial river water god as his brother and acted like a tyrant together. When he arrived at Luapa Mountain, he still didn't move. Pei Qian and Xiaomi would occasionally go to Red Candle Town for a stroll. Chun Lingjun only went around the mountains of Luapa Mountain, touring the scenery and chatting with the old immortals. He brought the black snake with him and patrolled the various places in a carefree manner. Ever since the blind old Taoist named Jia Cheng moved from the dragon-riding alley to the Yellow Lake Mountain to cultivate, Chun Lingjun often went there as a guest. They hit it off very well. If bragging really worked, the entire vast world would be their private garden. However, Chun Lingjun now knew that the other party was flattering him so much. It was still because of Chun Pingan. Chun Lingjun didn't dislike this kind of thing. He quite liked it, no matter how good the wind in Luapa Mountain was. It was inevitable that there would be distant relatives and distant relatives. After all, he and Wan Shu, that little fool, could be considered the earliest elders of Luapa Mountain. Later on, there were old chef Pei Qian, Shiro, and the others, the silly Tsin Yuanji, the silly girl Yuan Bao, and the silly Yuan Lai, because the big fool was Chao Qingling. Later on, Chun Pingan kidnapped Xiaomi from the North Continent. Sometimes Chun Lingjun himself felt that Wei Pai, old chef, and the others looked down on him. He couldn't blame them for having high standards. He really blamed himself for not being ambitious. He liked to eat and wait for death. He bragged and bragged. The more people, the merrier. How good was that? He ran all the way to the North Continent alone. What the hell was he cultivating for? Skeleton Beach, Hemp Sect, Mural City, Sect Master Zhu Quan, 2 honorary consecrators of Luapa Mountain, Mute Lake, Willow Jiqing, Spring Dew Garden, Cloud City, Jide, the Central Dragon Palace, the westernmost mountain, Lion Peak, Lier, and his wife, Li Huai's sister, Li Lu, Little Treasure's brother, Li Shishim, Old Master's friend, a fire deity temple, Tai Wei Sword Sex Lu Jinglong, his disciple, Little White Head. Am I going to cultivate for a bright future? I'm going to visit people and give them gifts, okay? I have no choice but to jump on the ferry. Chun Lingjun packed his luggage and slipped from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor of the ferry. In the end, Wei Pai appeared near the railing of the ferry. Chun Lingjun laughed and said, "Mountain Lord Wei, why are you being so polite? You don't have to send me off." Wei Pai laughed and said, "The entire North Peak continent is under my jurisdiction. Have you forgotten?" Chun Lingjun ran over to massage Lord Shan's arm and said, "How would I dare to forget? Even if I have to pee, I'll hold it in. I'm afraid I'll taint the great rivers and mountains of the North Peak." Wei Pai said, The North Peak Crown Prince's Mountain is located at the northernmost tip of the Aquarius continent. I'll greet the mountain god and watch the ferry leave. It won't be too late for you to jump then. I won't care. You can take your time to return. As for whether you'll go ashore in the East Peak continent or gone, Zhou Mountain, it's up to you. Chunlingjun was dumbfounded. The prosperous Clear Breeze city had been singing and dancing for hundreds of years. The dynasties had changed, the mountains and rivers had changed, but the Clear Breeze city that was built at the foot of the mountain had remained unmoved. All the emperors and monarchs had always been respectful to the Su family. Because of the Su family's ancestor, the Su family was able to sit on the Fox country, which was equivalent to half a blessed land. It was rumored that the fox immortal that the Su family's ancestor met had 7 tails, but no one knew if there was an additional one now. The fox skin beauties produced by the Clear Breeze city's Su family were expensive, but they were rare and in short supply. It was a specialty of the Aquarius continent. As the number of cross-continent ferry ships in the North Continent increased, the Clear Breeze city's Su family became more and more wealthy. Especially a few years ago, the Su family's patriarch changed the ancestral law and allowed the fox country to activate the mirror flower watermoon, causing the price of a fox skin talisman to double. The Su family hired a master painter to draw the 4 beauties painting and the 18 ladies painting. They were either meticulously engraved or copied, along with the scattered 4 marquises and folding fans. They were all sold out the moment they were released. Some of the immortals on the mountain, who were not on good terms with the Clear Breeze city, said, sarcastically, the Su family was only short of selling erotic paintings. If Su Hun dared to sell them, he would be a true hero. They purposely belittled Su Hun as a man who rolled in a pile of women. However, this man was indeed a true nascent soul realm military cultivator. After obtaining the strange Swansea armor, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. His combat power was extraordinary. He was one of the few people below the upper 5 realms in the Aquarius continent with outstanding killing power. In a private room of a restaurant in the downtown area of the Clear Breeze city, a young man continued to eat. A scholar in a green robe had already put down his chopsticks and got up to stand by the window. He looked at the bustling crowd outside. There were indeed many good-looking women. Lu Qicheng waved his folding fan and smiled. This couple in the Clear Breeze city, one concentrates on cultivation while the other manages the household to earn money. They are a perfect match. The young man just buried his head in eating. Lu Qicheng rarely moved his chopsticks but ordered a large table of dishes. There was a lot of food left on the table. Lu Qicheng turned to look at the young man and asked with a smile, Guken, you didn't say why you came here and deliberately left Sung Yi and Ma Dui out. Can you tell me now? Guken wanted to talk to someone, so he put down his chopsticks and swallowed the food. He looked up and said, I have a friend who was almost beaten to death by a man named Lu Zhengchun. This Lu Zhengchun is a descendant of the Lu clan on Fortune Street. He seems to be doing well in the Su clan in the Clear Breeze city. In the Pearl Grotto heaven, the Song, Li, Zhao, and Lu were the top families of the 4 great clans. However, the Lu clan in the small town had too much to do with the destroyed dynasty, so they had the most miserable ending. After the Pearl Grotto heaven fell, the Lu clan in the small town had no achievements to speak of. Only Lu Zhengchun had followed Mistress Su of the Clear Breeze city and left the town together. The Su family had treated him well and had given him quite a lot of cultivation resources, and had even given him the status of a direct disciple of the ancestral hall as a protective talisman. All of this had been given to Mistress Lu. Lu Qicheng was not interested in Lu Zhengchun. He just asked curiously, someone like you also has friends? Guken nodded and said, Yes, I do. Lu Qicheng smiled and said, In fact, There is only one Chinpingan. Gu Kan shook his head and said, "Since I was a child, he has never treated me as a friend. The age gap between us is too big. I am the same. I can be considered half a relative. As for Lu Xianying, who is more generous than the sky, he is close to me only because of Chinpingan. Otherwise, he and I have never been on the same path. We were not in the past, and we will not be in the future. We can barely be considered friends." When Lu Xianying returned from the Chen clan in the South Saw continent, he should be the direct disciple of Wan Qian of the Dragon Spring swordsmanship sect. Lu Xianying was taken away because his ancestor was the tomb keeper of the Chen clan. There was one thing about Lu Xianying that Gu Kan admired the most. He was born to do as the Romans do. He never had any situation where he was not acclimatized. As for himself, after arriving at the Book-Slip Lake, even his greatest strength, patience, had been completely lost. Gu Kan looked back at the seemingly glorious years on the Verdant Canyon Island and found that he was walking on the road to death step by step. Being young was not an excuse at all. Gu Kan looked at the dishes on the table and continued to pick up the chopsticks to eat. Lu Qicheng suddenly said, "When you go to the White Emperor's city in the future, you should break these relationships if you can." Gu Kan looked as usual. He just ate without saying anything. Lu Qicheng didn't think that he could change Gu Kan's temperament. He was afraid that it would depend on his senior brother's teaching methods. So he changed the topic. "What do you mean by doing okay? Since he is the same age as you, is he a Jindan sword cultivator or a nascent soul qi cultivator?" Gu Kan said, "Now he is a level 4 qi cultivator. Within 10 years, there is hope for him to reach the cave realm. He helps the Sioux clan to manage a small part of the business in the Fox country. If his cultivation is not fast, he can use the immortal money to make up for it." Lu Qicheng put away the folding fan and knocked on his head. He said with a smile, "My future junior brother, are you kidding me or telling a joke?" Gu Kan looked calm. He didn't drink, ate slowly, and liked to chew slowly. "If I have to run away after killing someone, can I really have a stable place to stay in this life?" Lu Qicheng couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. "Is a good-for-nothing with such a weak cultivation worth you killing him and running away? I'm very easy to talk to. Just nod, and I'll help you solve it. It's just Su-Han. He is not even in the upper 5 realms. It's a small matter." Gu Kan asked, "What if? Why bother?" Lu Qicheng was speechless. Gu Kan put down his chopsticks and said with a smile, "But if I really attack my mortal enemy, I have to make sure that no one can even collect his corpse. Secondly, others couldn't find fault with him. As for others, there were only 2 types. One was Chun Pingan, and the others. If he had to make a choice, he didn't have to care about the latter. In short, Chun Pingan could forget about completely cutting ties with him in this life." Lu Qicheng smiled brightly. The more he looked at this kid, the more he liked him. It was the first time that she had become a Tao protector. However, she was willing to do it and felt very comfortable. This made Lu Qicheng want to take him in as a disciple. Gu Kan asked, "If I really become your junior brother, can I learn the best magic arts and divine powers?" Lu Qicheng couldn't help laughing. "White Emperor City is very rich. If you become my junior brother, of course you can learn whatever you want, but it's hard to say if you can learn it." Gu Kan said, "I want to learn all of them." Lu Qicheng pointed at Gu Kan with his folding fan and said with a smile, "You are young and ignorant. You are dreaming." It wasn't that he didn't know Gu Kan's excellent cultivation talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of taking him to the Central Divine Continent as a stepping stone to return to White Emperor City. However, White Emperor City established by his senior brother was not an ordinary Taoist field. It was true that Lu Qicheng had a deep hatred for his senior brother, but putting these old grudges aside, His senior brother was indeed Lu Qicheng. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He was the most respected person in his life. Then there was the great celestial master of Longhu Mountain, and then Cui Dong, who played the rosy cloud chess game with his senior brother. There were only 3 of them. Lu Qicheng couldn't help but remind him, my senior brother's temperament is unpredictable. You may reach the sky in 1 step, or you may become an ordinary person. Even worse, you may lose several lifetimes. Don't think too lightly of it. In order to find a potential candidate for a closed-door disciple, senior brother had stared at that pitiful worm for 600 years. For the pitiful worm himself, his 8 lifetimes were actually all for the sake of the final disciple of White Emperor City. In the end, that person reached his 9th life, but for some reason, senior brother still abandoned him. Senior brother is best at multitasking, cultivation, playing chess, managing White Emperor City, refining artifacts, taking in disciples. There is almost nothing that senior brother is not good at, and he does everything calmly and flawlessly. Gu Kan nodded and said, "Then I have found a good master." Lu Qicheng laughed. Gu Kan stood up and paid the bill. Lu Qicheng suddenly said in surprise, "What a beautiful girl." Gu Kan didn't care. Lu Qicheng said in surprise, "Not common, not common. She has a great background. If I'm not wrong, that silver gourd is one of the 7 highest ranked blade strengthening gourds." Gu Kan frowned, walked quickly to the window, and looked at the young woman who was leading the horse slowly. She was dressed in red with a wine gourd and a narrow knife hanging from her waist. It was Li Baoping. Why did she come to Qingfeng City? Gu Kan said, "We are not in a hurry to leave. Let's wait until she leaves Qingfeng City. No matter what happens during this period, I owe you a favor." Lu Qicheng asked doubtfully, "You know this woman?" Gu Kan was silent. Lu Qicheng counted with his fingers and suddenly cursed. He quickly covered his nose, but blood still oozed from between his fingers. Lu Qicheng looked dignified and restrained his cynicism. He said in a deep voice, "Don't get involved. Just take it as a suggestion from me to your future junior brother." Gu Kan stared at the back of the woman in red and said, "If you want to get involved, if something really happens, you save her, and I will take care of myself." Lu Qicheng said angrily, "What do you want?" Gu Kan closed his eyes and began to calculate all the inside stories about Qingfeng City. Lu Qicheng leaned against the window and said self-deprecatingly, "Alas, I have a hard life." Before Zheng Dafeng went to the Yang family shop, he went to the wine shop. He was familiar with the woman who was selling wine, but he was still not close to her. The woman was shrewish, and the people in the town called her Huang Ernyang. They had long forgotten her real name. In the early years, there was a drunk man who knocked on the widow's door at night. The woman opened the door and threw a kitchen knife at him, almost killing him. After that, the man had to pay a large sum of money. But after that, the man who squatted on the wall and talked dirty and climbed over the wall to steal clothes disappeared. It was not worth sacrificing one's life for the second son. Moreover, Huang Ernyang did not mind the dirty talk in the wine shop at all. Most of the time, it was the men begging for mercy. When she served the dishes and wine, she touched the hands of the drunkards, only to be kicked and scolded by her. This was a good deal. If it was the more handsome young men who came to drink, the treatment would be different. If they were more daring, they would not even get a supercilious look. In the end, it was hard to say who was taking advantage of who. The business of the wine shop was booming, and it was overcrowded. Master Wan, who had transformed from a blacksmith to an immortal, often came here to buy wine. After a while, Huang Ernyang's wine shop became the golden signboard of the small town. Many foreigners were willing to come here and take advantage of the immortal aura of Saint Wan, the chief consecrator of the Li dynasty. The business of the wine shop and the pastry shop in the Riding Dragon Alley were doing very well. Zheng Dafeng stood at the door of the shop and was a little worried. With so many sloppy men staring at her, he guessed that Huang Ernyang was shy and would not dare to flirt with him. Now that the shop was bigger and they hired 2 workers to do odd jobs, Zheng Dafeng felt that the taste of wine was not as good as before. It was completely different from the time when the business of the shop was poor, and he was a big customer here. Huang Ernyang was leaning over the counter. Every time she saw him, it was as if she saw her man coming home. Every time she would sway her waist, walk around the counter, and call him Big Brother phone. Sometimes she would pinch his arm and curse him in a low voice that he was a heartless bastard. He almost turned into a piece of peach blossom cake. She still had to hold his arm and walk into the shop with him. How could there be such a heavy hidden weapon in the world? It was very hurtful. Zheng Dafeng was afraid of hurting his arm. Every time he sat down, he had to rub his arm for a long time before he could lift the wine bowl. 7 or 8 tables were full. Zheng Dafeng planned to come again when there were fewer people. He did not expect that there would be a table full of local men. One of them waved and said, "Hey, hey, hey, isn't this Brother Dafeng? Come sit here. Let's make things clear first. You're treating today. Every time there's a wedding or funeral, you freeloaded a lot of wine away. Now you're guarding the door for the immortals on the mountain. How extravagant! As expected of a man, only when he has money in his pocket can he straighten his back." The stooped Zheng Dafeng jogged over and sat down on the same bench as that person. He smiled and said, "Why would I treat you? I'm just saving money for my wife. I'm not like you, Big Eyes Lou. You sold 2 ancestral mansions and bought 2 mansions in one go in the provincial capital in addition to several shops. How grand do you think you are? My treat? Isn't this a slap to the face of a rich man like you, Big Eyeball Lou?" Big Eyeball Lou was a common saying. It meant that he could not see people. The man with the surname Lou was not angry. He was used to bickering with Zheng Dafeng. The words between them were like a drizzle. Whoever got angry would lose. The man did not come to the small town often in recent years. The 2 ancestral houses that took up quite a lot of space had been sold long ago. He did not cherish the past. In the past, he would still pass by when he went to visit the graves. Later on, he did not even bother to visit the graves. It was too far away. During the Qingming festival, he would burn more yellow paper on the roadside outside the big house in the provincial capital. The man lowered his voice and said, "Do you know that the widow in Mud Bottle Alley is doing well now? She's really rich now." The man gave him a thumbs up. In terms of family wealth, that pretty widow can be considered this. The man immediately regretted it. "If I had known, I would have bought more back then. Otherwise, not to mention a few houses and shops in the provincial capital, even 2 or 3 streets would have taken my surname." Zheng Dafeng poured himself a bowl of wine. If Huang Ernyang did not personally bring it to his mouth, it would not taste good. Zheng Dafeng raised his bowl first and toasted everyone at the table. He drank it all in one gulp. The few people at the table were about the same age as Big Eyeball Lou in the past. Now, they all had their own family businesses in the provincial capital. They were living a life of luxury that they did not even dare to dream of in the past. The old woman who came first and the foxy concubines who came later was always in a state of chaos. In addition, there were also some clever servant girls who had some thoughts. On normal days, it was livelier than the New Year. Zheng Dafeng toasted. Other than a relatively simple and honest acquaintance who returned a bowl of wine, the rest did not touch it and pretended not to see it. Zheng Dafeng did not care about this. He was just here to freeload wine. Why would he care about his face? He hurriedly poured another bowl of wine. Only then did Zheng Dafeng wipe his mouth and smile. "I'm not too sure. Back then, I wasn't very close to the Gu family's wife. You know that," Big Eyeball Lou joked. "I'm curious. Both of you are pretty widows. The Gu family's wife in Mud Bottle Alley has a soft personality. Why don't you hook up with her? Why do you like Huang Ernyang? Sheng Dafeng smiled. The man on the other bench had a face full of shrewdness. He was famous for being stingy and stingy back then. He seemed to be careless and asked casually, Dafeng, I heard that you're hanging out with that kid in Mud Bottle Alley now? Look at you. You're getting worse and worse. In your early years, you were guarding the gate and did not care about anything. Now you're working for a junior who's younger than you. Aren't you embarrassed? Besides, looking at you now, you don't look like you've made a fortune. Why don't I give you a hand? We've been good brothers for so many years. Don't you have a little rundown house in the east of the town? I'll help you find a rich buyer in the capital. Sheng Dafeng started to pour wine again. He waved his hand and said, No, that's my little house. I'll just lie there obediently. If I fart with but facing the east, even the paper windows in the west will shake. It's not worth much. The man glanced at Big Eyeball Lou. The latter immediately persuaded, Brother Dafeng, there's money everywhere in the capital. To be honest, if there's a string of copper coins on the ground, if it's not gold or silver, I wouldn't even want to bend my back. If you sell that yellow mud house and settle down in the capital, what kind of beautiful wife can't you get? Besides, if you go to the capital, all of us old brothers will be there. We can help each other. Isn't it better than you guarding the gate for someone else? Sheng Dafeng started to stir. He did not refuse and dragged it on. The next time they meet, he could still freeload wine. In the end, everyone at the table had worn out Sheng Dafeng's patience. When they left, they did not pay the bill. Sheng Dafeng called a familiar face to take a seat. The familiar face called his own acquaintance to drink. Then, Sheng Dafeng wanted to run away. Unexpectedly, the woman's eyes were sharp. She smiled and said, Brother Dafeng, do you lack money in your pocket or in your pants? If you lack money and can't pay for the wine, with our relationship, we can just waive the bill. But if you lack something, then I can't help you. Sheng Dafeng did not stop walking. He pretended not to hear. Huang Ernyang slammed the table. Sheng Dafeng, get your ass back here. If my tofu is brave enough, then you can eat as much as you want. But you dare to owe me for the wine? Did the heavens borrow your guts? The people of the town had always been simple. Sheng Dafeng turned around and sauntered to the counter. He laughed softly. If I lack money, I lack money. When will I not lack money? Huang Ernyang, don't you know? Brother Dafeng is full of vigor. His reputation is not undeserved. Huang Ernyang leaned against the counter and munched on sunflower seeds. Why don't you gamble now? Did you go into the mountains and fall into a pig's nest? Sheng Dafeng smiled mischievously. I gamble for fun. I never ask for money. Have you ever seen me win? Then Sheng Dafeng said earnestly, tens of millions from gambling is just a plot of land by the river. The money of life and death goes around in circles for 60 years. One skill, craftsmanship, passed down for 3 generations. Palm land, crop money, thousands of years. Huang Ernyang rolled her eyes. You're the only one who likes to pretend to be a scholar. Sheng Dafeng glanced at the woman's clothes and extended his hand. Sister, what kind of cloth is that? It's so sturdy. Let Brother Dafeng take a look. The woman only munched on sunflower seeds and did not dodge. She did not believe that this guy would dare to touch the cloth on her chest. Sure enough, Sheng Dafeng resentfully retracted his hand and pretended to find a way out for himself. He wiped the table and complained, Sister, it's not that I'm nagging you, but you don't even know how to find a diligent worker. Look at this table. It's so oily that even a fly wouldn't be able to move its feet. If you're not careful, wouldn't you be crushed to death by 2 mountains? The woman only sneered. You have the nerve to call me sister? Count with your fingers. How long has it been since the shop took care of business? Sheng Dafeng leaned on the counter and glanced at the noisy table. He laughed. "What's there to take care of now? You don't need my few bowls of wine." The woman took advantage of the stooped man's turn to look elsewhere. Her eyes reddened, but she quickly covered it up. It was as if many years had passed in the blink of an eye. When she first opened the shop, she was still a young woman. She was even prettier than she was now. She didn't have wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and her hands were very tender. Thinking back to those days, when she mustered up her courage to serve wine to the customers, almost all of the drunkards' eyes would glance at her chest. Only one young man also looked at her chest, but he also liked to look at her small hands. He would say a lot of pleasing words, just like the words in books. She didn't really understand what he said, but it made people feel happy. The reason why the shop was able to survive the early bleak years was because of this man in front of her. It was not as simple as drinking wine. It was just that when she was at her best, she was embarrassed by those words. Now that she was older and knew more about the ways of the world, she was not as beautiful as before. She only felt that Zheng Dafeng was different from ordinary men. His eyes and mouth were not honest, but his hands were honest. The woman only found out much later that this was a truly honest man. Zheng Dafeng turned his head. "Same old rules. Put it on the tab." "Oh, right, give Brother Dafeng another bowl." The woman slammed the bowl on the table and personally poured the wine into the bowl. She faced the wine jar. When she turned around and bent over, she knew that the man was definitely looking at her. Huang Ernyang poured the wine and leaned against the counter again. She looked at the man who was sipping the wine and said softly, "Big Eyeball Lu, this group of people is after your house. Be careful. Maybe he came back to town this time because of you." Zheng Dafeng nodded. "You really know how to care for people. I'm talking to you about serious matters." Huang Ernyang's tone became slightly more serious. She frowned and said, "Don't be careless. I heard that after this group of people became rich, they started doing business in the state capital. When money is in the hands of good people, it's courage. When it's in the pockets of these people, it's evil. Your shabby shop is small, but it's in a good location. Walk east of the town, and you'll find the immortal graveyard. Now it's a martial temple. Over the years, how many officials have gone there to burn incense and worship? How grand is it? Don't you know? But I have to give you a piece of advice. Once you find a suitable buyer, sell it. Don't hide it too much. Be careful that the yamen wants to buy it from you. When the time comes, the price will be too low. Are you going to sell it or not?" "If you don't sell it, how can you live peacefully in the future?" Zheng Dafeng grunted in agreement. Therefore, when it came to dirty and troublesome matters, there were many in the marketplace. Every household who didn't have chicken shit or dog shit. But when it came to intelligence and kindness, there were also many. Every household who didn't have a few bowls of clean rice. The woman suddenly felt sad. "I'm getting old." Zheng Dafeng smiled. "That's right. Your son is now a scholar. I heard that he has the nickname of Little Shiotsai. What do you think? Your big brother Dafeng never lies to you. That kid looks like a good material. He's a serious scholar. The spring festival couplets in the wine shop were written by that kid, and they look very good. Sister, you can just wait to enjoy life in the future. The family heirloom isn't about money. It's about doing good deeds." "Ooh." Huang Ernyang glanced at him. Zheng Dafeng pretended to be shy and blocked her gaze with his wine bowl. "Sister, your gaze isn't very proper. Brother Dafeng looks like he's naked." Huang Ernyang was helpless. She really had to thank him for teaching the child. In the early years, when she was a widow with a child, she really wanted to cut off her own flesh to let the child eat, drink, and wear warm clothes. When the child grew older, she couldn't bear to scold or beat him. The child became wild and even dared to skip school. She only felt that it wasn't good, but she didn't know how to teach him. She tried to persuade him, but he wouldn't listen. Every time, the child would agree verbally, but he would often go down the river to catch fish and snakes in the mountains. Later on, Zheng Dafeng was drinking, and among a bunch of vulgar words, he hit a sentence about how to earn money. Huang Ernyang listened to him and gave him a good beating. Soon, the child became obedient. Huang Ernyang suddenly said, 2 minds at the same time. No 3, no 4, 5, no 6 people, a total mess, 8 or 9 out of 10, a coward. This was what Zheng Dafeng used to scold people in the wine shop. In fact, it didn't have much strength. It was too sour and didn't hurt or itch. However, Huang Ernyang found it interesting and remembered it. Compared to these women who scolded first and then scratched their faces, as well as those country bumpkins, it was a different way of scolding people. Zheng Dafeng pretended not to understand, and instead began to feel sorry for himself. It's chilly to be single. How poor can I be? Rats starve and have to move. Mosquitoes and lice can barely drink a few mouthfuls of wine. Once I've saved enough money, which girl would be willing to visit me? Huang Ernyang smiled and asked, how old is the girl? Zheng Dafeng glanced at the woman and laughed. Her age can be neither too old nor too young, but she still has to be old when she needs to be. Huang Ernyang threw a handful of melon seeds at the man. Zheng Dafeng dodged. A bowl of wine would eventually be finished. He put down the bowl and patted his face. What a good saying. Drunk like a whale sucking in hundreds of rivers. Drunk like a jade mountain about to collapse. Sister, you're in luck. Ooh. Huang Ernyang sneered. You're a wooden club. Drunk and run away. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Drown in the latrine. Eat until you die. It's all up to you. Zheng Dafeng said, let's go. I'll definitely pay you back in the future. Huang Ernyang suddenly asked, going on a long trip again? Zheng Dafeng said, it's not too far. The blessed land of lotus roots was near Luopa Mountain, but it was also far away. Huang Ernyang lowered her voice. Haven't you suffered enough? What's so good about the outside world? Zheng Dafeng turned his head and smiled. I once read a sentence in a book. Huang Xinyang's house is full of flowers, but it's not as good as Huang Ernyang. Huang Ernyang asked, can't you just not leave? If you owe me money for the wine, then so be it. Zheng Dafeng shook his head and left. The woman watched as the man with his arm around her gradually disappeared into the distance. She couldn't see him clearly anymore. Zheng Dafeng came to the Yang family's shop to help out temporarily. The precocious junior sister, Su Biao, and the unenlightened junior brother, Shi Lingshan, had both left to gain experience. Currently, there was only one Yang family disciple looking after the shop. Zheng Dafeng was much more thick-skinned now. Even if his master still didn't like him, he just stayed at the front of the shop and didn't bother the old man in the backyard. As he neared the shop, Zheng Dafeng quietly dispersed the smell of alcohol on his body and entered the shop. The young shop assistant was dozing off. When he heard the sound of Zheng Dafeng moving a small stool, he woke up and went back to sleep. The Yang family disciple had been annoyed by Zheng Dafeng for a long time and didn't want to have anything to do with him. He was just a bachelor who went on a long trip, lost half his life outside, and came back dejectedly to continue guarding the door. How good could he be? If it wasn't for the Yang family's old master saying a few words, a sloppy man like Zheng Dafeng wouldn't even be able to rely on his relationship with the old man in the backyard to help out at the shop. The Yang family had not been doing too well in recent years. Even the descendants of the Yang family were not doing too well. In the past, apart from a few of the 4 surnames and 10 clans who had directly moved to the capital of the Great Li dynasty, as long as there were still some people left in their hometown, each one was doing better than the other in the provincial capital, raking in large amounts of money every day. Therefore, those who were young and had some ambition were more envious and passionate. The old master of the Yang family, on the other hand, was secretly cold-hearted. He was unwilling to care about this group of descendants who were not doing well, so he let them do as they wished. The old master's only confidence was old Yang's prescription in the backyard. However, this business was handled by only 3 people in the entire family. It was just 3 generations. Without the worry of not having enough descendants, it was enough. When there were many descendants, the head of the family liked to give more to those who were truly capable. Those who were poor would be raised and wouldn't starve to death. Those who could earn money would only be richer. Zheng Dafeng moved a stool and sat at the entrance of the shop. Basking in the sun didn't cost any money. He didn't need to be tanned. Admiring the flowers and moon on the mountain and joining in the bustle at the bottom of the mountain were 2 good things. Zheng Dafeng raised his head and looked at the sun. See everything? He looked at it for a long time. It had been like this since he was young. After looking at it for a long time, it didn't hurt his eyes, and he didn't feel anything. Later on, when Zheng Dafeng learned boxing and martial arts, he didn't think too much about it. Zheng Dafeng retracted his gaze and patted his knee. Last year, I hoped that this year would be better. This year, it's still a lousy cotton-padded jacket. This year, I hope that next year will be better. Next year, the young man at the counter muttered. So noisy. Zheng Dafeng turned his head and smiled. Are you dead? The young man glared. How can you say that? Zheng Dafeng looked puzzled. If I don't use my mouth, do I use my buttocks? The young man slammed the table. Zheng Dafeng, you better watch your mouth. Zheng Dafeng smiled. He raised his hand and gestured a few times. He said patiently, lower your voice. The tables of us commoners are either used to place rice bowls or incense burners. It doesn't matter what other things are used for. For example, the abacus. It doesn't matter. So don't slam the table. It's disrespectful to the gods of heaven and earth. That's unacceptable. The young man sneered. Don't *king spout nonsense here. You're a cripple with a rotten hunchback. You'll be a lowly watchdog your whole life. Do you really think this shop is your own home? Stabbing someone with a sharp knife was worse than stabbing someone with a sharp horn. However, Zheng Dafeng didn't spar with his senior brother Li Er the most. Instead, he sparred with his mouth. There weren't many commoners in the town, but there were many experts in the art of talking. Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley were places full of outstanding people and experts. That taciturn Chin Pingon didn't make any moves during his youth. In fact, this skill was accumulating internal energy day after day. Zheng Dafeng was immediately happy. Su Jian was too stubborn. Shi Lingshan was too simple-minded. Finally, there was someone who knew how to talk. Zheng Dafeng moved a stool closer to the door and laughed. Yang Xia, I heard that you love to burn incense at the Tiefu River Water God Temple. Don't you know the real rules of burning incense? Let's not talk about other things. For this kind of thing, do you have to pay attention to the rules? Do you know why you have to hold the incense with your left hand? Do you know that you're left-handed? If that's the case, it won't be good. The young man named Yang Xia was a little shaken, but his face was still full of disdain. He was too lazy to talk. Zheng Dafeng laughed. 15 loves the woman next door. 30 loves other people's children. 60 is his good daughter-in-law. The third branch of the Yang family has good family style. Yang Xia's face immediately flushed red. He picked up the abacus and threw it at that bastard. The head of the Yang family's third branch indeed had a bad reputation in Falu Street and Peach Leaf Alley. He was the kind of rich person who didn't have a knot in his belt. Zheng Dafeng reached out and caught the abacus. This is your Yang family's money-making tool. It can't be lost. If it's broken, who will pay for it? I'm a barefoot man and you're a little rich. Even if you throw dirty water at me, will it work? Who do you think will pay in the end? You're waiting to wade into muddy waters and go to the provincial capital to earn that heartless fortune. In my opinion, it's better not to go. The rise and fall of a family depends on etiquette and righteousness, not on wealth or poverty. Study hard. If you can't do it, give birth to a few more children. There's still hope for you to rely on your descendants to bring glory to your ancestors. Yang Xia's face turned ashen. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. Zheng Dafeng shook his head and raised a hand. Don't fight with me. I don't know how to control my strength. If I punch you, you'll probably start practicing drunken boxing, the kind that doesn't need a teacher. Yang Xia was about to walk around the counter. It wasn't a fight. It was time to go home. Suddenly, the curtain was lifted. The old man said, Yang Xia, you're competing with a doorman. Don't you find it embarrassing? Yang Xia snorted coldly. However, now that he had a way out, he still had to leave the Yang family's shop. He just slowed his steps and walked more steadily. When Yang Xia stepped over the threshold and finally disappeared into the distance, old Yang, who rarely walked to the front of the shop, came to the door and said, Is it fun to compete with a piece of trash? Does he understand human language? Zheng Dafeng had already stood up and straightened his back as much as possible. When an old man took in a disciple, it was of utmost importance to respect his master and his teachings. Zheng Dafeng followed the old man to the backyard. The old man lifted the curtain. When he passed the threshold, he casually put him down. Zheng Dafeng gently supported him. When he passed, he still supported him and gently put him down. Old Yang sat on the steps of the main room. He tapped his pipe and picked up the tobacco pouch at his waist. Soon he began to puff again. The thin bamboo pipe had been given to him by someone else, while the tobacco leaf had been given to him by that little brat Li Huai. After all these years, the pipe had changed from its original verdant color to a faint bamboo yellow. Old Yang said, It's just a tiny lotus root paradise. Even if you go, what's the point? Zheng Dafeng said, It's still a vast world. Old Yang gave his disciple a sidelong glance. Being too smart was never a good thing. Zheng Dafeng helplessly said, I'll listen to Master. Great. This time, he really did have to go on a long journey. Old Yang said, When you get there, you'll have to start all over again. The road will be even harder to walk, but as long as the road isn't hard to walk, there will be more people. There's a reason why Fan Junmao was made Mountain Lord Nanyue and not you. In any case, Zheng Dafeng just listened to the teachings. Old Yang asked, Why do you think the Confucians opened up a fifth world at this time? You have to know that the world was discovered long ago. Zheng Dafeng replied, It's to prevent the 100 schools of thought from not helping when the war is imminent. Instead, they'll be a hindrance. Now that a world has appeared out of thin air, we'll fight for it if we have the ability. Old Yang asked again, Do you know why the vast world is the most tolerant of Taoists and Buddhists? Is there a place for the Confucian academies and Buddhist temples to stand in the green world? Zheng Dafeng's expression was solemn. He definitely couldn't think of an answer to this question by himself. Old Yang waved his hand and dispersed the smoke. He asked, I once scolded the saints of the 3 schools of thought as Pishio, right? Zheng Dafeng nodded. The old man smiled and said, I just don't know who will be the first to slap me. Now that his master was on his side, he didn't mind saying more. However, Zheng Dafeng missed the bleak days when his master didn't talk much. Zheng Dafeng was suddenly stunned. Old Yang sneered and said, You finally remembered? You thought that you weren't as smart as Li Er, and were never convinced. Li Er had once reminded Zheng Dafeng to think carefully about why his master never spoke more than 10 words to him. Back then, Zheng Dafeng felt that his master felt that he was an eyesore and wasn't willing to speak more. 10. Martial Artist 10 Realms. Back then, as a martial artist at the peak of the far-wandering realm, he had traveled south to Old Dragon City and guarded that dusty shop. Later on, he had met Qin Pingan and broken through. He had almost broken through 2 bottlenecks consecutively and directly advanced from level 8 to level 10. Old Yang sneered and said, "If you had the ability to make me speak more, you would have reached realm 10 long ago. There wouldn't be so much trouble now." You wandered to the east and wandered to the west, asking questions to Qi Jingchun, chatting with that old man Yao. So what? Are you realm 10 or realm 11 now? Yes, multiplied by 2. It's almost enough. Zheng Dafeng was still more used to such a master. However, Zheng Dafeng rarely talked back. Mr. Qi and old Yao are still very knowledgeable. It's my own poor comprehension that can't learn the subtleties. Did I say that your comprehension is good? Old Yang twisted out some tobacco shreds, his face full of sarcasm. What's the most damaging thing about a house? The window paper is torn? The door is rotten? Is that a big deal? Even a poor family in Clay Bottle Lane and Apricot Blossom Lane can't afford this little bit of repair money. Let's just say that Chunpingan's ancestral house can be replaced with a new one every time a child goes up or down the mountain with a hatchet. No matter how well you learn other people's principles and think you understand them thoroughly, it's just the work of putting up door gods and hanging spring festival couplets. In just a year, the wind and rain will weaken it. Zheng Dafeng said, "It's changing beams and pillars. It's making a big fuss." Old Yang nodded and said, "Do you think it's so easy to learn other people's principles? You have to tear down the original beams and pillars. That's the real meaning of cultivating the mind. You have to endure it when you're competing with yourself." Old Yang sighed. "Let's not talk about the distant ones. Let's talk about Qi Jingchun. He's been in Liju Grotto Heaven for 60 years, but he still can't think of a great Tao that's right and proper. Look at Chunpingan. How many principles do you think he knows? Not many, just a few. What kind of person am I? How should one understand the world? Through scholarship. How should one establish oneself in the world? How should one live in harmony with the world? How should one live better? Just these 3 things and a few principles. Whether one is a good person or not, many little things make an ocean. Is it complicated to be a truly good person? It's very simple, but is it easy to do? It's very difficult. Old Yang could roughly guess Qi Jingchun's knowledge in the past. The Taoist ancestor once said that losing the Tao was followed by virtue, losing virtue was followed by benevolence, and losing benevolence was followed by righteousness. Qi Jingchun was probably trying to think of a way to solve this problem. She might be trying to push it back. It was not the order, but it was the order. In fact, Qi Jingchun's concerns were even greater than this. Unfortunately, it was all in the past. Zheng Dafeng asked, "Then what about me?" Old Yang asked in return, "The master leads the way. Do I need the master to teach me how to eat and poop?" Zheng Dafeng said, "I'll go to that world. I'll think about it carefully." Old man Yang raised his hand and shook his sleeves, throwing out the small temple that he had refined and put away. The old man waved his hand, and specks of golden light flashed and disappeared into Zheng Dafeng's forehead. Zheng Dafeng did not move. Old Yang said, "It's returned to its owner. Leave it with me. It's not an eyesore. I won't look at it anyway. It's just annoying." The golden light was Zheng Dafeng's soul. Zheng Dafeng stood up and bowed. "Disciple thanks Master for teaching and protecting me." Old Yang puffed out a cloud of smoke. Zheng Dafeng immediately sat down. It was not very respectful to just stand like that. Zheng Dafeng turned his head. Not long after, a young man in a scholarly robe walked in. He carried a bamboo chest and held a walking stick. Zheng Dafeng's face was tense. The travel-worn young man walked quickly to old Yang's side. He squatted down and rubbed his shoulders. He said, don't worry. Your muscles and bones are still strong like a young man. It's not too much to get a wife. Dafeng, you're really something. How can you be a disciple and not help your master find a wife? It's hard to find a wife, but is it hard to find a wife? Old Yang did not care. Zheng Dafeng was not surprised. In the entire world, Probably only Li Huai dared to treat the old man like this. Old Yang asked, "You're going to Mount Cloud Forest and Deer Academy to study again?" Li Huai sat down on the ground. "This is secondary. I'm going to fight with Pei Qian. Of course, it's a fight. We haven't seen each other for a few years. She and I have accumulated a lot. Isn't this a battle at the square outside the ancestral hall of Ji Se Peak? It's a Jianghu event." She went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and met at the academy. She said she had to pack up her treasures and fight later. Li Huai said regretfully, "It's a pity that Li Baoping went to travel alone. It's fine if I lose to her, but if I win against her, without Li Baoping's help, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave Luopa Mountain." Ooh, Zheng Dafeng laughed. "There's someone you're afraid of?" Li Huai nodded. "Yes, I'm afraid of Mr. Qi Baoping, Pei Qian. There are so many teachers in the academy. I'm afraid of them all." Zheng Dafeng joked, "Is Chen Pingan afraid?" Li Huai thought seriously and said, "With him, I'm not afraid." Falu Street. There was the scholarly Xixing who traveled to North Continent, Li Baoping who was studying in the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, Zhao Yao who went to Central Continent, Peach Leaf Alley. There was Xieling, a direct disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect, Tao Ye, a servant of the Wei family who went to the capital of Dali. There was also Lin Shi, who cultivated and studied peacefully, Clay Bottle Alley. There was Chen Pingan, who went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Gu Qin, who started a storm at Bookslip Lake. There was also Song Jisen, who became the king of Dali. There was also the servant GQ, Apricot Flower Alley. There was Ma Kushuan, who was known as the young genius leader of the continent. There was also Li Lu and Li Huai. There was Dong Shuijing, who was a businessman. There was also the shop of the Yang family. There was also the shop of the Su family. Rock Spirit Mountain. Those who were the luckiest in the town were usually the ones with strong foundations. For example, Li Huai and Gu Kan. Back then, the one who had the most leaves on the old locust tree was actually Gu Kan. No one knew. Back then, the little slug had packed a big bag of leaves. When he returned to Clay Bottle Alley and was reminded by Chen Pingan, he realized that there were so many locust tree leaves in his bag. The one who had the toughest life was probably Chen Pingan. However, in the blink of an eye, nearly 15 years had passed for the children and youngsters in the streets and alleys of the Pearl Grotto Heaven. Everyone had their own encounters, opportunities, and achievements, but it was not a smooth journey. Unknowingly, 15 years had passed. Many children in the town were already in their 20s. The group of young people back then was already in their 30s. End of chapter. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.